healthcare experts support women at every stage of life. Because each chapter deserves to be celebrated. Women's health. Nurture what's next. Find care near you at mountain.commonspirit.org. Common Spirit Health. Human kindness lives here.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait. And don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, Mom. It's me. Oh, my gosh. You'll never believe what I just opened for Valentine's Day. A sapphire ring from Helzberg. Just like the one I lost years ago. Remember how excited I was when you gave it to me? I cannot believe you remembered that story. I guess you were right. I really found the one.
This Valentine's Day, create a moment that means something with up to 40% off gifts at Helzberg. Shop in store or at Helzberg.com.
Need a plumber? Euro Plumbing has the lowest prices in town. Rock bottom prices on whole house repipes, sewer line repairs, even water heaters. 720-500-3000.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents.
Rocking with you 10 to 2. That is what we do. And we're grateful you are here with us. Hopefully, everybody had themselves a nice weekend, got done what you needed to get done. Maybe I did get a couple of DMs about our 3 keys to our first football-free weekend and things you can do for the lady. So hopefully you got out and did that. We want to start our show the same way we start all of them. Our chance to give you a shout-out, our small, very version of an appreciation, a token of appreciation to you guys. The tribe is you plus us. And tribe roll call is who are you, where are you, and what are you doing for a buck out there today? We'd love to hear from you on 2 different locations. First up is the RamosLaw.com text line at 303-713-1043. And over on our YouTube page, all you got to do is on YouTube, search Denver Sports, click subscribe while you're there, and then how about that Dover and Cecil stream? You're in the crew just like that. Who are you? Where are you? What are you doing for a buck out there today? Let us give you and your company a little shout out on the show. All right, Cease, we got a ton to get into here today. We're back building Bo's board coming up at 10:30. But over the weekend, we watched the Nuggets, we watched the Avalanche, and more importantly, because who wants to start the show talking about an OKC win? Bleep those guys. Jamal Murray is officially going to an all-star game. It took him a decade to get there, but he is there. His first ever all-star appearance. It's the first duo of Nuggets going to the all-star game since Chauncey and Melo did it in 2010.
Yeah.
So Murray, Joker, all-star bound, and will be on the same team for the all-star game, which will be a ton of fun. It's well-deserved, man. He has earned this. He's been a different player this year, and that's why he's going to go to Los Angeles and be an all-star.
Yeah, so congratulations to Jamal Murray there, and we knew this one was coming. Sure could have used more of him yesterday. I know you didn't want to start there, but that's where my mind's at because, okay, he's an all-star alternate. Okay, congrats. First time non-Jokic guy since Carmelo. Yes, we know all that, but man alive, that OKC game was a measurement game, and you didn't measure up. Two field goals from Nikola, 2 field goal attempts in the first half. Are you kidding me? Like some wrong-headed things going and approaching this OKC Thunder team. Honestly, we could do all 4 hours on this show. I think we learned that much about where the Nuggets are compared to where the Thunder are at, and they don't measure up. Yes, everyone's got to get healthy, but they've got guys banged up too. Like spacing is an issue. They couldn't guard anybody with a W last name. It was just not the great performance that you wanted to see against that competitor.
If Christian Brown or Aaron Gordon are out there, perhaps you trust your one-on-ones with SGA.
AG probably,
even
AG
with
out
Christian.
there.
I don't know why they didn't with Payton Watson. Why don't you trust Payton Watson with a one-on-one?
Right. And let SGA do his thing. Like, to stop with the terrible spacing on everyone else.
You can't double.
Everybody ate.
One guy makes 7 threes, and you continue to double away from that dude.
Right.
Jamal failed in a couple times there. Payton failed in a couple times there. I don't know. Honestly, my questions weren't about their spacing and rotation. It was about David Ottoman. You have a really good defender in Payton Watson. Make it his job. Hey, Payton, today we don't necessarily need your 25 points that you've been averaging through the month of January. You need to slow down that guy, and he wasn't able to do that. And Ottoman didn't really give him that full, yo, this is you for the next 48 minutes. This is you, and all you need to do or attempt to do is slow him down. That's what I would have liked to see and would have preferred if they don't ask me about my coaching philosophies down there, but I would have preferred to see that. And that's why I ask you, does CB or AG do that? Now, AG's a little bit stronger, so he can lean on him, and those weak-ass pushes the SGA does. How's that not a foul? The letter of the law, when you extend forearm, that's a foul. And he gets away with it 90% of the time.
Yeah, he gets away with it because he's the MVP. That's why.
And I know that the league is full of floppers, and you sell it really, really well, right? But with Aaron Gordon, does he have that? I can push you away with just my forearm. I'm not sure he can.
No, I'm not sure about that either, but I would have liked to have seen it. I would have liked to have seen a Payton Watson defensive effort because the offensive output is great. It's awesome. They've needed Payton Watson to do that. They needed Payton Watson playing defense because anything that they tried yesterday defensively against SGA wasn't working. So it's a collapse on Jamal, collapse on Payton, collapse on a lot of these guys.
When everybody's healthy, Payton's offense has been a luxury. Icing on the cake, if you will. When everyone's healthy, you need that guy to revert back to that role player that can score, but shuts down a perimeter player defensively more often than not.
Certainly. So it's frustrating to see that performance yesterday because I thought they would put up a better fight. I thought Nikola, especially after coming out and setting more history against the Clippers. Now, it wasn't a triple-double, damn 5 assists, but still setting history and being able to hit those points totals, rebounds, and assists in 25 minutes. First player in NBA history. How many times do we say that with Joker? So coming off that Clippers performance, I was like, okay, they're going to get full Joker. And it wasn't exactly that. And it's not all on him. It's not all on him not being 100% healthy. I think it was just the strategy. As long as you learned the next time out, you've got to play these guys differently because they'll go ham from the arc.
I mean,
everyone not named SGA will go ham.
Yeah. Joker's the T1000 of hoop, so I have confidence he'll figure it out, but them traffic congesting around him in the paint, told you before, you take away some of those passing lanes, that takes away a superpower from Nikola Jokic, and the Thunder were really good at it, man. I think you're right, Cecil. I think you said it. It was a measuring stick game, and they failed. And I know CB, AG, and Cam are out, but, man, it just didn't look like they were right there in the same tier of basketball as Oklahoma City. They made a run in the third and then completely caved after the game was down to 6 points or whatever.
And then Tyson Hunter's in the game.
Yeah, that's it's either a human victory cigar or a human white flag.
That's like your backup quarterback coming in. It's like, okay, Jarrett Stidham's playing either because Bo Nix is hurt or you blew him out by 30. That's what when Hunter Tyson was out there, I was like, okay, you're waving the white flag, obviously. How were you able to make that run? It seemed like OKC was playing with their food because what you were doing and didn't really alternate or change doing that, they kept having answers for, and the answers were everyone else from the arc. By the way, Nikola, great to have you back, big fella. I don't need you crying about getting the ball stolen by SGA. in the, what was that, third or fourth quarter, and he goes back to the, like, what? Instead of continuing in the play, like, that's SGA. He's going to steal it from you. Like, take better care of the ball, man.
The refs were something else yesterday. I mean, it's an Oklahoma City game, so you kind of know what you're getting yourself into.
Right.
But like I said, that little forearm shiver, Joker actually complains about a call, then kind of goes like, okay, we're going to get it the other way. And literally the next time down, the referee knew if there's any sort of contact, I'm going to blow a whistle to make up on that call.
Right.
It's just NBA referees in an OK City game, it's very frustrating to watch.
Yes, it is very frustrating. At the same time, you got to be better than bad refs.
No
I've
doubt.
said it
It's
in
not
all
an
sports
excuse.
and all times because I understand Nuggets Nation out there. You know what they're saying. They're all the refs again. And OKC, you got to play against the refs. Yeah, you do.
They didn't lose
Go be
because
better than that.
of the refs. The refs were just a part of the conversation.
Right. The refs are always bad, and
They
it's
lost because
OKC.
Case and Wallace didn't miss threes.
Right. Wallace didn't miss threes. Williams didn't miss threes. Like, nobody missing threes. And the Nuggets' spacing was terrible. And the fact that they were able to isolate Nikola a couple of times deep when it was like Watson or Williams taking those shots, okay, there you just exposed something because big fella isn't going to go out to the arc with you. He's going to kind of step back a little bit, anticipating a dribble drive. If you don't get that, if you're hot from the arc, that's another way to beat the Nuggets.
SGA's not a double-digit assist guy. He's starting to turn into that this year because guys are shooting, and he had 13 helpers yesterday.
Right.
You just can't do it. It was happening into the third and fourth quarter where Wallace, the defender on Wallace, who's killing you, is sliding over to cheat against SGA. You can't do that at that point of the game. And again, like I said, I think that's the players know better. But why is the coach allowing that to continue to happen throughout the course of an entire game?
Right. And for me, it's missing AG because I look at Dort out there for them, and I'm like, that's the type of physicality that I appreciate in a basketball game. But I hate him because he's for OKC.
Yeah. He's built like a football player, flopping ass around like a soccer player. But he does look like a football player.
He does, and he brings a physicality that, well, no one was quite able to match yesterday.
You're right. Our buddy Tyler up in Greeley, Tribe Roll Call, says he's still heartbroken about the Broncos loss, wants to go get Breece Hall, who we put on Bo's board to start this thing.
Yeah.
Love the show. Let's go. Avs and Nuggets. Yeah, Tyler, we're with you, man. We're all still heartbroken as well. But you're right. Avs and Nuggets continue to do their thing and roll. Eric is in Watkins, picking up and dropping off dogs for a doggy dude ranch. I don't even know what that means, but that sounds
It just
awesome.
sounds cool.
What's a doggy dude ranch?
I have no idea.
Nice. We're looking for a new spot for Brucey, man, when we're on vacation. So
Okay.
might need some details.
Maybe you send your wiener dog to a ranch.
Eric and Watkins, if you got some time, there's a place up there in Watkins called Lulu's. Stop by, my friend. The drinks, it's a little early, but drinks and food are delicious there at Lulu's in Watkins. Austin, 25-year-old installing commercial access control systems, card readers, locks, and cameras. Currently working in a building where they manufacture space refuel stations for space shuttles. Hell yeah, Austin. Go Broncos. And he also wants Breece Hall. The Tribe coming together with wanting Breece Hall based off your suggestion last week.
That's why we open up Bo's board with Breece Hall.
Awesome. Absolutely love that. Wow. Someone writes in, I'm selling all my Denver Bronco memorabilia to build sports collectibles today. Autographs, helmets, etc. Selling all of my Bo items. Did you hear that, Mr. Kistner?
Yeah, you can donate to the Kevin Kistner Foundation of America here at 7800 East Orchard Road.
All right. Yeah, that's available for you.
Just bring it on over.
We appreciate that. Good stuff. Good luck with it out there, and hopefully you get the dough you need to build what you're trying to build. Keep the text coming, 303-713-1043. A lot of people on the text line aren't very worried about the Nuggets because of them not beating the Thunder with the three starters that are out.
Yeah, and I think that's a conversation we can have as today's show goes on. Like, okay, it stings, it sucks to lose to that team.
Yeah.
It sucks to that effort. But so many injuries, so many things can change as long as they learn, because we saw what not to do against the Thunder yesterday.
And again, I'll remind folks, we react by game, by possession, by shot attempt.
Right.
You guys get the luxury of long game. We don't do that around here, but you should. We're not going to. So, yeah.
And thank you for doing that. It helps us out.
Yeah, it calms
when
us
the results
down.
are like yesterday.
Calms us down and brings us back to earth a little bit as well. All right, keep them coming. 303-713-1043. One of our texters said, I watched the Avs beat up on the Red Wings. That's a nice feeling to start your week.
Yeah.
They did exactly that. Took care of Detroit. Our old buddy Eric Johnson was one of the broadcasters on ESPN for the game, and he said something about the Avs power play. Made a lot of sense to me. I want to share it with Cecil and the Tribe and figure out if that's the issue coming up next.
The champ! Are you ready? Do you consider yourself a super fan? Well, now's your chance to prove it. It's Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan Super Fan Send-Off, presented by 303 Law 4040, sending you to Las Vegas for the biggest pro wrestling event in the world. A pair of 2-night event tickets, airfare, and hotel all included, plus a $500 Visa card. So get in the ring and enter now at DenverSports.com/superfan. That's DenverSports.com/superfan.
Hey guys, it's Mark Schlereth. I just made one of the best decisions of my life. I got rid of my glasses. I went to Cutarelli Vision and had refractive lens exchange, RLE. I wore glasses for distance vision, but I got to that inevitable point in life where I was always needing those reading glasses just to do about anything, and half the time I couldn't find them. Seeing menus, texting, reading my computer, or studying film, it was a struggle. But now I see the world perfectly, near and far, without any glasses, thanks to Cutarelli Vision RLE, the perfect permanent solution to spending your good active years not needing reading glasses. And here's the cherry on top. You'll never develop a cataract. Dr. Cutarelli is Colorado's most experienced with over 90,000 vision correction procedures. You can trust him to know if it's the right time for you and RLE. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at coloradorle.com. Cutarelli Vision, RLE, no readers, glasses, or contacts, or cataracts. coloradorle.com.
Tune in Tuesday afternoons for Injury Insights with Zach Bai and Dr. Joseph Ramos to hear the latest injury news on your local teams and around the world of sports. Ramos Law. What makes us different makes us better.
This Valentine's, I want to make it really special. Kick it up a notch and tell her exactly how much I love her.
At Williams Jewelers, we've created our one-stop Valentine's package that makes telling your true love exactly how you feel. I'm Steve Williams.
And I'm Shayna Williams. You see, we're one of Colorado's largest fine jewelers with the designer brands she knows and loves, like Tacori and Hearts on Fire.
Thousands of quality, iconic, and yes, affordable pieces you won't find in any other store, starting at under $300.
And now through Valentine's Day, with every purchase of $250 or more, you'll get a fresh-cut red rose and a bottle of wine as our gift.
Guys, it's one-stop shopping and you're done.
This year, this Valentine's, more than ever, Williams Jewelers of Inglewood.
On the corner of Bellevue and Broadway, with plenty of free parking.
We're Denver's first family of fine jewelers.
And your one-stop Valentine's store.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done. This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hey guys, Cecil Lammy here. You probably noticed your heat kicking on way more than it should. I get it. It's frustrating. I live in Roxborough. That wind blows all the time. But the real culprit might surprise you. When the insulation in your window fails, all that warm air you're paying for slips right out and the cold sneaks right in. That's why you need my friends, WindowNation.com. It's WindowNation.com. They got their buy 4 windows, get 4 free sale happening now. Also ask them how you could snag a pair of Icon Pass 2-day sessions. Stop letting your windows drain your comfort and your wallet. Schedule your quote today at WindowNation.com.
Stay up to date on the Broncos and the latest news from around the league with our NFL insider James Palmer, exclusively on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Mondays on The Rundown with Richie Carney, Tuesday afternoons on The Drive, and Friday mornings on Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, all season long. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
All right, we'll go back to Saturday in Detroit, where the Avalanche were wrapping up a road trip.
How did that feel, huh?
Oh, it felt nice. They needed to get
great.
right, and they did it in a big way. I said it on Friday. I said, hey, nothing better than turning your, little struggle bus around.
Right.
Than beating the crap out of the Red Wings 2 times
I didn't think it'd be a
in row.
shutout, though.
I didn't either.
Hey, 5-0. Thank you very much, Avs.
Detroit's hot. They're playing some good hockey, turning their franchise around right now, and looks like they're on their way to returning to a postseason, but it's all about the Avs, man, and they handled their business. Like you said, a 5-0 victory. Nathan should have had a damn hat trick, had a wide open net in the second period, and was upset that he missed it because that's one he makes about 9 out of 10 times and couldn't complete it there. But they were just completely dominant against Detroit. Came out. We talk about Nathan McKinnon, and you said kind of half-assing it, looking ahead to his Olympic break.
Right.
That wasn't the case on Saturday.
No.
They were motivated, they were ready to go, and they weren't just kind of going through the motions as we had described through the homestand and then the first 3 games of this roadie.
Yeah, and the roadie, you go, okay, 4-game road trip, 2-2, winning the first and last games. How does that make you feel? Still bad. Still want to be better than those middle games.
Yeah.
But finishing it that way was awesome. Get ready for a shot from Detroit tonight. We'll preview that. But on Nathan McKinnon, the only one that could stop Nate the Great is him. It's him.
That's right.
Because when he's on, he'll kill you. And when he's thinking about Italy, he'll kill you because his performance won't be what you need it to be.
Yeah.
And with all the injuries that this team still has now, including now a new Marty Netchus injury that we need to talk about day to day. So that makes me feel a little bit better. But still, it comes down to Nate. It comes down to him just dominating, controlling things from the jump, and then not letting up the defensive effort that you saw against Detroit. That's something you want to hope to see tonight there as well, because too many times, and for those 2 games on this road trip that they dropped, you saw a lackluster defensive effort.
Yeah.
How do you get that shutout? Great effort on both sides. Both sides of the ice. That's what the Avs did on Saturday.
Well, and you're talking about Nate. Like, I think he's the leader. They go as he goes, and that's how it's always going to be. And even somebody as kind of strict, I guess is the word I'll use, and crazy at times about what he wants it to be.
He's a psychopath.
I would imagine it's an 82-game season. You think he's going to be on every game,
No.
all 82 nights? No. Now, does he have to be on more than he is not? Of course, that's the job. He doesn't have the C, but he's got the A on the sweater, and everybody knows the team goes as he goes. So is there, again, a weak stretch where McKinnon's kind of going like, yeah, I'm tired of carrying everybody. I'm tired of doing it. You know what I mean? Maybe there's something to that. And then Saturday going, all right, I do have to do it every single night. Now come with me, and this is what it looks like.
Yeah, and then get your break for the Olympic break, but show up tonight based on what you did to Detroit. I imagine that they're going to be able to punch
They
back
should.
this time around. We'll see if the home ice fires them up, but it's Nathan McKinnon just being dialed in. He's dialed in most every night, 8 out of 10, 89 out of 100, whatever the number is. Like, he's going to be dialed in most nights. He certainly was against Detroit last time out. Want him to do that again this time out.
So Eric Johnson, as I mentioned, was a part of the ESPN broadcast. That dude's just broadcasting everywhere.
Did you hear Nate giving EJ crap
fake tan?
about his fake tan?
I mean, you could clearly see the spray tan, right? Like,
yeah.
You could see his neckline. Like,
Right,
back here was
right.
different color, which, hey, no harm, no foul. You ever spray tanned before?
I don't need to.
I'm about to go do it this week.
Really?
Yeah. I've never done it, but I'm about to do it for the first time.
Oh, because you're going to...
Because I don't want to get sunburned and ruin my entire trip in a few weeks. here.
Okay. All right.
So,
I got you. I got you.
I will do it. EJ clearly had done it, and Nate was busting his balls a little bit because they're boys. That's what
Yeah,
you're
they're
supposed to
boys.
do.
That's what you do with your boys. But either way.
EJ said something, and this wasn't after the game, it was actually during, and his broadcast partner had asked, hey, the Avs have struggled on the power play. They've really struggled on 5v5. And Eric Johnson responded with, quote, if McKinnon doesn't get his touches, he can get frustrated. end quote. And I just thought that was interesting. That stood out to me. We've always talked about before, are they trying to be too perfect on the power play?
Yes.
Perfect position.
Right.
Perfect angles to take my shot. Did Nate touch the puck? Does that come into it as well? Because, as we said, they go as he go. He's in line to win another Hart Trophy. But we've always, we've all been around a guy that's like you're walking on eggshells around.
A little bit uptight.
One way or the other,
A little
right?
bit of a perfectionist.
A little bit uptight, a little bit of a perfectionist, and you don't want to be the one that screws it up.
Right.
Gets that guy in a bad mood, and now the party's ruined, right?
Yeah.
So I wonder when EJ said that, I kind of went, that's interesting to me because I've been around people like that. I used to have a boss that, like, when they walk in, you're like, oh, God, we're going to find out what the day's like right now. He's coming.
Yes, right.
And that sucks to work for a guy like that. And I'd imagine it sucks to be around a guy like that if you have made the mistake of making him mad or getting him frustrated because the puck didn't come his way. So now it's like perfect pass, perfect positioning, and oh my God, did Nathan McKinnon get involved?
Right. So instead of like skating and playing free, you're going through this checklist in your mind of like, I've got to be in this right spot. Oh, but Nate didn't get it, so I can't get it yet. So let's press over here. Like, just play hockey. Did they solve the power play? These are all conversations. I don't think one game is going to give us confidence in that. It'll take multiple games in order to do that. But getting Nate not frustrated is the key to have success. Keep him as happy and as motivated, as intense as possible, and you can go win Lord Stanley's Cup. By the way, this morning, Devon Tays is on the ice for morning skate. And Avs sent Keaton Middleton, after last game and haven't recalled another defenseman. That's from Evan Rawal this morning. Speedback just sent that.
Keaton's he's a goon. He's just there for physical games and things like
sure,
that.
Right,
You need a bigger body, he'll be available. But Devon Taves, Taves and Gabe being back at some point sooner rather than later.
Yeah.
Post-Olympic break with no Olympics for Gabe, and if I got to choose.
Right.
How many problems is that going to solve on its own?
That solves a lot. And how much is it more Taves than Gabe?
Oh, I think that it is more Taves.
Haven't they missed Taves more than Gabe?
The Taves pairing on the defense on the back end is, it's top 2, top 3 in the NHL. I'd lean on Drew for that, but yeah, they're real good what they're doing on the back end when the Taser's available and in the lineup.
So get everybody healthy, get everybody right, get past the Olympics, whether Gabe plays in the Olympics or not, and then get this thing rolling again. Keep Nate motivated, and that clearly was a key against Detroit.
Our buddy Hefe is checking in on the RamosLaw.com text line for Tribe Roll Call. Working from home, doing payroll today. LFG, Avs, and Nugs. I really like that our tribe has what we're doing here. We're transitioning out of Broncos. We're still talking plenty of Broncos, but really having a heavy focus on Nuggets and Avs. They're doing it with us.
They're doing it with us because we're going to have a Tribe meetup at a parade or two.
Yes.
Broncos let us down.
Mm-hmm.
The dang Bo Nix injury, but Avs parade, Nuggets parade, Tribe meetup.
Yeah.
Let's make it happen.
Someone asked if Nate's going to get suspended for the shoulder yank. No. He not only did he have the shoulder yank, prior to that, he gave him a nice little gut punch underneath the arm too, which I can appreciate from Nathan McKinnon. So absolutely love that.
Maybe that's the key. Just get him a little tussle going. Get him fired up.
Get him pissed off a little bit.
Yeah.
Remember that was Jamal a year ago. You're like, you just got to get him mad.
Just get him mad.
And then watch out.
You got to get angry. You got to get mean. It's like that guy in dodgeball with the glasses.
Yeah, that's right. Oh, his wife was up in the stands flirting with that
flirting with the dude.
And then he won the game for everybody. All right, we will get back to some Avs and Nuggets conversation. You're right, Cecil. I do want to dive deeper into the Marty Netchis injury and figure out whether or not that matters. Let's do this real quick.
Oh, yeah, the brand new Mountain Dew flavor.
You brought us a treat.
Mountain Dew Zero flavor.
We will enjoy here.
It's Baja Citrus.
Nice,
Cabo
Kevin.
Citrus. Baja Cabo Citrus, Tropical Citric Punch.
Oh,
Mountain Dew Zero.
That's nice. We'll report back as to how it tasted on the other side. But at 10:30 every morning, we're going over names we like for Bo's board. Who should the Broncos have their eyes on to help Bo Nix next season? We'll share our latest name coming up next.
Bonneville International Radio Station contests are open to participants at least 13 years of age and older that are residents of the state of Colorado. Unless otherwise specified, employees or agents of the station, Bonneville International Corporation, other area radio stations, or an entity associated with the contest may not enter. Full general contest rules are available at DenverSports.com.
You know what it takes to win: the preparation, the game plan, the refusal to quit when things get hard. You bring that same mentality to your business every single day. But even the best teams need fans in the seats. At Denver Sports, we put your business in front of Denver's most passionate, loyal audience, on air, online, and on the big screen. You've got the drive, we've got the reach. Visit us online at DenverSports.com. Let's build your roster.
At Belco Credit Union, we want to make your dream renovation a reality. Maybe that means a modern kitchen upgrade or a luxurious new bathroom. With Belco's Home Equity Choice line, you can get easy access to funds with the freedom and convenience of a home equity line of credit, plus the security and stability of a home equity loan. Plus, Belco is also offering low rates for qualified borrowers. Learn more at belco.org/choiceline. Belco is an equal opportunity housing lender. Belco, banking for everyone.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Spine One. Let me ask you a question. You live with back pain, neck pain? Well, my guys at Spine One, they're an emergency room for back pain with same-day appointments. They'll see you and they'll get the journey started. And that's exactly what I did. Whether it's chronic pain, acute pain, work-related, sports-related, doesn't matter. All you got to do is pick up the phone and start your journey just like I did toward pain-free. 303-367-2225. That's 303-367-BACK. Or as always, you can find them online at spineone.com.
Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
Donate your car today. Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Free barbecue. Yep. Absolutely free barbecue. Hey, everybody, Dan Jacobs, the barbecue lawyer at 303 Law 4040. It's 2026, and we are taking our free meal program to the next level, and I want you to help spread the word with me if you can. I got a brand new smoker, and this thing's a beast. It's over 6 feet tall, so we can cook that 1,000 pounds of free barbecue each and every month. Here's what you do. It's Eastern Hills Community Church, 4 to 6 p.m. every first and third Thursday. I'm smoking up delicious pulled pork or my addictive copycat Chipotle recipe, and we're serving it up for free. You just get in line, you pop the trunk, we put free groceries in your trunk, and then we ask you how many meals you need for the night. It's that simple, no questions asked. It's at Smoky Hill and Arapahoe Road every first and third Thursday, 4 to 6 p.m. Help us spread the word, and if you have any questions, you can always call me. The barbecue lawyer's number is 303 Law 4040.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-793-8074 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-793-8074. That's 800-793-8074. What do you have to lose? Call 800-793-8074. Again, 800-793-8074.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Yeah, building Bo's board. Putting a bunch of names together for an offseason where the Denver Broncos can go add talent to help Bo Nix take another step in year number 3 and hopefully capitalize on a rookie contract and finally punch their ticket to a Super Bowl. We started this last week. We're doing it every day around 10:30. And then revisiting that conversation in our lunch hour for those that get to check in during their lunch break. Name number 1, and if you've been listening to the show, you're hearing the text line and the tribe members talk about how much it fired them up was Breece Hall. Day number 2, we talked about David Njoku at tight end. Cecil then goes to the draft world and talked about Mike Washington from Arkansas coming up on Friday, which was a ton of fun. Big back that can be used as a pass catcher. And you said kind of middle rounds. You're not thinking about that as the 30th pick.
Right.
Just at some point in their first 3
third round picks. Instead at the Senior Bowl. We'll be sprinkling in some draft picks along the way on Bo's board. But we got free agency ahead.
Yes, sir.
So everybody's looking at free agency. Broncos have a bunch of money to spend. Who should they spend it on?
Well, there's a name out there that a lot of people, his name comes up and you go, well, he was supposed to, but then he never did. And perhaps a change of scenery could be good for this gentleman.
Over the middle, wide open, and there into the end zone goes Kyle Pitts for the touchdown. 5 targets, 5 catches, 93 yards. Cousins going that way again. He's got it. Touchdown. What a night for Kyle Pitts.
So Kyle Pitts is today's name. The tight end hasn't had 1,000 yards since his rookie season, but did have 928 last year and a career-high 5 touchdowns. So maybe he is starting to slowly but surely figure this thing out. Had the second most tight end receiving yards, only behind Colorado's own Trey McBride. And this is only the second year he's played all of his games as an NFL player. So Can he get right? Can King Dingaling, Bo Lowry, make him right and make him available to help Bo Nix in the middle of the field?
Yeah, to help Bo Nix in the middle of the field. And are you okay? And by you, I mean Sean Payton, you. Are you okay with the tight end that's an elite receiving weapon, like actual elite receiving weapon, but probably won't block enough? That's the weird thing about Kyle Pitts.
Let's take probably out.
Okay.
He's not blocking.
Okay, so should we even talk about Kyle Pitts?
You've watched him. I've watched him.
I have debated the Pitts scenario, and trust me, our YouTube videos every day at 9 p.m. we're putting out our Bo's board on YouTube.
Hell yeah.
And it's responding very well. We're getting thousands of people checking it out, and of course, lots of comments.
And we might be in the comments as well. You never know.
We're in the comments too, so come out and check us out on YouTube. But I see a lot of Kyle Pitts suggestions. So I was like, okay, F it. We're just going to talk about him on Monday, and it's going to be Kyle Pitts. Yeah. But the great debate is, will Sean Payton take another younger version of Evan Ingram where it's just you're just a receiver? Will he utilize that guy? This guy was 1,000-yard receiving tight end as a rookie. And then things couldn't get put together really the rest of the way with Kyle Pitts. So he's huge, he's fast, he's got some physicality to his game. He doesn't block at all. Does Sean even want that? Do you want that out there? Because it is like I'm tempted by the offensive potential of Kyle Pitts. I'm tempted by that size. I'm tempted by that speed.
Oh, yeah.
Deep middle seam ripper. You'd have this guy in the middle of the field, Bo Nix, deep touchdowns, abounds. 3 or 4 of them things in a season with Kyle Pitts on the field for the Denver Broncos. It just comes down to whether or not Sean would have the willingness to do that again. Because obviously we saw it with Evan Ingram. His postseason press conference was disheartening, about like, they're just, I got to think about myself and not really how I'm not being used or whatever. Would that just be Kyle Pitts a year from now if they pick him up? I'm a little bit worried about that, but I want to have the conversation for all of us out there. And you guys out there, drop a comment for us.
Like, YouTube?
What do you think about Kyle Pitts here? Because it really comes down to, does Sean want to do this again?
See, and I think there's another layer to this whole conversation that we'll find out. I mean, maybe by today, maybe by tomorrow at some point this week, I think we're going to get some answers. What if Sean is actually giving up play calling here to keep Davis Webb around? How much does that then matter of, all right, yeah, you need a blocking tight end. You need somebody on that line to block, where you come out with that jumbo package that we've seen a ton with Frank Crum and Alex Palczewski. But what if it's not Sean calling that? Now, he's still going to be a part of the game plan, so you need an element of that blocking out on the edge. But if it's Davis Webb, and he's kind of a new school play caller and wants to utilize different parts of the field, and I'm sure he and Bo have conversations that are way different than what Sean and Bo are having as far as what game plans would look like, wouldn't Davis Webb want a young, fast, seam-ripping? I'm so glad you said that term. I'm watching him right now in a Broncos uniform run up that seam, wide open, beating a linebacker, and Bo dropping that thing over the top. So I think we need to talk about maybe the possibility of he fits because Sean's not calling the plays.
Yeah, he fits because now you've got somebody new in the kitchen with a different recipe, and that recipe for success could look like Jimmy Graham. I honestly thought Evan Ingram would do that in his own way. He's an older player, so I didn't expect he's exactly like Jimmy Graham.
Yeah.
Kyle Pitts kind of is. Now, Jimmy Graham at least was an effort blocker, kind of like Shannon Sharp. Shannon Sharp wasn't a great blocker, but he was an effort blocker. He'd get in guys' ways, and that's why he was able to switch from wide receiver to tight end, bulk up that body, and then go out there and get in people's ways, get in their kitchen a little bit. If you can get Pitts to do that, is that enough? What kind of market does Pitts have? He's going to get a lot of attraction out there, especially with all these offensive coaches being hired. The Trey McBride trade scenario gets dashed because Vance Joseph is not the head coach of the Arizona Cardinals. Of course, Jim Leonard moves on. We've got a lot to talk about there. But with Kyle Pitts, it's like, are you going to use him the right way, or is it going to be that Ferrari that just sits in the garage?
Spot Track says he's going to get about a 4-year, $43 million. Puts him north of $10 million, just under 11 every single year. Now, again, if you're talking to me about a tight end that's going to come in here and get the 980-something yards he had last year, I'll pay the $10 million. But if you're going to tell me he's going to come in here and I'm going to want to rip my hair out by week 4 because he's not being utilized in the right way, just build that big pile of money like Joker did and burn it in the city of Gotham. That you get better usage out of it there.
You know, we stopped talking about Evan Ingram.
Yeah.
Like during
there
the
was
season,
nothing to say.
During our keys to the game, we'd never be like, "It's now. There's the time to get Evan Ingram."
Right.
Very rarely did we say that because he just didn't show up. I don't want the same exact thing to happen with Kyle Pitts. Get a damn tight end and then use him. Utilize those receiving weapons, and if they can't block Sean, just re-sign Adam Troutman. I know you want to anyway.
Yeah,
you know it's like the least surprising free agent move. The Broncos have re-signed Adam Troutman.
Well, look, to your point, would you rather have Kyle Pitts and Evan Ingram on the same roster or a fullback, Adam Troutman, and Nate Atkins? The
what are we doing?
The 3 guys.
Yeah, what are we doing?
Exactly.
What are we doing? Yeah.
Now let me ask you this. Is it realistic to have a roster with Kyle Pitts and Evan Ingram on it?
No. And you have to do a post-June 1st designation for Evan Ingram.
Yep.
If you do that, there's a little bit more cap savings.
Okay.
Basically, you kind of have to keep him on unless you do post-June 1 designation and then it cuts into the salary cap number that you would have to eat in terms of dead money. And maybe some of that could go towards then Kyle Pitts. So you'd still be paying Evan Ingram, but you'd now have Kyle Pitts to actually utilize.
Yeah.
That's something the Broncos need to consider because having that sort of field-stretching, middle-of-the-field stretching weapon, let the whole field be available for Bo Nix because he reads the entire field. This isn't a limited quarterback like Jarrett Stidham, who lost him in the AFC Championship game. I'm never going to let that go, who only reads half the field. This is a quarterback that reads the entire field, but how quickly did Bo Nix move off of Evan Ingram in his progressions? Like, there's Court. I don't even need to look at Evan.
I think he made that choice before week 1.
Yeah.
I'm not kidding.
It didn't take very long for Bo Nix in his progressions to be like, okay, Court's doubled, whatever, Evan.
Yeah.
Now here's Marvin. You know what I mean? Like that.
Throw it to Troy.
Make it tempting for Bo Nix because he loves the open guy. Kyle Pitts can get open if this team would actually use a non-blocking tight end.
Our buddy Dave, Tri-Member Dave on the text line, powered by Ramos Law, says, I've read reports that Pitts will want $17 million a year, which is way too much, especially doesn't he block.
Good luck.
Dave, we agree with you. I'm looking for a $500,000 for 10 years from Bonneville, too. Let's see which one of us get it.
Okay. Yeah.
I think we're both screwed.
If he wants $17 million a year, he's going to keep wanting $17 million a year.
Exactly. So I'm with you, Dave. That's too much for a guy that won't block, but I don't think that that's the price tag. Spot Track has it at $10 million, and maybe a reach is getting to that $11 million. Like I said, if he's utilized the right way and you have a tight end flirting with 1,000 yards, $10 million is the price tag. I just don't know if I can sit here and tell the Tribe, hell yeah, he'll come in here and produce just like that because of who the play caller is now and unknown of what it looks like by the end of the week.
Okay.
But hey, he's a better player than that of Evan Ingram, man. He had 9 games last year where he had at least 45 yards catching. Evan Ingram did that twice.
And think of that was with Michael Penix not playing good football.
Yeah.
And Kirk Cousins, 100 years old. What's he do with Bo Nix? Again, Bo Nix is one of those great quarterbacks that's going to elevate all the guys around you. So he had 900 and some yards with a couple of crappy quarterbacks.
Yeah.
What's he going to do with one of the best quarterbacks in the league?
And by the way, a team that wants to run the ball first anyway because of who Bijan is.
Right.
So, yeah, they don't do that here.
Honestly,
more opportunities.
We're talking about duos today, right? Because you have Jamal Starr and Nikola Jokic there. I think a duo from Atlanta to Denver, Tyler Algier and Kyle Pitts.
Ooh,
if you just did those two
dipping,
moves,
huh?
in free agency, I wouldn't mind that. Not saying that's what they'll do. Not saying it's my gold star program, but I just think about Tyler Algier and Kyle Pitts here, and I get pretty excited.
Kev, you got a number for us?
So he had 118 targets. This one made me want him even more now. 2 drops.
Wow.
Whoa.
Wow. 118 targets
this year.
2
drops.
2 drops.
Oh, my God.
Cortland Sutton
Oh, my God.
8 drops.
Cortland's like, is that even legal?
2 drops.
That's a nice number right there from Kyle Pitts.
Wow.
His stock just went up a little bit in the book of the Tribe.
I didn't know how Kev would react to Kyle Pitts when I sent that this morning. I was like, Kev's probably going to push back.
Well, and Evan Ingram, 8 drop passes last year.
8?
8 on 76 targets.
Wow.
Oh, my God.
Wow.
You wonder why they went away from you?
Yeah.
Because you dropped the damn ball all the time. You let Bo Nix down.
But you weren't being used right, Evan? You keep telling yourself that. All right, good name right there. Kyle Pitts. What say you, tribe members in Broncos country?
I actually like it better now that we've talked about it.
Kevin's numbers made me feel a ton better.
Let's go get him.
About Kyle Pitts. All right, on Friday's show, we talked about next steps for Bo. What he can do, what he needs to do. Cecil had this giant number. I still want to see how you feel about that. And change gears about next steps for the team as a whole. We'll do that next.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app.
This is the story of the one. As the purchasing manager at a manufacturing plant, she knows the only thing more important than having the right safety gear is having it there when you need it. That's why she partners with Grainger for auto reordering, so her team members can count on her to have cut-resistant gloves on hand, and each shift can run safely and efficiently. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
It's game day. Are your moderate to severe Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keeping you from the action? Skyrizi, risankizumab Riza, could help you get back to the game. Skyrizi is proven to help people feel significant symptom relief, achieve remission, and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine for adults. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's or ulcerative colitis.
Control is everything to me.
Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's and ulcerative colitis combined. Learn more at skyrizi.com or 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Winter is in full swing, and Aleve is here to keep you moving. When the cold weather sets in, everyday aches and pains can linger, but Aleve's got your back. With up to 12 hours of body pain relief per dose, Aleve keeps you going with long-lasting body pain relief to get you through whatever the season brings. Chilly days or cozy nights, Aleve gives you that long-lasting body pain relief you can count on this winter. Try Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Are your investments in the right accounts? What's best, traditional or Roth? Are you receiving all available tax deductions? Are you paying as little in tax as you can? These are all questions you can't afford to get wrong. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth, and in many cases, it's not what you make, but it's what you keep that makes the real difference. Trajan Wealth and Trajan Tax work closely together exclusively. No more guessing about whether you should do a Roth conversion, or if maxing out your 401k is really the best option. Our nationally recognized fiduciary advisors and CPA team work in tandem to make sure your tax strategy works with your investment strategy. We'll even do your tax preparation. One team, one strategy. Isn't it time for a second opinion? Call Trajan today, 720-204-8100. That's 720-204-8100.
Trajan Wealth, an SEC-registered investment advisor. Additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax. Additional disclosures and accreditation at TrajanWealth.com.
Denver counts on Fix-It 24/7 for heating and plumbing with legendary service. Proud partner of the Denver Broncos and proud to serve the community. Book now at FixMyHome.com.
Stay up to date on the Broncos with our 9 News Broncos insider, Mike Kliss. Presented by Fitness Gallery. Hear the latest from every practice and every game every single week during football season. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Come on, boy.
You know, I've never heard this before, but I like it. Doesn't this give you good feelings? Oh, I have heard it. It's just a new version.
Yeah, it's a new version.
Just kind of remix.
Yeah, give me a glow stick.
Yeah.
Give me some other stuff, and let me do my cowboy dance.
Are raves still a thing? Do people do raves still?
I don't know.
They're so popular when I was, what can I say here?
I know,
21, of course.
I know rave girls are still a thing, so thank you, raves.
Well, they still have that old, what's the festival they go out and hang out in the dirt, and Burning Man.
Yeah,
I was going to go, they burned that guy, Burning Man.
You ever wanted to go to Burning Man?
Yeah, I still do.
Tribe meetup?
Dude,
at Burning Man?
Oh, that would be awesome. But see, now there's too many cameras, and like, I don't want you guys to film me doing the stuff I would do at Burning Man, right? Be doing the same thing you guys are doing. All right, I got to talk about with Cease and the Tribe about some next steps. I got to ask you about your bow number, if the weekend did anything for you with that number. Before we do that, Fan Flyway, it's back, Cease. This thing is always awesome, and we're always wanting somebody from the Tribe to win this thing. And this time around, we are calling all wrestling super fans. We have your chance to go to Las Vegas for the biggest pro wrestling event in the world. It's the Super Fan Send-Off presented by 303 Law 4040. Here's what you get if you win the Super Fan Send-Off. A pair of 2-night tickets to the event. So you're going to double dip on that thing. Round trip airfare for 2 from Denver to Las Vegas, 2 nights hotel stay, and you need some money, right? How about a 500 Visa gift card in your pocket? It could all be yours. Thanks to 303 Law 4040 for more information and to enter. Head to DenverSports.com/superfan. A giant wrestling event in the city of Las Vegas. I can't imagine any of our listeners would have fun doing that.
Yeah, I think that would be quite the time.
Let's
just
be
say
awesome. So, yeah, one of ours. We would love to send you there. All right, Cease, going back to Friday's conversation. Now we're talking about next steps, like what do we need to see, we want to see out of Bo Nix, and then I want to talk about that with the team as well. You flirted with 5K on Friday. You still there?
I'm still there because...
Really? In the year 3, he's ready to go.
Year 3. I mean, ready to go because...
I love it. I'm just a little hesitant to go, yeah, he can achieve it.
I mean, imagine if they add a Kyle Pitts, right? Let's play off of Bo's board a little bit. If it's a Kyle Pitts and it's that middle seam ripper, field stretcher, tight end, Cortland Sutton doing his thing, because that's essentially what you're going to do. You're going to roll coverage away from Sutton, and then he's going to be one-on-one, and Bo loves Sutton one-on-one. Yeah. And then you've got Franklin in year 3, you've got Mims in year 4, Pat Bryant in year 2. Like, again, George Payton said we like the young receivers. These guys need to be coached up correctly. Clearly, they didn't think Kerry Colbert did a great job. Clearly, was Sean Payton like, well, I think you catch most passes with your thumbs together. Like, okay.
He has 18 games with the playoffs, and now he's telling them how to use their hands to catch.
Yes. Well, at least we don't have as many drop passes, or at least that's what you would hope for. So if this offense is clicking, and it can be clicking with the proper ground game and with the proper amount of receiving weapons, 5,000 is not out of the realm of possibility. I'm not going to say it because I don't want people, oh, you said he threw for 5,000 and he had 4,200. I'm just saying, when this thing's rolling, because you're excited at 14 wins, pretty exciting, right?
That's nice, yeah.
All right, keep those things. Just wait till this next year. With the right weapons around Bo Nix, They could take this league by storm where it's no longer the underdog, overdog. Whoa, everybody's overlooking them. Nope. What it is Broncos are rolling over you. Yeah, I mean, you want to relive 2013 minus the Super Bowl?
Yeah.
You want to relive that 600-point offense?
Can I get that with the 2015 result, please?
Yes,
that's what I'm looking
that
for.
Super Bowl end. But that's what type of potential is here with Bo Nix. 5,000 yards.
Come on, bro.
We're the overdogs.
There we go. And look, 5,000, I'm with you. I love the idea that it's there. And he will achieve that at some point in his NFL career. If he and Sean stay together for multiple years, he'll achieve that multiple times.
Right. And you remember the Peyton Manning days fondly.
Yeah.
Kev still remembers those days fondly. Remember when we just knew the Broncos were winning every single week? Now, this year there was great debate, and I said 13 wins and whatever, but every week when we'd go through this, it was like a debate, well, they need to do this, and they just kept winning. When Peyton Manning was here, we're like, of course they're winning.
You know what the conversation back then was? Man, you think Brock's going to play in this one? You think Brock will get the fourth quarter? That's what we talked about.
Exactly. Is Peyton Manning going to get the fourth quarter off? That's the type of offense it can be here.
And look, I agree. It can be. It will be. I'm still looking at between 4,000 and 4,500 yards, that 30 touchdown mark. And I'm trying to be realistic with interceptions. Keep them under 12. Keep them under 13, something along that line. And Bo is going to be ready to have a hell of a year. What about the team itself? You mentioned 14 wins there. It's really, really hard to win 14 games in the NFL.
Yeah.
And I don't want fans to look at this as now we've got a ceiling. If they don't win 14 games next year and Bo looks better and the offense is achieving more and there is a use of a tight end and Cortland doesn't have a quiet 1,000-yard season, maybe has a loud 1,300-yard season, that's another step in the right direction.
Right.
And if that leads to 12 wins and you're still in the postseason and fighting for the division, it's still a damn good football season.
And there is no doubt we shouldn't stare at that win total, especially as inflated as it was this last year, and say that's where they got to get to.
Exactly.
Now, 13's the level of the elite. If you win 13 games, you're among the NFL elite. So let's put the number there. But even if they won 12 games this upcoming season, they could still be a better team. They could still be a team that is more serious about making a Super Bowl run, and they were one game away from the Super Bowl. They could dominate this thing coming up in 2026 if they had a great ground game that Sean could rely on and would trust. That would make me even more confident about their projections for this next season.
Yeah, they can get there. And I think that's something we need to keep in mind, not just now, throughout the offseason when we get through camp, and there'll be some training camp darlings and how they look in preseason. And you go, damn, they're gonna win 15 this year. For your amount of wins it's never the hey, you won this, it means this.
Right.
I kind of like your line of I might even go 12, 13. You're a top-tier NFL team.
Yes.
When you're winning 12, 13 games, and there's only 17 of them every year, you are a top-tier team.
Yeah, and that's where the Broncos reside right now, and they can still be a great team even if they win 12, win 13. They don't have to get to 14 to repeat the greatness of last year.
That's right. All right, we are out of our number one quarter. Number one done. Just like that. You want to react? What next steps look like for you? Tell us on the RamosLaw.com text line. Use your name at the end of that text so we can give you a shout out on the show. And then the same deal over on our YouTube page. Denver Sports YouTube, the Dover and Cecil stream. Get in
and,
just like that.
Tribe helps tribes. I need a little home remedy because as you can tell by my voice, because people show up when they're sick, and now I got a little something. I feel good. I just have a little nasal thing. Give me some home remedies, right?
Your children are grown, and there's still a couple at the house, but they're not bringing the sickness home from school anymore.
No.
Now it's everyone that works here
with the little kids.
Their kids bring the sickness to home, and then they bring it here.
Well, what's Richie's excuse? Richie was
sick
the other day, and he comes in here all ranting and raving.
Yeah,
and I'm like, dude, you're sick. Stay away.
And
now I got the crud. I'm this close to drinking Black Velvet on the air.
Dude.
I'm that close.
Pass it under the table.
That's all cowboy medicine. That's how I grew up. Even when I was little, Dad would be like, hey, here's a little shot before you go to bed. And I just thought it was medicine. I'm in 6th grade drinking Black Velvet just because I thought it was medicine.
You're like, is that unleaded?
So give me your home remedies. I need a little something. A little lemon tea, whatever.
You know what? I just think I figured out your origin story of your comic books.
Okay.
You're a hammered 7-year-old. You're like, you know what, dude? I'm going to draw this guy kicking that guy's ass.
There is a superhero. I can't remember his name. I think it was an independent comic where his powers came out when he was intoxicated.
Hancock.
Oh, you're right. You're right.
Yeah.
Yes.
Which is a great movie. When he's on the bench, he's like, "Can't you see I'm sleeping, B?" It's so good.
Will Smith ain't got a cuss on his raps to sell records.
That's right. All right, hour one done. Let's get into hour number two. I want to get back to a Nuggets conversation, Cecil. We are roughly 70 hours away from the NBA trade deadline, and the Nuggets will likely make a move, but I don't think it's that big, sexy move fans want, and I'll tell you why coming up next.
Follow us on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok at Denver Sports 1043 to stay up to date on all your local teams. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
Hey guys, it's Mark Schlereth. I just made one of the best decisions of my life. I got rid of my glasses. I went to Cutarelli Vision and had refractive lens exchange, RLE. I wore glasses for distance vision, but I got to that inevitable point in life where I was always needing those reading glasses just to do about anything, and half the time I couldn't find them. Seeing menus, texting, reading my computer, or studying film, it was a struggle. But now I see the world perfectly, near and far, without any glasses, thanks to Cutarelli Vision RLE, the perfect permanent solution to spending your good active years not needing reading glasses. And here's the cherry on top. You'll never develop a cataract. Dr. Cutarelli is Colorado's most experienced with over 90,000 vision correction procedures. You can trust him to know if it's the right time for you and RLE. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at coloradorle.com. Cutarelli Vision, RLE, no readers, glasses, or contacts, or cataracts. coloradorle.com.
You've probably heard of a man named Lee Iacocca. Lee, an amazing automobile executive, may be best known as the man who developed the Ford Mustang. But here at Alpine Bank, member FDIC, his skills ran much deeper. My name is Glenn Jamron. I'm president of Alpine Bank, member FDIC. Lee Iacocca knew the key to success. It was friendship. Lee said that if a person finds 3 true friends over the course of life, they are blessed. Over the years, you've taught Alpine Bank that loyalty leads to deep and lasting friendships. You get back when you give out. You give loyalty and friendship, you receive loyalty and friendship in return. That makes sense to Alpine Bank. Alpine Bank, committed to Colorado and you.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game.
Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Thy ticket, Lady Jennifer of Coolidge.
Well, many thanks, good sir. Here'th my Discover card.
They accept Discover at Renaissance fairs?
Yeah, they do here. Discover's accepted at the places I love to shop. Getteth with the times.
With the times?
You're playing the lute. Yeah, and it sounds pretty good, right?
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Hey, the cold weather is here. Stoke here from my friends at ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Has another company told you that you need a new furnace? Time to throw in the challenge flag. Rocks Heating and Air offers no obligation, free second opinions. And don't forget about heat pump rebates. They've never been better. Up to $13,500 only at ROX Rocks Heating and Air. Now play that jingle.
HVAC service, installation, repair. ROX Rocks Heating and Air.
Women go through many changes in their lives. And we believe each milestone matters. That every new candle represents another step in your story. Our healthcare experts support women at every stage of life. Because each chapter deserves to be celebrated. Women's health. Nurture what's next. Find care near you at mountain.commonspirit.org. Common Spirit Health. Human kindness lives here.
Hey guys, your boy Mark Schlereth here for my friends at Xfinity. Now, when Team USA is on, you can almost see the moment when the kid starts believing, hey, I could be next. Now, while Xfinity can't guarantee that, they can guarantee something super important. That's your internet price won't change for 5 years. No contracts, no commitments. So, while your kid's ordering online or streaming highlight reels, your Xfinity internet price won't change. It will not budge. And who knows, by the time the next Winter Olympics roll around, your kid could be getting fitted for their very own Team USA uniform. And guess what? You'll be paying the same price for reliable Wi-Fi. And there's even more to enjoy with Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 10 years. That's a $10.99 value each month. Xfinity, imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions applies. Requires paperless billing and auto-paid with stored bank account. Taxes, fees, extras. Actual speeds may vary.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
The biggest.
If
in the
you
country.
know, you know.
Yeah. I just told you the story. I found out my little sister was into that. I'm like, whoa.
You're putting her business in the streets, huh?
She's a grown now. Like,
okay.
She's 30 something, but when she turned 19 and I see on Facebook that her and her man are going to decadence, I'm like, I'm going to call Kyle and see what's going on here. But he's a good dude, and they did it right. So, yeah, keep your texts coming in. Tribe roll calls, always welcome. And then I'm seeing a couple of them. We're going to get to some of these, your home remedies for dealing with a cold. In the meantime, Cecil, I want to talk about the NBA trade deadline that's going to come up on Thursday at 1 p.m. We'll be on air when it's officially over. And I would imagine tomorrow, certainly Wednesday and Thursday, we're going to get some stuff ramping up. There'll be a ton going on. But
a lot of sham bombs coming up.
Yeah, exactly. Jake Coyne, who we've talked about before, he's on Twitter at the Stat Squatch.
That dude's amazing.
He's a stat guy and just happens to really love the Nuggets. So he writes up reports. He literally does it like on a PDF and just shares the link on his social media. It's about 13 pages. I can share it if you don't see it, but you can find it at Stat Squatch. And I read this over the weekend, and I started to hint at this on Friday, but said we dive deeper into this. What I want to know from Nuggets Nation, from Cecil Lammy, and I'll answer myself, is it okay if the Denver Nuggets only move before Thursday at 1 p.m. is a move that helps out Stan Kroenke's pocketbook? Is it okay if that's the only thing that they do? Because
like a Zeke Naji move? Like, what are we talking about here?
It could be. That's actually a really good move. It helps his pocketbook, and it helps the Nuggets' ability to have roster manipulation as soon as the buyout market. But what if it's like Tyson Hunter Tyson? He ends up in Sacramento's having a fire sale. Brooklyn's going to have a fire sale. Charlotte's having a fire. Those kind of teams. What if it's just Tyson Hunter Tyson leaving to get old Stanny Boy under the repeat luxury tax, which they're flirting with right now, and it really, really big fine for the Kroenkes, which I don't care. It's their money, and I whatever. But it will hurt them on buyout markets. Trading right now, they can only trade on draft night because they're in this luxury tax repeater zone. If you get out of that, which they can do by just simply getting rid of Tyson Hunter, who doesn't matter on this roster, they can get them out of that situation and set them up moving forward. I think fans will look at this, however, and go, well, what are we doing? We're right here. There's a championship window.
Right.
In a weird way, and I know I'd have to talk you into it, that also helps them win a championship.
Yeah, in a weird way it does, but is it enough? You know, we talked off air about how much time OKC has as a true contender. You know, we'll put the number on it, give me a number, and I'll just agree with it because we know at certain point somebody's going to come a-calling for all of those W players, everyone with the W last name that you play for the Thunder.
Yep.
They're going to come grab you.
And they're going to overpay to steal from.
Exactly. And those guys will take it because you should take your bag, especially in the NBA because it's fully guaranteed. So where are the Nuggets at? If we merely just examine where everyone else is at, Houston, San Antonio, Golden State, if Giannis goes there, where are the Nuggets at in comparison? Are they kind of hanging on for a couple of more years with Joker Prime? Or are they one of those teams, and they could be with certain moves that we'll get to, but are they one of those teams they're here to stay? Because you think of that with San Antonio.
Yeah.
You think of that with Houston. OKC, there is a clock. Now it's a clock that's got quite a bit of time left on it. But where are the Nuggets in that? Because I think that's how you should approach this trade market and be an honest assessment of, are you hanging on for just let's go get another one with Joker and then whatever? Or can you be around for, let's just say, 5 years? Can you have and extend that 5 years to that window with the Denver Nuggets? And
see, I think you can if you get out of this luxury tax.
How do they do that?
Let me explain a little bit more of what this looks like.
Because that's what they need to do.
Yes. So in the NBA, if you are paying a luxury tax in 3 out of 4 seasons, you get the luxury tax repeater fine. And what that looks like, if this is too nerdy, tell me and I'll just shut up. But what that looks like is if you're over the luxury tax, you pay dollar for dollar. You're over $1, you owe an extra $1, up to $5 million. Then if you get to that north of $5 million, that dollar becomes $1.75. So then every dollar you're over, you're paying $1.75. That 75 cents adds up real quick when you're talking about millions and millions of dollars. So they're going to be in this situation unless you get rid of a Tyson Hunter, Zeke Naji. There's these little Jalen Pickett contract. These little contracts can get rid of some of that. They would have to do it again next year, but with a move this year, it makes it so much easier to do exactly that. And then the Payton Watson situation will figure itself out and set themselves up because he's not coming back to the Denver Nuggets.
Yeah.
So you'll get out of that moving forward. And then the clock starts over. So you do it these next 2 years. This year, by the end of business, they're under the number. Next year, they stay under the number. Then the clock starts over. You could pay the tax. You could be over that luxury tax for the next 3 seasons. And then you have to figure out what it is there. But if there's a couple championships, hell, at this point, if there's a championship in that next 3 seasons, I go, sounds like a Kroenke problem. Sucks to suck, Deal with it.
Yeah, deal with it and move on.
So honestly, if you're putting my feet to the fire here 70 hours before it, best move for the Denver Nuggets is honestly don't do a lot. If you can move Zeke, icing on the cake. That's a beautiful move.
They've been wanting to do that for years.
That's a beautiful move. If it's just as simple as a Tyson Hunter Tyson contract being moved, a Jalen Pickett contract being moved, and I actually like Jalen, but if you can help yourself by getting out of this tax area, become a player in the buyout market, get your draft picks back to be able to trade on non-draft nights, dude, that goes a long way with this team. And if you lose Payton Watson at the end of the year because the Lakers are going to pay a big bag and he wants to go back to the hometown, and you say sayonara as a champion, dude, I'm okay with that. I am honestly okay with that.
As a champion, though, that's the caveat, because if you fall short of a championship, then that's going to suck to lose him, because extending that, hey, can you go toe-to-toe with OKC and Houston's on the come up in San Antonio? If you could keep Payton Watson, you could.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know if they can. I don't know how they can.
Well, no,
without going into that second apron.
Exactly. They can, but they won't, because there's not an NBA owner in the league that is okay with going into the second apron. There's some that will accept it because of chances at titles, like the Warriors did. They paid $500 million in fines to win those championships. Is the juice worth the squeeze? I don't know. Ask the guy that had to write the check.
Yeah. Okay, so at KSE, they're going to do that? They're going to go $500 million in fines?
I think we know the answer to that.
The answer is a big fat no.
All right, it's an interesting conversation.
Does that let you down? That the trade deadline, it's like, they got...
No, because I think this team is good enough to win it all right now.
Okay.
And that's with who Payton Watson is.
Yes.
And then next year you have to fill that void. But I'm in the mode right now. It's February. Let's get February to June. Let's win a championship. Let's have a parade. Let's all party our faces off and then cross this free agency bridge when we get to it.
Well, and let's be as quick as we can here. You can replace Payton Watson's offensive output. It's his defensive effort that you're going to have trouble finding.
You're right. because nobody wants to try on that side of the floor.
Well, I'm thinking of my man Julian Strother. Strother could easily, if you needed him to, drop in those buckets. He just can't play defense.
Not at all. BJ in Texas has got something for you.
Okay, yeah, what is it?
Jalapeno with seeds.
Yes.
Garlic and honey on a cracker mince. The garlic dice jalapeno and eat about half a teaspoon per serving. So you mix all that stuff together and then half a teaspoon per serving.
Okay. Honey, garlic, and jalapeno.
And jalapenos, but the jalapenos need to have seeds.
And then I put it on a cracker?
Yeah.
Like a Ritz?
I guess so. Sounds kind of good, doesn't it?
I kind of want to try it. I didn't knock anything out because like jalapeno, I cook with a lot of cayenne. So, yeah, I need something to just knock it out. Knock it out.
Another texter, throw your name on here so we can give you a shout out like BJ down in Texas. Sitting in the shower for like 20 minutes, that's like steaming hot.
Yeah.
And then drinking a quarter bottle of NyQuil. But you've tried the NyQuil.
Spivak said they took something out of NyQuil, so now it doesn't work as good because then you have to buy more NyQuil, which sounds exactly like corporations. So, yeah, I'm not a fan of the NyQuil thing. Not a fan. Sorry, I'm not a fan of going to the doctor. Not a fan of the NyQuil thing. I will get better. I rarely get sick. Yeah. I usually use budesonide to prevent myself from getting sick. I just dummied up and didn't take budesonide in like a couple days, and then everyone run around, Richie run around breathing on me. So Here we go.
I recently set up a doctor's appointment, and they said, when's the last time you saw like a general practitioner or whatever? And I was like, when I was 35. And they're like, how old are you now? I'm like, I'm going to be 42 in a couple months.
Yeah. I found a good country doctor that I don't mind going to see, but that's like, kind of in case of emergency, break glass type thing.
Yeah, and it turns out I was too honest with the doctor last time. I told you that story.
Yeah.
Like, what are you doing? I told him everything. He's like, whoa! Like, I thought we were in the trust tree.
Right, we're in the trust tree. I'm supposed to tell you what I'm doing.
And remember what I told you what our texters would say when you ask for cold remedies?
Yeah.
Will's checking that box. Something for you to do, and then rub a little Tessin on it. Will, I can't say the first part, but we knew exactly what you were going to say, and we like that. All right, let's talk about it, Cece. You mentioned Jim Leonhard being gone. We blinked over the weekend, and Sean Payton now has 5 spots to fill on his coaching staff due to firings or folks just walking away. Jim Leonhard, he was the latest to walk away. What does that mean for VJ, for this staff? Let's talk about it coming up next.
Jamal Murray is an all-star. For the first time in his 9-year career, the Nuggets guard has been named a Western Conference Reserve for the 2026 All-Star Game. Will the Blue Arrow continue his career best season all the way to the playoffs? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
Progressive Insurance knows pets, and one of the biggest differences between people and pets is that we don't eat things off the floor. But dogs definitely will, and it makes them so happy, no matter what it looks like, smells like, or what state of decomposition it's in. We all want to go through life that carefree, and that's also why you should get Progressive Pet Insurance, because they eat things off the floor. So protect your pet from all the questionable life decisions they make. You know where they drink from when you're gone, right? Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Covered subject to policy terms and conditions.
Finding excuses to not do your taxes? Unsure where to start? Sounds like you may be suffering from FOMO, the fear of messing up. The cure? Filing your federal and state taxes for free using TurboTax on Credit Karma. All you have to do is start and finish filing on your own in the Credit Karma app by February 28th. Just keep in mind, this offer is available only if you didn't file with TurboTax last year. It's time to break free from your fear of messing up. Start filing for free today in the Credit Karma app.
For 60 years, this Toyota location has served Colorado drivers. And today, Groove Toyota carries that legacy forward with family-owned values and a smarter way to buy. Right now, Groove Toyota has over 150 used vehicles on one lot, with more than 50 priced under $15,000. So finding something that fits your budget is easier than you think. Inventory changes daily. See what's available today at GrooveToyota.com or visit us on Broadway in Inglewood. Groove Toyota. Start here. Go anywhere.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, 2-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. There is nothing more important than your health.
This February, save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. Visit one of Fitness Gallery's 7 convenient locations from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins.
It's coming, the big game, which means all those parties. And whether you're hosting or going as a guest, make sure you have the best. That's Daisy Dips. Daisy, French onion, and Daisy Ranch dips. You need the dips to go with your wings, your veggies, your chips. Go with the best. Daisy Dips are made with ingredients that you can find in your own kitchen. No preservatives, no artificial ingredients. Get great tasting Daisy, French onion, and ranch dips available at a grocery store near you.
You're listening to Sports Talk Radio at work. So is your competition. So are your customers. Denver sports fans don't half listen. They argue. They text in. They remember stats from 1998. They remember who sponsors their obsession. Audio, video, or online. We've got every angle covered. DenverSports.com. Make your move.
Tune in Tuesday afternoons for Injury Insights with Zach Bai and Dr. Joseph Ramos to hear the latest injury news on your local teams and around the world of sports. Ramos Law. What makes us different makes us better.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too? Okay, does this happen to anybody else? You sit down with a juicy QPC, some McNuggets, and those golden fries from McDonald's. Then you take a long sip of your Sprite because you can still hear your mama saying, "Don't fill up on that drink before you eat your food." But you're grown now, so you do what you want.
Share and share alike with the 20-piece McNuggets from McDonald's for just $6. Limited time only. Price and participation may vary. Cannot be combined with any other offer.
Ba-da-ba-ba-ba. This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
Stay up to date on the Broncos and the latest news from around the league with our NFL insider James Palmer, exclusively on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Mondays on The Rundown with Richie Carney, Tuesday afternoons on The Drive, and Friday mornings on Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, all season long. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
All right, let's do it on the other side, man. It sounds weird to say after a 14-win, number one seeded season.
Right.
But Sean Payton has 5 vacancies.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5 children
on his coaching staff after this weekend, and Jim Leonard saying, "See you later." Jim Leonard officially took the job in Buffalo, and we wondered what that would mean for Vance Joseph. Now it's looking like Mike LaFleur is going to take that gig in Arizona. Clint Kubiak will take the gig in Las Vegas. So there's really nowhere for VJ to go. He wouldn't take a job that's a lateral step, right? A side step where he's just a defensive coordinator, someone else. In fact, the Broncos probably wouldn't let him do that. But Jim Leonard going to go take that job in Buffalo officially. And Adam Schefter had it first over the weekend. Then everybody else, of course, follows suit. He's going to be their defensive coordinator. He had talked with the Chargers and Ravens. And, of course, the conversation of kind of keeping him in line here as a Bronco. So we're talking about OC, wide receiver coach, cornerbacks coach. What was Jim's official title? Passing game coordinator and assistant head coach.
Yeah.
Which is what they're looking for.
Yeah,
now.
They're looking for stuff now, and losing Jim Leonard stinks. Absolutely does. But you're keeping Vance Joseph. And what was my preference this year? I automatically assumed Vance Joseph would be gone. So in that thinking, I was like, okay, Jim Leonard's your DC, you got to keep Jim Leonard. And then Jim Leonard leaves, but then we realize, oh, Mike LaFleur's going to get the Arizona job. Vance Joseph is staying.
Yeah.
Keeping the band back together, and keeping the band together, I should say. So this is better for the Broncos, in fact, because you're going to lose VJ eventually, and then we'll have to talk about who replaces him eventually. But for right now, if I had the choice, you can keep Vance Joseph or you can promote Jim Leonard. My choice would be keeping Vance Joseph.
Agreed.
I just didn't think they would be able to keep him because he'd go be a head coach somewhere.
See, and I really like the idea, and I don't know if this will always be something that the Broncos have because Sean has so much power and pull, and there's so much turnover, not just in a roster, but on a coaching staff year in and year out. I like the idea of 1, 2, the more the merrier, honestly, non-NOLA folks that are just here to be yes men for Sean Payton. The other one was Pete Carmichael. I just don't know what the hell he did here, but he also left to go to Buffalo. I like the fact that, yes, VJ was hired by Sean, but VJ's not a Sean guy. VJ's reputation and who he is was built way before he and Sean Payton were a team. The George Payton stuff, we're going to talk about it a little later. I was actually asking Drew earlier. Drew sent us a bunch of notes about the Vikings general manager being fired, and I'm like,
right.
Why do I care about that? I'm like, oh, well, George's name is kind of mentioned there as well. I really like the setup right now. I don't want Sean to just have like top of the tree is Sean, and then every name underneath it has a tie to Sean from the past, and he's now just brought them to Denver. I want outside voices. I like the fact that George never worked with Sean before this, and George was here before Sean. I'm not saying George gets a lifetime pass, but I like the idea that there's not just yes men surrounding Sean Payton. And right now, it feels like there's two. Maybe I'll go 2.5 because it feels like Davis isn't really like his guy either. He just gave him the first chance.
Yeah.
So it's VJ, it's George, and it's like a half of Davis Webb.
Yeah, and a half of Davis Webb, I don't even know if it's a half.
It might not be because he's loyal to him for the chance.
The nice thing is, the last thing the Broncos need is another New Orleans coach.
Amen, dude.
Like the very last thing. The further we can get away from the New Orleans influence, the better. They won one ring. You won one time. It's not like you're a dynasty. You did it once, and yes, the refs got in the way, like all the stuff we can talk about the Drew Brees Saints, but this is the Denver Broncos, and the more that Sean Payton starts talking about his Broncos team rather than the Saints of the past, the better off we all are. So that coaching influence coming, and VJ's a Wade Phillips guy. That's his influence. I like having Wade Phillips' influence still around on this Broncos team. I think it's a good thing, and of course they have to get rid of Kerry Colbert, stuff like that. So find your way, find your right coaches, get the better talent around you this year.
I don't know this, so this is just my ignorance asking here. If Davis is going to get and by the way, they completed all their interviews that they have to for Rooney Rules. They can hire an OC today. They can do it as soon as today.
Okay.
If Davis is that offensive coordinator, does he have any say in who his wide receivers coach is, or is that all Sean?
It's probably all Sean, but obviously Davis would be involved somewhat.
Okay.
You know, like, hey, well, what do you think of this guy? That type of stuff.
I guess it's probably, hey, we hired this guy. Now tell him what you're going to run, and he can teach it as
right,
such.
and just teach your wide receivers how to catch, please. These drops were a big, big problem.
Yeah.
I'm not going to blame Kerry Colbert as much as Sean does. But at the end of the day, it's a results-based business, and the results weren't good enough with the wide receivers.
This is an open-ended question, so your answer can change. We always say that new information brings new opinions.
Sure, yes.
But right now, with what we know with the 5 openings and what we think is going to fill some of those voids, particularly Davis Webb, is the coaching staff on the Denver Broncos better or worse today than it was when the season ended?
Yeah, I don't know how you can lose Jim Leonard and be better.
Okay.
You know what I mean?
So that's the one?
See who they replace him with.
Okay.
We got to see who's hired here by this team. But I can't say as of right now that they are better. They're better off without Jim Leonard. No, they're not. They're not better off without Jim Leonard. That's a future head coach that was on your staff. And you were able to use him as a resource. Vance Joseph was able to use him as a resource. I'm sure they'll, hire and promote and do all the good things that they need to do. But until we know how this coaching staff is packed up, and kind of placed, I can't say with certainty, like, they're better now. No, you lose Jim Leonard, you're not better. Now, who do you replace him with? Then we'll have an answer.
It's a good answer for the Jim Leonard thing. I go back to what I said of all the New Orleans folks I don't really want around here. Like you said, they won one ring. Yeah, it was a fun run, but eventually I'm imagining those New Orleans fans got a little fat and sassy and went like, are we always just going to be this close? Are we ever going to get over that hump again?
Right. And I don't want that to be the Broncos. I don't want the Broncos to be like the bridesmaid like Buffalo's always been, where it's like, oh, we're so close. Like, no, get over the top. And Sean Payton's running out of time, honestly. If we look at when coaches win their first Super Bowl with their teams, it's year 5.
Yeah.
Not many win anything after year 5. So we're coming up on year 4 of Sean Payton. How about you go get 2 of those things and then retire?
I want to talk about VJ's, what he can do, what he could accomplish here in Denver if he stays around when we revisit this conversation. Maybe it's something similar to what we see in Kansas City with defensive coordinator Steve Spagnuolo over there. So that'll be a fun conversation.
Another conversation when we circle back on this is merely this. Was it the coaches or the players that didn't put him over the top? Because I'm going to lean more on the player side. I don't think the players did him any help. And basically, Jarrett Stidham losing in the game.
Stidder's full.
That's right. So I think the onus is on George Payton to have the best offseason that he possibly can. In fact, this could be the most crucial and critical offseason for George Payton because we now know for certain the Broncos are a Super Bowl contender.
That's exactly right. Somebody wants to know what's wrong with your voice today. He's a little under the weather, texter. Big Perm has a suggestion for you on the RamosLaw.com text line. He does write, damn, Cecil came down with the sickness. That S is going around. Get well, man. Peppermint tea. It does wonders, my friend.
Okay.
Peppermint tea.
Yeah, it keeps mice away, too.
Oh, really?
They don't like peppermint.
I didn't know that. Interesting. All right, I'll keep that in mind when they keep coming back into my
Peppermint
damn garage.
spray peppermint around the outside of your house.
Really? That's what I do.
It smells nice, too.
Coyote pee, so keep the snakes out of my yard. I do that every single summer, multiple times. Keep them coming, your home remedies. And yes, whiskey is okay. What do you mix with it? Let us know on the RamosLaw.com text line. All right, let's continue this conversation going with the Denver Broncos. We're building Bo's board throughout the offseason. We're doing it at 10:30 and 12:30 every day on the show. There's still some questions this offseason about the roster outside of the board that we're going to build with Bo Nix. You just mentioned that, Cecil, and you called for it after the AFC Championship game. You're sick of Jarrett Stidham. He did no favors. Is it really time to talk about replacing that backup quarterback, or is this just kind of the world we live in when it comes to your backup quarterbacks in the NFL? Let's answer that question next.
Follow us on X at DEN Sports 1043 for up-to-the-minute information and opinions on all things Denver sports. Also, we can still call it Twitter, right? Denver Sports 1043 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app.
Men, it's the new year, and for many of us, it's a time of deciding to make positive changes in our lives. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if you're suffering with erectile dysfunction and are tired of the frustration and embarrassment ED causes, you should call the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic today, because there probably isn't a better resolution you can make than to be done with ED. You see, ED doesn't just affect you, it can also affect your partner, even if they don't talk about it. But here's some great news. If you're like most guys, the treatments at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic will give you back your sex life, because our protocols have success rates that work in well over 90% of cases. Seriously, you might even find you're performing like you haven't in years. So, make an appointment and get ED out of your life. Your initial visit is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. That's RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you.
Winter is in full swing, and Aleve is here to keep you moving. When the cold weather sets in, everyday aches and pains can linger, but Aleve's got your back. With up to 12 hours of body pain relief per dose, Aleve keeps you going with long-lasting body pain relief to get you through whatever the season brings. Chilly days or cozy nights, Aleve gives you that long-lasting body pain relief you can count on this winter. Try Aleve. Use as directed for minor aches and pains.
I can't believe how spotless my floors look after using the Swiffer Power Mop. No more dragging around a heavy mop and messy bucket. Now I get the same deep clean without all the work. Thanks to the powerful solution and scrubbing pad of the Swiffer Power Mop, dirt and grime don't stand a chance, and I don't break a sweat. Mic drop. Mop drop.
Swiffer Power Mop. Swiffer Power Mop.
A smarter way to mop. Try it or your money back.
Hey, what's up, guys? It's Zach By here. For 5280 Exteriors, Colorado homes face more risk than ever from intense weather, including wildfire exposure. 5280 Exteriors prioritizes fire-resistant, non-combustible, low-maintenance exterior upgrades with reliable quality installations. Protect your home with James Hardy siding, TimberTech decking, and Pella Impervia fiberglass windows, all designed to stand up to heat, weather, and time. They also offer 60 months no-interest financing. 5280 Exteriors, the altitude of quality.
I'm Rob Wilhite. For nearly half a century, my law firm has stood up for car accident victims right here in Colorado. Families, workers, neighbors, your community is our community. With over $1 billion won for our clients, our results speak for themselves. If you've been injured in a car accident, you deserve a team with experience, power, and a history of real wins. Call 303-GOOD-LAW or visit WillHiteWins.com. That's 303-GOOD-LAW or WillHiteWins.com. The Willhite Law Firm, Colorado's trusted injury law firm for almost 50 years.
2026 is shaping up to be an amazing year to buy a home in Colorado. If you've been dreaming about getting into your first place, upgrading for more space, or downsizing for a simpler lifestyle, now is a smart time to start planning. And the first step is easy. Get pre-approved. With American Financing, you can get it done in 24 hours or less, so you'll know exactly what you can afford before you start shopping. Rates have been dropping, home prices are steady, and more homes are hitting the market. You could score the right home at the right price and lock in a monthly payment that fits your budget without stretching yourself thin. And unlike renting, every payment you make goes toward your future, not your landlord's. And here's a misconception we'd love to bust. You do not need 20% down. Many buyers purchase with as little as 3% down. So if home ownership is on your 2026 goals list, let's make it happen. Call American Financing, Colorado's home for home loans, at 303-695-7000. That's 303-695-7000, or visit them online at AmericanFinancing.net. NMLS 182334, NMLSConsumerAccess.org.
Need a plumber? Euro Plumbing has the lowest prices in town. Rock bottom prices on whole house repipes, sewer line repairs, even water heaters. 720-500-3000.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, we got questions this offseason. It is all about Bo's board. But what are some of the holes that needs to be plugged? What are some of the questions that we go, are they coming back? Do we want them back? Is there an upgrade available at said position? Well, there's actually about 10 position groups when you talk about the offense and then the defense. So we're going to use the next couple of weeks at 11:30 to go through each one of these position groups. And I think up first, it's only right that we talk about the quarterback position, Cease, because it's something you said coming off the AFC Championship game. And I wasn't quite ready for the take, but I certainly can understand why you felt that way and saying, hey, does Jarrett Stidham need to be on this roster now that we know what that looks like?
Why do I get so much pushback about that then? Why are so many people coming out of the woodwork to defend Jarrett Stidham?
He
let you down in the biggest game possible. And to quote Sam Kinison while cleaning it up for radio purposes, if you don't trust the backup quarterback, why are you keeping the backup quarterback?
That is a very, very fair question. And now I was thinking about this over the weekend, and I thought to myself, all right, if Jarrett Stidham's not on the team, am I going to be upset about it? No, I'm kind of with you. Every time I see Jarrett Stidham moving forward, I'm going to realize and remember that he's a failure at the biggest stage. I see, what was his number, 8? I'm trying to black it out. I see 8 in orange and blue. I go, we're not in Santa Clara because of you.
Yeah.
So that's never going to go away. Then at the same time, the other side of that equation is, well, he's a backup quarterback. There's actually only 10 good quarterbacks in the NFL. So can they actually upgrade at backup quarterback to any name out there, and I'll go over a few, where we feel, all right, say it with my fingers crossed, Bo has to miss a couple of games. Is anybody available that we would feel confident to plug in and fill that void?
What's Zach Wilson doing again?
He's chilling in Miami, not doing anything.
Yeah, and I believe the Dolphins only got him on a one-year deal. So, that's my first answer. There's other answers, by the way. But my first answer is going back to Zach Wilson. And I understand he wanted an opportunity, thought it might be there, and then it wasn't. Even without Tua, they're like, yeah, we're just going to go to Quinn Ewers, right? Mm-hmm. So it wasn't there for Zach Wilson. How about you come home, get some more of that good Sean Payton home cooking? Because Zach Wilson, with that natural talent, there's a reason why he was a top 5 pick. There's a reason why he did, not from me, but there were others out there, saying he's got some Mahomes to his game. Jackson Mahomes, or whatever his brother's name is, not Pat Mahomes, but still, I want to take a look at that. I personally cannot trust Jarrett Stidham. I don't care if he's the nicest guy ever, which he is. I don't care if his teammates love him, which they do. I saw him on the biggest stage, and he's still the same Jarrett Stidham, holding on to the ball too long, taking too many snaps. What are the stupid chest pass thing? He gave New England a touchdown.
Literally.
So why everyone is so happy, no, Stiddy's fine, keep Stiddy, and continuity. You don't need that. Bo Nix rarely misses games. But if he does, you need something better than Jarrett Stidham. It's not good enough. And I'd kind of like to take a look at Zach Wilson again. I know that, Zach Wilson chose Miami over Denver. He thought he'd get an opportunity. He didn't. Now come back, compete with Jarrett Stidham, and have a competition in training camp for your backup quarterback. I'd like to see that. Sam Ehlinger is not the answer. He's a gadget player. He's a Taysom Hill at best. At best, like, he's a bad version of Taysom Hill at best. So I don't think just give Ehlinger more of a look. I know they like him, but we got to get over this, they like him. Fine, he's likable. He listens to coach. He can take a chewing. That's fine. Are you good? Zach Wilson, at least I can know and point to film, actual film in real games and say, that guy's flashed. He's looked good. I can't point to very much outside of the stupid Raiders-49ers game from 2022 that, Jarrett Stidham looked good in that one game. What did he do the next time against Kansas City? What did he do 2 times with Denver in 2023? What did he do in the AFC Championship? I have more bad film on Jarrett Stidham than I have good film. I want to upgrade that position. And if you're a Super Bowl contender, which the Broncos are, you need to be serious about all positions. This isn't the hey, we just really like you, so you've totally got a job. That's fine. You're a likable dude. You're funny. You got nice hair. You can't play.
Yeah.
Sorry. You got to find a better backup.
I don't dislike the idea of Zach Wilson, but I have another name.
Another
one.
Really?
And
don't say Taysom Hill. God, don't say Taysom Hill.
Do you know who I am? You think I'd say that? That guy shouldn't even be in the league.
My God, you pulled that out on me? Holy cow, we've been doing this for over a year, and you finally pulled that one on me? What's my name? Josh Dover?
Taysom Hill sucks, dude. Marcus Mariota. What about Marcus Mariota? Who again is he going to come in and be Bo and save the season if something terrible were to happen?
Right.
No, I don't believe that.
Okay.
But if Marcus Mariota had to come in and win a couple of games and the game plan is right, he can handle that. You know why I know that? I saw it with my own 2 eyes on Sunday Night Football where the Broncos took overtime to beat Marcus Mariota and a banged-up Commanders team at the time because they had the right game plan and the quarterback that could go execute it. I'm not a big Mariota guy. But again, we're talking about backup quarterbacks. Nobody's going to check every box, right? It's like dating into your 30s. You're not a first-round pick anymore either. You can get by with a dude like Marcus Mariota.
Okay.
I think that's a nice name.
That is an excellent name.
Okay.
That is an excellent name because you go back to, what was the system he ran in college? Now, who's Bo like? Nobody's like Bo, but who's Bo like? Who can scoot a little bit? Who can make quick decisions? It's exactly Marcus Mariota. In fact, our YouTube chat's blowing up on the Mariota thing.
Let's go.
Jimin says he's not mad at Stiddy. Jimin, tell me why your standards are low. Sorry. Touchdown Bo Nick said, I'd be all in on Mariota. That's a great name. That is a great name. I hadn't yet considered it.
He's 33. He'll be 33 when we get going. But again, you're not asking him to be an everyday guy.
All right. Well, can I give you a counter to that?
Sure.
Because this was my counter. I didn't know you'd pull out the Mariota on me. What's my name? You went Heisenberg on me. Say my name. Heisenberg. You're talking Walter White over here. WW.
I actually was just instinct. I was like, damn it, Cecil, you know who I am. What are you doing?
What are you doing saying that? Don't say that, poop mouth. I'll give you one more name, and this is just kind of sucking up to the fans a little bit, but he's about ready to be a backup in a Super Bowl. Bring back Drew Lock.
Oh.
I mean, anything's better than Jarrett Stidham, right? Anything's better than Jarrett Stidham. Drew Lock would not crap his pants like Jarrett Stidham did in the AFC Championship. Now, Drew would throw off his back foot. He'd do all the Drew Lock things, but if you're going to be that guy, do you want Jarrett Stidham is clearly still Jarrett Stidham. I don't care if it's 3 years in the system and he knows Sean. He's still Jarrett Stidham. It's not good. Drew Lock is still going to be Drew Lock and all the frustrating things we had with Drew Lock. And I like Drew a lot, and I would consider that. Now, Mariota's the better answer because he's more Bo-like. Drew's kind of just the big arm and wild play, gunslinger type thing.
Well, what I kind of like about Drew is there's some athleticism and agility there. Where when Jarrett Stidham's going to throw a weak-ass chest pass, Drew's going to try to run and break the seal and beat you to the edge.
Right.
He might not do it, but he's going to hold on to the damn ball while he's trying to run for a first down.
Yeah, I don't think YouTube likes the Drew Lock thing, but I didn't yet think of Marcus Mariota. So Zach Wilson, Marcus Mariota, Drew Lock. Rank those 3 backups because they're all better than Jarrett Stidham.
Agreed.
They're all better than Jarrett Stidham. And Drew's probably third on that list, and Wilson's likely second. I really love the Mariota answer, and it's something you have to consider. You can't just sit here and stare at it and say that was good enough.
Exactly right.
He wasn't good enough, and I get as offended as you like. I don't mean to be harsh in my judgment of Jarrett Stidham, but in the biggest game possible, he played like garbage.
And by the way, you want to talk about penny pinching and money matters in all aspects of building a roster? Marcus Mariota is going to take a lower. He earned $2 million less than Jarrett Stidham in for that crap performance in the AFC Championship. You could probably get Mariota over here for $2 million less a year. Give that a couple years, you're talking about $4 million that you get to throw at another player. I like the names, man. I like the names. I would go Mariota. I would go
Zach Wilson.
I'd probably throw Zach Wilson there for the next name, and then Drew Lock as my top three.
I just think keeping Jarrett Stidham, you're just asking to be snake bit again.
Yeah.
And even during the regular season.
Who would have confidence of him playing in any games?
Well, and we're talking about him, hey, maybe they don't win 14 this year. They're going to win 12 instead. Okay, that's still a really healthy number, elite, whatever. We can debate that number. But if you're in the regular season and Bo Nix, hey, a little ankle thing, he's got to go in a couple weeks, you're not winning those games. So if your number between 10 wins and 12 wins or 10 wins and 13 wins is Jarrett Stidham, give me somebody else. I need somebody that can win a game.
Tribe members, you tell us, what of those three names do you like over Jarrett Stidham? 303-713-1043. Put your name on the end of your text, and then over on YouTube, you've got your screen name, your handle over there. Just tell us how you would rank each of those three quarterbacks. We'll get caught up there. And in the meantime, we're going to check our X. A Kubiak is coming back to the AFC West. We'll talk about what that means, and could it have been any better? A stadium series with a goalie fight. You got to hear that coming up next.
The champ! Are you ready? Do you consider yourself a super fan? Well, now's your chance to prove it. It's Denver Sports 1043 The Fan Super Fan Send-Off, presented by 303 Law 4040, sending you to Las Vegas for the biggest pro wrestling event in the world. A pair of 2-night event tickets, airfare, and hotel all included, plus a $500 Visa card. So get in the ring and enter now at denversports.com/superfan. That's denversports.com/superfan.
Hey guys, it's Mark Schlereth. I just made one of the best decisions of my life. I got rid of my glasses. I went to Cutarelli Vision and had refractive lens exchange, RLE. I wore glasses for distance vision, but I got to that inevitable point in life where I was always needing those reading glasses just to do about anything, and half the time I couldn't find them. Seeing menus, texting, reading my computer, or studying film, it was a struggle. But now I see the world perfectly, near and far, without any glasses, thanks to Cutarelli Vision RLE, the perfect permanent solution to spending your good active years not needing reading glasses. And here's the cherry on top. You'll never develop a cataract. Dr. Cutarelli is Colorado's most experienced with over 90,000 vision correction procedures. You can trust him to know if it's the right time for you and RLE. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at coloradorle.com. Cutarelli Vision, RLE, no readers, glasses, or contacts, or cataracts. coloradorle.com.
At Berg Simpson, we are passionate about what we do. We bring that passion and our expertise to the office and courtroom every single day. We're always working hard and are committed to doing everything we can to give our clients the best opportunity to have a great result.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 303-790-2525. 303-790-2525. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers changing lives. It's not just a slogan, it's who we are.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. There is nothing more important than your health.
This February, save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. Visit one of Fitness Gallery's 7 convenient locations from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins.
Think for a moment of the people who have genuinely impressed you in deep and meaningful ways. What makes these people so powerful, yet so stunningly humble? My name is Glenn Jammeron. I'm president of Alpine Bank, member FDIC. Those who've had the greatest positive impact on your life are those who are inspired by truth. People rooted in their own truth stand firm, even in the most difficult and challenging situations. Their integrity and kindness shine like a beacon. Just being around them energizes and inspires. In today's world, associating with others who believe in integrity has never been more important. It's a commitment. Makes sense to Alpine Bank. Alpine Bank, committed to Colorado and you.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
If society collapsed tomorrow, how long would your family last? If you run out of food, probably not very long. That's why over 3 million American families trust My Patriot Supply for preparedness. Right now, you can get their best-selling 3-month food kit for $100 off. It's 3 months worth of real, hearty meals that give you 2,000 calories a day and last up to 25 years. Go to MyPatriotSupply.com to get your 3-month kit for $100 off. The discount won't last long, so go to MyPatriotSupply.com today. That's MyPatriotSupply.com.
IRS notices piling up already this year? Now's the best time to take control before penalties snowball. Advanced Tax Solutions has helped thousands resolve IRS problems fast. Get ahead of an IRS problem by talking to the team I trust at Advanced Tax Solutions now.
Stay up to date on the Broncos with our 9 News Broncos insider Mike Kliss. Presented by Fitness Gallery. Hear the latest from every practice and every game every single week during football season. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Don't at me, bro. It's time to check your ex.
Why are you stalking me?
No, not that ex.
Twitter, unfollow.
Here's Dover and Cecil to help you swipe, scroll, and screenshot your way through today's top headlines.
Power of social media. I'm on Team Gets It.
All right, couple tweets to talk about. What's happening on my timeline, then what's happening on Cecil's timeline. You want to follow along at Joshua Dover, at Cecil Lammy. We'd love to hang with you over on Twitter and be Twitter homies. I got a couple tweets, Cecil. Want to start with Ian Rappaport making it official that the Raiders, the little guy, saying the Raiders are going to get OC Clint Kubiak from Seattle after the Super Bowl as their new head coach. Him and Tom Pelissero had that. He had his second interview on Saturday. Sounds like they have agreed upon a deal. We'll find out terms and all that good stuff post-Super Bowl. But Las Vegas, they can't officially hire Kubiak till his season's done. But Ian Rappaport and Tom Pelissero saying that's exactly what they will do. The Super Bowl will come to an end, and then on President's Day, or what? Well, that's the week after. So that Monday after, they'll announce Clint Kubiak is a part of the Raiders and in the AFC West.
Yeah, and you knew Clint Kubiak would be a fast riser in the coaching circles. I still remember him at the same Shrine Bowl as where Emmanuel Sanders was down in Orlando. He was a safety coming out of CSU. So happy for Clint Kubiak. Not happy that it's with the Vegas Raiders, but I do feel a little bit of relief. A little bit.
Really?
Now, I did tell you on Friday he's going to turn Ashton Genty into Christian McCaffrey. He's going to turn Brock Bowers into George Kittle. Like, that's what's coming. And that
you mentioned Fernando and Brock
Fernando
Purdy.
into Brock Purdy. That's what he's going to do. And I feel a little bit better that's not Davis Webb. Maybe that's foolish, and maybe Clint Kubiak will make me eat my words, but like I feel a little bit better that it's not Davis Webb.
See, and this might be me trying to manifest this and make it a reality. I think about, I watched a ton of Fernando Mendoza football. He got better with some accuracy, but that window's going to get tight, as we know, as it does at the NFL level. And Clint has been outstanding working with quarterbacks basically his entire football coaching career. But that's been his only job. He's got one job, and he does it really, really well. You're about to put HC next to your name, which comes with 900 jobs, right? You have to do 900 things and be a head coach. And he wants to be the offensive coordinator. And he wants to be the play caller. Right. And he wants to be the game planner. Can he do all of that and be that successful when he has so many things going on? Now, he's a Kubiak. They tend to be pretty good at doing that kind of stuff. Let's see if Clint can do it.
And let's see if the Raiders can get a coach that isn't one and done.
Yeah.
Because the last two coaches have been one and done, including Pete Carroll, which is still kind of shocking they did that.
Look, big fan of the Kubiak family. If he's one and done, I wouldn't lose a wink of sleep.
Sorry, Clint.
I'd be just fine.
Yeah.
All right, Cease, I don't know how much you watch it, and then we were just talking about it with Drew. The NHL just does everything wrong when it comes to scheduling their games.
Let's go up against the NBA on NBC. How about that?
On their first Sunday night basketball evening.
Right. When they went the full court press on NBC.
And by the way, if you watch the Avs game, you're seeing Steve Levy and PK. You cut to intermission. They're at the Do it Saturday. Take over Saturday.
Yes.
Who is running the NHL that is that stupid? Can you hire me? I can figure it out while I do this job. But you did get the Stadium Series. They're playing in Tampa Bay. The set was awesome because they're up there on the pirate ship and all that fun stuff. Looked great. And then, to top it all off, we had ourselves a goalie fight.
And it's stopped by Swayman. And now he goes after somebody out in front.
That's Hagel in front of the net again. Swayman is hot.
Vasilevsky's coming out across center ice. Swayman and Vasilevsky may go. Swayman tells Vasilevsky, take your mask off, and he obliges.
This is crazy. Oh, everybody up on both benches.
And the players on both benches smacking their sticks in approval.
Yep.
You could hear the sticks smacking.
Yes.
And by the way, it didn't start well for Swayman. Vasilevsky connects with a hook right on his chin.
Yeah.
And
right in his beak.
Swayman almost makes that face of like, I made the wrong decision. And then he got a good one in too.
Yeah.
And then after the game, they're mixing it up, talking about it. Dude, it's just... That's the coolest part of hockey right there. I want to beat the hell out of you and then shake your hand and laugh about it in the next 60 minutes.
Right. That's hockey.
Yeah.
That's hockey. And it's so much fun. I just wonder if you had a stick at home, if you were also slamming the stick.
Just hitting it on the
right.
hardwood.
I know Drew's son, he's got a hockey stick, so I bet he was probably doing that too. It's the most fun in all of sports.
Do you have a hockey stick in the garage? I don't think I do. I probably
you don't have a
need
hockey
one.
stick?
No.
I've got a hockey stick. How do you not have a hockey stick?
I don't know. I'm sure I have, and they just get lost in moves. But
okay.
Remember the old? I'm sure it's what Drew said. The little carpet hockey, the little sticks. Like that was the best.
I saw it on Twitter. I almost sent it to Drew. It was because you have a putting green.
Yeah.
You can practice putting in your office, etc.
Yeah, just bought one.
There's a hockey one that you can do on the toilet.
So it's like
you
the carpet in
yeah,
front of
so
you?
you have the carpet little thing on the toilet, and then you got the hockey stick, little kind of miniature because you're sitting, you're squatting,
right?
Squatty potty, and I could just see Spivak and that big old butt sitting on that toilet practicing his shot.
Yeah.
Right?
Aren't we on the toilet too long already? Now we're just going to sit there longer?
Yeah, pretty much.
All right, so a couple good things there. Love me a goalie fight whenever it goes down. All right, Cease, what's happening on your timeline?
What I can talk about, basically. Boy, Friday was an interesting news dump about the old Epstein files. I'm not going to bring that up, but I will say Mike Garofalo. Mike Garofalo said, make it 8 confirmed international games for 2026. 1 game in Melbourne, Australia. 1 game in Rio de Janeiro, Brazil. 1 game in Munich, Germany. 3 games in London. 1 game in Madrid, and 1 game in Paris, France.
Wow. So they're really spreading it out a little bit there.
8 confirmed international games for 2026. Do you like that? Do you like that in the NFL where they're like just think of the travel? You're going to freaking Australia?
Yeah. I will say this, and he said
they're never going to make the NFL an international game. It's sorry, Roger.
But see, isn't the goal here? I think you might have told me this. Of every team plays in an international game.
Yes.
So that's clearly what they're working towards here.
Well, you got 8 of them, so I guess that would take 16.
Like, all right, to try to grow the game, I understand it. It's never going to take over soccer in Europe. That's what they want it to be.
It's
so it's
never
going to.
It's not even going to be over basketball worldwide. Basketball is a worldwide sport.
Yeah.
Soccer is the number 1 sport in the world by a mile. You're never going to overtake it. I just think this is a waste of time. It's a waste of money. It's a waste of resources. And I'm sorry to our international fans because I know on YouTube we get some international viewers, but I'm like, I just don't see the point. 8
and see,
international games are trying to grow it too much too soon.
I don't really. So I don't know. Like I'm trying to think of it from a fan's perspective because it doesn't really matter to me. I just have to wake up a little bit earlier and watch the game. And I kind of like that because then you for what I do, I could be done with work by like noon on a Sunday and still actually get a day off. But I think it's for, you're right, those fans over there that are wearing, they wear like the weird random jerseys, like Gary Anderson jersey out of Broncos international
at the
game for some reason.
London games, they don't even know when to cheer.
Yeah.
And I'm not saying that as a blast on international fans. They just don't understand the game enough. It's more like a tourist thing, like when the circus is in town or whatever.
Yeah,
like,
it is.
Hey, the NFL circus is in town. Let's go. I don't know what they're doing, but hey.
So to me, it's like, okay, it's for those fans that you're trying to make
and
football.
In-person, NFL's boring.
World game, which I'm with you. They'll never win that battle. And then I kind of like, All right, I bet it's really, really cool for rich fans that go, dude, our team's going to Paris. Let's make a trip out of this, and we go to Paris to watch our favorite team. That's cool, but I would guess it's about 5% of the fan base that can actually do something like that.
Yeah. I just don't see the purpose of it. I don't see this game growing internationally and the rate that they would need to support this kind of schedule. And it's just like 8? You're doing 8? Okay, NFL. It's going to mess. Players are creatures of habits in the NFL, and it's a tough league. It's why, like, if you're hurt and going Sunday to Sunday, it's a stretch to even see if you can get back on the field. Now you throw in international travel, all that entails. Their bye weeks are stupid. It better be 2 bye weeks then. You better have 2 bye weeks on this next schedule, or you need to be thinking about that if you're going to have all of these international games. I just saw that from my dude Garofolo, and I didn't like it.
Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the international games. I think they're trying to take over as a world sport. Not going to happen, and then they're catering to the elite, very rich fan base that can make that trip.
I got one more super quick.
All right, one more.
Kev, in honor of my theme music as well, just because this comes from Luke, somebody else.
What's up, Luke?
Experts, 0. Conspiracy theorists, like 1 million. Conspiracy theories are just
31-0 right
spoiler alerts from now on. Yeah. I won't get into it, but if you're just starting to wake up, congrats. Yeah. Welcome to the real world.
What's your line? I'm finding out that it's true. You're not a conspiracy theorist. You're just 6 months ahead of everyone.
Exactly. Right.
Yeah. And when you first said that, I'm like, this guy's crazy. And now 2 years into this, I'm like, I'm going to start listening to this guy.
Everybody break out your Reynolds tinfoil hat.
That's what's on our Twitter timeline. We have some fun every day checking our X at 11:45. Let's get into our lunch hour now. Jamal Murray, he's going to an all-star game, but did last night's performance kind of ruin the news that we got? Plus, former Av Eric Johnson, he might have spilled the beans on why the Avs power play has struggled all year. We'll hit both of those conversations coming at you next.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app.
If you owe back taxes, listen carefully to rule number 1. Never go up against the IRS alone. They're cracking down, freezing bank accounts, garnishing paychecks, canceling passports. Even your home or business could be at risk. But here's what they don't tell you. The IRS has powerful tax relief programs that could save you thousands if you qualify. That's why smart people call Optima Tax Relief, America's #1 tax resolution firm. Nobody knows these programs like the experts at Optima. Their team of tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $2 billion in tax debt for people just like you. The IRS is not stopping, so don't wait and don't take them on alone. For tax help you need, for tax help you can trust, call Optima today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
Hey, Mom. It's me. Oh, my gosh. You'll never believe what I just opened for Valentine's Day. A sapphire ring from Hellsberg. Just like the one I lost years ago. Remember how excited I was when you gave it to me? I cannot believe you remembered that story. I guess you were right. I really found the one.
This Valentine's Day, create a moment that means something with up to 40% off gifts at Hellsberg. Shop in store or at Hellsberg.com.
Meet Lee Platts, a renter whose possessions fill not only her apartment, but also the darkest corners of a mini storage unit. A land of both truth and fiction. Truth, everything inside is protected by Progressive. Fiction, one day Lee will fit into her clothes from senior year of high school. Renters, discover coverage for what you love and what you can't get rid of in Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
Not sure how to tackle your taxes? Are you sweating the small print? You may be experiencing FOMO, the fear of messing up. The answer? Using TurboTax on Intuit Credit Karma. They help you get your biggest refund, and then we help you do more with it, with a personalized plan designed to help you hit your money goals. It's time to take your taxes to the max. Start filing today in the Credit Karma app.
I wish I'd gotten treated for my erectile dysfunction sooner. Men, I hear this all the time from our patients.
This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if ED is a problem in your life, resolve to get it treated today and stop having it affect you and the one you love. ED is simply a medical condition, and it's fully treatable. And at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, we have treatments that are effective in well over 90% of cases, which means if you're like most guys, your ED will be a thing of the past. In fact, you could be having great sex within a day or two of your first appointment, and you'll likely find you're performing like you haven't in a long time. It's the new year. Resolve to get your ED treated and change your life. Call us at the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. Your initial visit is only $99 and includes blood work, a medical consult, and if medically advised, a test dose. And if that test dose doesn't work in the office, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or go to RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com. We have 5 offices across the Front Range to serve you. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, a Promenic restorative health practice.
Hey guys, your boy Mark Schlereth here from my friends at Xfinity. Now, when Team USA is on, you can almost see the moment when the kid starts believing, hey, I could be next. Now, while Xfinity can't guarantee that, they can guarantee something super important. That's your internet price won't change for 5 years. No contracts, no commitments. So, while your kid's ordering online or streaming highlight reels, your Xfinity internet price won't change. It will not budge. And who knows, by the time the next Winter Olympics roll around, your kid could be getting fitted for their very own Team USA uniform. And guess what? You'll be paying the same price for reliable Wi-Fi. And there's even more to enjoy with Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 10 years. That's a $10.99 value each month. Xfinity, imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions applies. Requires paperless billing and auto-paid with stored bank account. Taxes, fees, extras. Actual speeds may vary.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
Second shifter, don't worry, we've got you covered as well with Denver Sports Tonight. We're live, we're local, we're talking about the things you're talking about, the water cooler, every single day on Denver's best sports station. That's a fact, Jack. From 6 a.m.
That's the one
to 7
everybody
p.m.
wants to be at, regardless of what they say.
Yeah,
so,
right.
Yeah. Funny.
Yeah, it's a good time to be here. We appreciate you guys being here. Tribe Roll Call, always welcome. Maybe you didn't get to hang out with us to start the show. We'd still love to give you and your company a shout out. Who are you? Where are you? What you doing for a buck today? That's what Tribe Roll Call is all about. And send that information to the RamosLaw.com text line at 303-713-1043. Same deal on YouTube. Denver Sports YouTube page, Dover and Cecil stream. We're also asking you to get Cecil right. Some home remedies for your cold that you brought home from here over the weekend.
Yeah, and Danilo just came in and said about some hot noodles, like some hot
You can hear it in Danilo's voice, too.
Yeah, a little broth, a little soup, a little spicy. So I'm definitely eating something spicy.
Yeah, you can't go
Knock
wrong
it out.
with that.
Mhm.
We'll be right back on. I appreciate you playing hurt, though, today. Thank you for doing that.
Yeah.
Playing hurt, we do 4 hours of sports talk.
Right.
We got it pretty good around here. But let's talk about the Denver Nuggets. Jamal Murray is going to an All-Star game.
Jamal Star.
Did last night's game steal the thunder? No pun intended there, of Jamal being in an All-Star game?
Yeah, it did. For me, it did at least. And maybe it shouldn't have. Maybe I should have. And I don't like lowering expectations, but knowing that Nikola Jokic was 2 games back, that there was going to be some minutes restrictions. Entering that game, I thought they could give OKC a better punch than they did, even with Nikola just returning, basically. Based on what he did against the Clippers, I mean, he's setting history again against the Clippers on Friday. So I felt Sunday like maybe not full Joker experience, but like, man, he's going to take it to him, and this is going to be great, and they're going to win. And then they go out there, and they have a bad plan that they don't change. They don't chase anybody at the arc. and they're, trying to collapse on SGA every single time. It's like, I'm not saying let SGA get his, but like deal with him in a different way. And why David Adelman didn't have a better strategy for that, I'm very curious about that. So as long as they learn from this game, I'll be all right. We can talk about this contest. But as far as Jamal being an all-star, one, I felt like he always could have done this. And then two, the OKC game took some of the thunder away. That was a measuring stick, and they didn't measure up.
Yeah, you're right, man. And it did take a little bit of it. Now,
how did you enter the game? Did you enter the game like this is gravy? If they just compete, did you think they would win?
Yeah,
I think my perspective ahead of time caused me to have a different effect because I thought they'd win.
I had been told that Jamal was an all-star Saturday morning.
Okay.
And told not to share.
Okay.
So I had known that was happening, and so I was just all in on the game.
Yeah.
And then the way I give a ton of credit to NBC, dude, they built that thing up, and it was probably because it's their first Sunday night in America.
That was like a full court press.
But
for
they're
NBC.
talking about how it's a playoff preview, the intensity in the building, and all the things.
You could feel it.
And so I knew that they were going to give that news of Jamal, and then I'm like, okay, this is a measuring stick game, and I thought the same thing. I'm trying to go back to last year of like what the rosters were. AG with a half hamstring, Michael Porter Jr. with a diaper on his shoulder. Like, does this team compare at all, even with Cam, Christian, and Aaron out, with what that was a year ago? And then to your point about the double teaming, Cason Wallace, I believe, don't hold me to this, but I believe he made like 5 of his first 6 threes. Maybe it's 5 of his first 7, whatever the case may be. Why at that point, if I'm the head coach of the Federal Heights Pink Panthers, which I was on as a 4th grader, the Niver Creek Eagles, the Northglenn Norsemen, any team I've ever been on, if I'm coaching that team and a guy's making 5 of his first 6, 7 threes, I go, hey, you no longer leave your guy and stay with him because he's killing us from beyond the arc.
Right.
I think that's a very fair question today. Why was there not a timeout called at some point late in the second quarter and goes, you stop leaving Cason Wallace? Leave another guy. Leave Chet's big weird ass over there. You don't leave Wallace alone at the 3-point line.
And Chet still got one from the arc. So it's like, okay, well, just you got to pick your poison. And SGA is tough to beat. It's tough to beat when you collapse on him. You didn't beat him. You didn't slow him down. You didn't frustrate him.
Well, and then think about the very first quarter. It was early in the game. You see the P-Watt dunk on Chet?
Yeah.
I'm like, dude, Payton's flexing. Payton's talking.
Right.
I'm like, they're up for this challenge. And they weren't on the defensive side.
Yeah, and they weren't. And Payton Watson, it's curious as to, did they try to lean on his offense a little bit too much? And if that sounds wrong-headed, then let me know. RamosLaw.com text line or on a YouTube chat. Because it's like, I would have rather seen an all-out, defensive press from Payton Watson. Hey, Payton, your job tonight is frustrate them defensively.
Do you mean like giving him too much freedom as just like giving him opportunities to isolate? Like,
did it take some of his energy away?
Oh, okay,
I've said that about Jamal sometimes, and Jamal's defense, whenever you can get it, you just take it, right? But there's sometimes when you put forth that defensive effort that it drains you offensively. Well, then, was this an offensive output? He's dunking, he's flexing, he's shooting threes. But is it maybe draining from his defensive output?
Yeah.
Because Payton Watson's
I see.
defense, especially down the stretch and especially against OKC, Payton Watson scoring 20 is less important than Payton Watson playing great defense.
See, and I think this is where you have to have the conversation with the player. Because, dude, what would we do? Let's be Payton Watson for a second.
I'm on fire. I've been scoring in bunches. I'm going to keep scoring in bunches.
Right. You have asked him to be an offensive player for the last 30 days.
Needed him to be an offensive player.
And he says, yes, I will, and yes, I can.
And he did it.
And it's been a pleasant surprise. And now that same guy with that sort of success, and it is now his name's being mentioned with the Lakers. I'm sure the guys at Clutch Sports are telling him, hey, this performance equals this kind of money.
Yep.
And then everybody comes, not even everybody, but guys start coming back, and you then go to that same guy and go, hey, all that stuff that we've fallen in love with you over, and you're going to get $100 million. You down to stop doing all that? You down to stop and just play defense and not be sexy? And the guy goes, well, I guess if it's for the betterment of the team. But then in the back of your head, you're like, screw that. I'm shooting the ball.
I can shoot
when I get the ball and I'm open, I'm shooting the ball.
Right. I just think that the points, you can find the points. Defensive effort, Big Val plays defense. Joker plays it in his own certain way. But like your defensive stoppers, how many of those stoppers do they have on this team? Seriously. Seriously, big value don't want to test in the paint. But other than that, like, it's Payton Watson.
Yeah.
Payton Watson, they needed your defense yesterday more than his points total. Because your points, you're going to, hey, Julian Strawther, shoot a little bit more.
Yeah.
Or, hey, Jalen Pickett, shoot a little bit more. Like, your points, you can get there. I just felt maybe Watson spent some of his energy on the offense when I would have rather seen him a different defensive game plan for David Adelman. It's curious why he approached that and then didn't really adjust. I know they made the run in the third quarter, but then they just absolutely laid down in the fourth quarter. So what was that all about? Again, if you learned from it, good. This wasn't a season-ending loss. But it could be against those guys.
You know what's worrisome about that third quarter is you're right. They made a run, and then it was, it was like double digits to nothing. You get a quick timeout on the other side. I don't remember the exact numbers of it.
I think it was a 12-0 run.
And then OKC comes out and scores a few consecutive buckets, and it just felt like the Nuggets were countering with some punches, and then when they got another punch to the nose, they tucked tail. There was no counter back the other way. And we say it all the time, this game of runs, you still had a full 12-minute quarter to make it a game, and it just felt like they knew they didn't have the horses, so just turned it off.
What if you emphasized Payton Watson's defense, and then when they punch you, you punch back, and then they go for the counter punch? Now you get Payton. Hey, Payton, you were going to need your offense, but like fourth quarter. You know what I mean? There could have been a strategy there of like, Payton Watson go out there and frustrate, go out there and block shots, go out there. The great thing about Watson as well is just his mere presence makes you change your shot angle. Just if he's there, if you're approaching him, if he's running at you on a three, right? And he gets those hands up, he's got that wingspan. That changes your approach, whether it goes in or not. Like, you have to think about shooting differently because Payton Watson's out there playing great defense.
That's right.
And then you could go to Payton and say, hey, fourth quarter, we're going to flip the script, and then you're going to be the guy at the arc. You're going to be the guy dribble drive. Like, we're going to get you a couple of dishes. Like, maybe that was something they could have done differently. But overall, I'm disappointed. Even with I know fans will be like, well, injuries, and some are still talking about the refs. The refs are always going to be a problem with OKC. I don't care. I don't care if it's here. I don't care if it's there.
You're right.
I don't want to cry about the refs. That's frustrating to see SGA do that. But also, it's frustrating when he strips Nikola Jokic, and then Nikola just does his. He didn't necessarily go away from that, but there was a time when Nikola did that way too much of crying for the foul. He did that last night when SGA stripped him. It's like, dude, just get back, play defense. Come on. You got to be better.
And see, that Joker doesn't do this thing anymore. If you're watching on YouTube, that weird little hand thing. But he'll make like a face, and he's expecting, and it happened. He's expecting a makeup call to go the other way.
Yeah.
And all right, cool. The Nuggets got right, but that hurts the game flow so much more than anybody can anticipate. I'd rather neither of those get called. Just play basketball and keep going.
And beat this team straight up. You have the capability of doing it. You just need a better plan. And I thought, especially after last year, that David Adelman would have that plan. He didn't this time around. You take it on the chin, circle back. Let's see what it looks like next time.
And look, I wanted to feel better on this Monday about what the gap looked like between the Nuggets and the Thunder. And to your point about what the fans are saying, of course we would feel better if Aaron Gordon, Christian Brown, and Cam Johnson were playing in this game, and we think the result would be different. But we have this to react on. Christian's going to miss over 40 games. Cam's going to miss a bunch of games. Aaron, who knows what that number looks like by the time we get to the postseason. So I just don't have what I was looking for. I was so fired up for Sunday's game. It's the first time these two teams are going to play each other. I think one of these two teams are winning the NBA championship this year. And to feel the way I feel after the game, it's disappointing. I'm not upset. I don't think I'm going to waver. I just said it. They can still go on and win an NBA championship. They can still go on and beat the Oklahoma City Thunder in a 7-game series. I just thought I'd feel like the gap closed a little bit, and I don't feel that way.
Well, and here's probably the worst thing to take away from the game yesterday. Do you know what it is?
What is it?
You mentioned the energy, right? The energy in Ball Arena, it's that place rocking. I mean, you love it. You absolutely love it. OKC was playing with their food.
Wow.
That's the feeling I had, and I had it early.
Damn.
It felt like, I know it didn't last that long, but you know how the fans stand until the first bucket? I'm like, they're standing forever. It wasn't forever, but it's like OKC comes out, they're serious about that game. And it's not like the Nuggets were unserious, but their plan, they didn't adjust. Hey, if your last name starts with W, you're going to splash threes all day against this team, and no one's going to close in on you because everyone's collapsing on SGA when he drives in and then dishes out. It was just OKC controlled this game, even with the third quarter. Basketball is a game of runs. Third quarter, Nuggets make a little bit of a run. OKC still plays with their food. and wins convincingly. That stinks. To take that one on the chin, it stinks because these are the two teams likely playing for the Western Conference Final.
Right.
And that will be the NBA Finals unless Giannis goes to Detroit.
Which would be an absolute nightmare.
Nightmare fuel.
And look, I'm looking at box score here. I didn't even realize how bad the bench was scoring. Joker not getting his shots. Payton not, Jamal not being as efficient as you would need him to be shooting the basketball.
And you're not mad at Jamal about that, right?
No.
I mean, I'm not mad at Jamal for his efforts yesterday. Sometimes it lands like that, especially like Timmy Hardaway. Like sometimes you're just not going to shoot as well.
The dudes on NBC made a good point about Jamal and Chet. Now, we don't care about Chet, but they were both announced as first-time All-Stars. That's one of those things of like, I try to put myself there, I'm a first-time All-Star, I'm going to go dominate, I'm going to get buckets, and then you're gripping too tight and you're pressing and end up playing bad basketball.
Right, and I don't think they necessarily were gripping in this one. It's just one team was clearly superior and played with their food, and the Nuggets they're like a turtle on their back at times, and couldn't match them from the arc, and that's one thing that's a detriment for this team. You know, and I understand we can go through the thought experiment or the thought process of like, how do they get better from the arc? That's just not their way. You know, they're not a team that's going to go toe for toe when you're hot from 3-point land like the Thunder were. Mm-hmm. The Nuggets aren't really going to match that. That's not their game, even with Timmy Hardaway splashing stuff in.
They're going to play this team 4 more times. They will play.
It sucks that we had to wait till
Thunder.
February to get the first contest.
The next one at home is not coming. 3 more times. It's not coming until April, and then that'll be it. They're going to play this Thunder team in OKC at Paycom Center on February 27th. They're going to play at OKC again at Paycom on March 9th, and then they'll wrap up the season series in Denver on April 10th. So now if you even want to split, you've got to go and take one from them at their barn.
Yeah, and you look at the numbers that the Denver Nuggets were able to sustain when Nikola Jokic was out. They're right there. I mean, they're right there for that 2 seed. So just go get it and try to split with OKC in the regular season.
And I will say this, as bad as the Nuggets were shooting the 3 last night, that's a part of their, and they weren't like terrible, but just the timely misses. When you're congesting in the paint and you're putting bodies around Nikola Jokic, nobody has to change their plan if you're not knocking down threes. If Timmy Hardaway were hot last night, that changes everything.
Everything's
because
different.
You can't congest in the paint.
Yeah, and I think it's not necessarily a blueprint because not a lot of teams have the length and the frustrating length
you're right.
for Nikola Jokic, but it's a blueprint if you've got some size.
Mm-hmm.
You just saw a blueprint to beat the Denver Nuggets when they're not hot.
Well, dude, you talk about Payton wearing himself out. Isaiah Hartenstein's their starting center. They don't ask him to do anything. Get your ass worn out by guarding the best big in the NBA.
Right.
And he's down for that assignment.
Oh, yeah, for sure. So it was a test, to be sure. I'm not going to say it was a great test because it didn't end up the Nuggets' way.
Let's call it an incomplete. I don't want to say F. Maybe it's an I, right?
Why not an F?
Because I don't want to give him an F.
Are you that softy teacher? You grade on a curve, right?
I probably would.
You're that softy. Hey,
Yeah.
I really like you. Hey, I like your shoes. I can't give you an F. It's do some extra credit and you'll pass my class. You're that kind of teacher?
I probably was, yeah.
Mm-mm. No, you need to be the hard ass.
I'm like, man, he came in wearing a shark shirt. That guy's getting A's the rest of the semester. All right, they'll be back in action this week. We'll continue to talk about what the Nuggets have in front of them. And keep in mind, All-Star break's right around the corner, and David Adelman said Christian Cam would be back before the All-Star break. Let's see what that looks like when those dudes returned. Let's go back to Saturday now, Cease. Talk about what the Avalanche did do in Detroit, led by Nathan MacKinnon. So close to a hat trick, had a wide open cage. Couldn't find that at the end of a power play in the second period, but he's the first skater to reach 40 goals in the season this year, beat down the Red Wings 5-0. We did get bad news about Marty Netschis was a late scratch with the lower body injury, but good news is it looks like Devon Taves is going to be back tonight on the ice skating against these Red Wings, and it looks like we're going to get Mackenzie Blackwood in the net as well. But back to Saturday's game, it was exactly what the doctor ordered. It's not even, hey, let's beat up on a bad team to build some confidence. They beat up on a good team that's figuring some things out there in the Eastern Conference and did it on their ice, led by Nathan MacKinnon. I think that's Nathan doing his thing, opening everything up. I'm curious now when this roster starts to get healthy, what Bedsy does with lineups, seeing it struggle with guys out,
right?
Manipulating a little bit, a couple guys getting a bump up to line one with Nate. will he just let guys get right back to where they were because they're healthy, or will he see what the actual play looks like?
Yeah, I think he should see what the actual play looks like. And one thing that I'm not mad at with Bedsy is the experimentation with these lines, because you've had to with injuries and also just the wagon that they've been. I think it's allowed Coach Bednar to kind of have the luxury of messing around with the top line and with all of his lines and seeing what you could get. So experiment, see what works out best, but who's playing the best hockey at the right time. And it's nice to see the depth of this team. Parker Kelly, again, making good plays for this team. We've talked about him even during the road trip when they were losing the games. At least a guy like Parker Kelly was showing up. Ross Colton has been doing good things there as well. So you appreciate that, some of your down-the-bench guys are coming through for your team.
We also got the update today from Evan Rawal about the guys that are missing some time. Marty Netchis and Gabriel Landeskog, they're not going to play today, not on the ice. Hopefully Netchis can play Wednesday. That's the final game before the Olympic break, as he skated today, but unlikely Landeskog plays according to Bednar, so he won't play for the Avs before the break.
Yeah.
But Evan tweets that it doesn't appear either are in danger of missing the playoffs. So Marty could come back for one game, then go skate in the Olympics.
Yeah.
Gabe won't return, and the next time we'll see Gabe on the ice, he'll be in a Sweden sweater.
Still don't like that.
I don't like it at all.
I still don't like it. I'm sorry. Represent your country. That's best on best, and we don't get to see that all the time in hockey. This is about a Stanley Cup. I mean, he fought hard for 3 years not to win a silver. You know what I mean? Does anyone think Sweden's going to win the gold?
No.
Outside of Sweden?
No.
Right? No. It's USA or Canada, right? That's gold and silver. And okay, so you're going to get the bronze. So you're going to fight and potentially risk further injury for a bronze?
Right.
I know you get to represent your country. I have no idea what that feeling's like. I'm sure it must be immense, right? I'm sure it must be intense to be able to represent Sweden. You fought to win another Stanley Cup. You didn't fight to win third place. Like, you've seen the meme of the guy with the champagne that's like spraying it, and then it's like you look at the podium, he's third. Is that Gabe Landeskog? Like, yeah, we got the bronze, everybody. Like, I'm afraid about his age. I'm afraid about the injury. I'm afraid about any sort of aggravation. Four Nations was awesome last year. We also saw, I always forget which one of the Kachuk brothers got hurt, but we saw major injuries from Four Nations. These guys are going to go all out and potentially bad ice in Madrid. So I don't like it. I wish that he was coming back with an eye on, hey, I'm going to skip the Olympics as much as it hurts me to be ready for the Avalanche, because that's what he's recovering for right now. And now he's going to play in the Olympics and hopefully stay healthy. It's like an extra little worry that I don't have a lot of worries for this team. We certainly don't have worries about the goaltending as we used to. I have a worry about the power play, and I'm not going to take one game against Detroit to say, they fixed the power play, guys. Can we get more than a game before we start, I was going to quote Reservoir Dogs, before we start blowing bubbles at everybody? I think it's going to take much more than one contest to say that. But on the worries of this team, worry about the power play. I worry about the injuries. These guys have already been banged up. Good thing to have Taser back tonight. Gabe will be back after the Olympics, as long as he stays healthy.
Yeah, knock on wood for Mr. Landeskog. I will say this. Bronze medal, risking it for a bronze seems a little strange, but do you go back to the 2024 Paris Olympics when Nikola Jokic and a Serbian team got bronze, left the arena, got hammered drunk on the bus, and then went back into the arena for the bronze medal presentation, and everyone was just blacked out drunk. That was pretty fun to watch. So that's the only time I'm like, all right, you know what? Third place was fun because of what the Serbs did out on the bus.
You don't risk, and basketball injuries happen, but you don't risk it as much as you do in hockey. Those guys don't let up at all.
And then the thing that EJ said Saturday, part of the ESPN broadcast, that I don't know that I'm going to forget until the power play gets right, and who knows if that happens. He wondered if Nate's frustration was making guys look for the perfect opportunity. You already brought it up 2 weeks ago. They're just looking for the perfect pass to make or the perfect shot to attempt, which doesn't really exist at the NHL level. And then EJ saying like, hey, guys kind of walk on eggshells because of Nate's frustration of not getting the puck as much as he would maybe want. Then you'd say, oh, there's another layer. God, I got to make sure Nate touches the puck this time down and make the perfect pass, and I have to be in the perfect position in case Nate wants to bring the puck back to me, and if I'm out of position, he's going to dog cuss me down the hallway.
Right.
Like, I think there's so many different layers to that, and I had not even considered that until Eric Johnson said it.
I think Nate, he'll never do this, but he needs to have a little bit of Frozen in him. Let it go, let it go, let it go. Our gal Mel in the YouTube chat. What's up, Mel? She said the last thing the power play's problem is like, not enough Nathan McKinnon. Like,
Well, no, you know what I'm saying about that,
guys going
though?
through that checklist instead of playing hockey isn't a good checklist.
It's him slapping his stick on the ice. It's him going back to the bench on a line change and going, hey, I was over in the slot by myself.
Right.
Why didn't you give me the puck? Why didn't nobody see me?
Right.
That's what it is.
Yes, and that sort of kind of ownership over the power play is not working. It's not working. Sometimes it is as simple as shoot it.
Yeah.
Just like in UFC, sometimes it's as simple as twist his.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's an MMA fight,
Grab
dude.
it and twist it.
How come we're the only ones talking about Hoxtell's job?
The old twist.
Why does anybody else talk about that? The dude sucks at what he's hired to do. Why do you just get to keep your job?
The others aren't going to say that. Like, we're the only ones talking about it because we can.
Oh, that's true.
Haxtell doesn't deserve his job because nothing's changed in the power play.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I guess one of our competitors can't say negative things about those teams, and the other one's talking about a treaty that's going to get signed later. So you're right. You're right.
Yeah.
All right, well,
let's keep talking about it because it needs to be fixed. It's still my biggest worry about this Avs wagon not getting a Stanley Cup is their power play lets them down in the postseason.
See if they can beat up on the Red Wings again tonight. Man, beating up on the Red Wings will never get old. I don't care what conference they're in or the rivalry being dead. You beat them 5-0, made my freaking Saturday for me.
How do they react? It's going to be interesting to see if Detroit comes out swinging.
I think they will. We'll see tonight. Puck drop, 7 o'clock over at Ball Arena. All right, this offseason, we've told you, it is all about Bo. So who should be on Bo's board for the Broncos to target? We have a new name every single day. Our Monday name is coming up next.
Follow us on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok at Denver Sports 1043 to stay up to date on all your local teams. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
When the new year hits, every business could use a little something to stay ahead. A lift, a jump start, an edge, or perhaps a boost. Like the all-new 5-year business boost from Comcast Business. It's the certainty of a price lock for 5 years on qualifying internet bundles. Plus, you'll have the most reliable Wi-Fi with our best equipment, so your whole team can stay connected at a great rate. And to sweeten the deal, ask about a $500 prepaid card when you add 2 lines of mobile. It's the boost your business deserves. So sign up for the 5-year business boost and get a 5-year price lock on ultra-reliable Wi-Fi. Plus, ask about a $500 prepaid card. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Ends 3/22/26. New customers only. 1-year contract required for guaranteed rate. 5-year pricing applies to monthly service charge excluding taxes and fees. Best Wi-Fi based on Open Signal Awards USA Fixed Broadband Experience Report, May 2025.
Women go through many changes in their lives. And we believe each milestone matters. That every new candle represents another step in your story. Our healthcare experts support women at every stage of life. Because each chapter deserves to be celebrated. Women's health. Nurture what's next. Find care near you at mountain.commonspirit.org. Common Spirit Health. Human kindness lives here.
Your air duct cleaning experts, Ductworks.
Hey guys, feeling cooped up this winter? Mark Schlereth here. You know these Colorado nights can get freezing cold with your furnace running nonstop just to keep things cozy. But here's the thing. While your heating system is working overtime, it's also blowing dust, dirt, and debris through your air ducts and straight to the air you breathe. That's where Ductworks comes in. Your trusted air duct cleaning experts. Using a powerful combination of scraping and vacuuming technology, the Ductworks team clears out years of buildup, grime, and other gunk hiding in your ductwork. The results? Cleaner, fresher air, better energy efficiency, and a healthier home or office for you and your family. Don't wait until spring. Breathe easier now with top-rated service from DuctWorks. Call them at 303-425-0985 or visit them online today at ductworks.com for a free residential or commercial estimate.
303-425-0985.
Dan Jacobs with 303 Law 4040 and Jacobs Law with another cool story to share. James called 303 Law 4040, and he's like a lot of our clients, not looking to get rich, but he just didn't want to get stuck with a bunch of medical bills. So we met with James like we do all of our 303 Law 4040 clients in person, and it's a good thing we did because we noticed James did not look so good. We sent him to the hospital to get checked out, and they did wind up admitting him. In the end, we got him feeling better and $125,000. He was over the moon. He came into the office to pick up his check and rang that victory bell. And the really cool part is James surprised us with a check of his own, a donation so we could keep the best free meal in Denver coming each and every first and third Thursday. If you've been injured, you may be like James, not looking to get rich, but not sure what to do. That's why we're here to help. Just give us a call at 303-LAW-4040. Go ahead, save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. That's 303-LAW-4040.
Hey guys, Mark Schlereth here. Guys, ladies, get real about your health in the new year with Synergetics and Low T Center. For a limited time, the men's TRT test is free, and ladies, take $200 off women's hormone tests. Say no to diet trends, questionable online treatments, and deceptive prices from other places. Look for the best. Synergetics and Low T Center are the leading experts. Meet with a real provider, get real medication, and real results. Everyone I know that goes to Synergetics and Low T Center, well, it changes their lives. Walk in, book an appointment online at GetMyHealthFix.com.
This segment on 104.3 The Fan is brought to you by Roller Auctions.
Need a plumber? Euro Plumbing has the lowest prices in town. Rock bottom prices on whole house repipes, sewer line repairs, even water heaters. 720-500-3000.
Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
All right, time to talk about Bo's board. Who's on it today? We're getting a new name every single day for the foreseeable future about Bo's board. That's happening at 10:30 and 12:30 every day, 11:30 and 1:30 every day. We're talking about position groups and improvements and holes that needed to be filled. So we're locked and loaded for the Broncos offseason. Sure, it sucks that we're not getting here and being prepared for Super Bowl 60. But now that we've accepted our fate, let's do what we can do to get this team right, get over that hump, and punch their ticket to Super Bowl 61. How about that? I'm going to say it first. Super Bowl 61's theirs until it's not.
You beat me to it.
Yes.
You beat me to it.
That's Cecil's line. I'm just stealing.
Now we sound not crazy because every time I said that, people are like, oh, roll your eyes. Here you go, Homer Lammy. No, it's just knowing ball, and it's knowing that Bo Nix is a franchise quarterback. The fact that Mike Evans asked Peyton Manning, like, do you think Bo's a franchise quarterback, Peyton? Like, you could hear Peyton Manning's eyes roll into the back of his head when Mike Evans asked that question. Like, Mike, baby.
Yeah.
We all know Bo is a franchise quarterback, and we all know that this team is Super Bowl contenders and will be in 2026.
So with that in mind, who can they go add via the draft, free agency, trade market? Everything's available for Bo's board because they've got money, they've got draft picks, and now they've got a centerpiece to build around that is Bo Chapman Nix. Started with Breece Hall, running back from New York. He could certainly help. David Njoku was named number 2, tight end from Cleveland. Mike Washington, running back from Arkansas, that's put his name in the NFL draft, was our 3rd name. And today, we start with another pass catcher, someone that can help Bo Nix. Hasn't had a 1,000-yard year in a while, but man, was he close. Today's name is...
Over the middle, wide open, and there into the end zone goes Kyle Pitts for the touchdown. 5 targets, 5 catches, 93 yards. Cousins going that way again. He's got it. Touchdown. What a night for Kyle Pitts.
Kyle Pitts having him a night there on that evening and had a pretty solid year this year. 928 yards, had a career-high 5 touchdowns. How about this one, Cease? He played in 9 games where he had 45 yards of receiving or more. Where the Broncos' big splash free agent a year ago, Evan Ingram, had 2 of those games. He damn near doubled up production. Pitts averaged about 55 yards a game, while Evan was at 29.
Yeah, that's a big difference, and it's a big difference for Bo Nix because Kyle Pitts was able to do that with Michael Penix, who's not good, and Kirk Cousins, who's not good anymore. What does he do with one of the best quarterbacks in the league? I think having that sort of receiving weapon, first off, he's huge. He's a huge target. He's basically a supersized wide receiver. He's fast, down the middle of the field. It's exactly what the part of the field you need to open up. You got fast guys on the outside. You got Marvin Mims. You got Troy Franklin. We've seen that before.
Yeah.
Looks pretty good with Bo. Whether it's Bo to Troy when Troy's healthy or Bo to Marvin, looks great against Buffalo. All right, I love that. Court doing court things, but guys are bracketing court. How do you make them? How do you break the bracket? You know what I mean? We're talking about Bo's board, but really we're talking about breaking the bracket. You break the bracket with a deep middle seam ripper like Kyle Pitts, because now your safety help doesn't cheat over to Cortland because you got a big body in the middle that's really fast. Make it happen.
When you talk about a guy like Kyle Pitts, and let's just say he's a Bronco, is he on the line of scrimmage regularly, or is he?
I stand him up almost as a slot.
That's what I'm saying. Because remember at the beginning of the year, and I guess we can talk about it now, right? Because the season's over, but they used Evan in that mode a ton at training camp. We couldn't say everything, but we're like, dude, if this looks like it's supposed to look, that guy's going to have a monster season. And then it didn't because of his inability to block and then not find the field at the spot he's supposed to find it. Would that be the same sort of thing with a Kyle Pitts?
I think that'd be the same thing, and you'd want an Evan Ingram-like plan with better execution. Evan Ingram wasn't good enough. Whether he thinks they used him wrong or whatever he thinks, doesn't matter. It's production-based business. He didn't produce. And if you don't produce and you're making that sort of money, you've got to think about moving on.
Well, why not 12 personnel with both a blocker, to call him Adam Trout or whoever the hell you want it, and Kyle Pitts on the field? And now that Sean's getting the line of scrimmage a little earlier, you're using pre-snap motion to move Kyle where you want him.
Yeah, and that would be something you could do, and that's another kind of chess piece that Kyle Pitts provides you, is that you can line him up with his hand in the dirt, and then, hey, is he blocking? Is he running a route? You just don't know.
Here's another question. How come Gary Kubiak can hide a non-pass pro tight end and use him as a receiver, but Sean can't figure that out?
Yeah, Sean should be able to figure it out because he kind of did that with Jimmy Graham. Jimmy Graham was an effort blocker more than like a devastating blocker. I'd say Jeremy Shockey was a better blocker than Jimmy Graham, just going back in my head.
See, Jeremy had that want to. Like, he wants to embarrass a guy.
Right, and Jimmy did enough to get in your way. And kind of like a Shannon Sharp type thing. Kyle Pitts doesn't necessarily do that. Maybe he's not been coached yet to do that, but I would like to see Sean Payton get his hands on a guy like Kyle Pitts, and I'd like to see Kyle Pitts actually catch passes from a good quarterback.
Spot Track has the projected market value for Kyle Pitts, if the Broncos are interested, as around a 4-year, $43 million. It's just under 11 every single year, 10.75. And again, the value in having the richest guy in the room is you can bring that number down on your cap hit by giving major signing bonuses. He's still young enough where that 4 years doesn't scare me at all, of like, maybe he's getting better every single year. Takes, year you come on, you flash, no one knows anything about you. You start to get tape, people can bracket you, figure out what you're doing, and then you have to make the adjustments. Well, it looks like by some stats and things we watch with Kyle Pitts, he started to do that a year ago. Does he just get better every single year? If you tell me you're tight end, and look, I don't even need the 1,000 to get the guarantee on the box, but you tell me Kyle Pitts is a Bronco, and they have to pay him $10 million a year, but you promise me he's going to score 4 touchdowns and catch, let's call it between 700 and 800 yards worth of balls?
Yeah.
I think the juice is worth the squeeze there. That price tag fits the production.
Yeah, and that's the price that he should be getting, even though he may want more. And it's a market, what kind of market's out there. We will be talking about other free agent tight ends. But I really wanted to start with Kyle Pitts today on the Monday edition. One, I see it a lot in our YouTube chats. At 9 p.m. every day, our Bo's board goes up on YouTube. We've gotten a great response from everybody out there. Lots of great debate. People love the Breece Hall idea. It's why we started with him.
I'm still getting texts about Breece Hall.
But I continue to see Kyle Pitts be brought up in the comment section. So I was like, okay, Broncos country, do you want Kyle Pitts? Yes or no? Make the choice. Make the decision on Bo's board. What's best for Bo? That's the entire offseason. It's a fantasy football draft. And when Kevin Kistner came through with these numbers on Kyle Pitts, it made me like this idea even more.
That did. Kevin, are you in on a Kyle Pitts? Is that a major upgrade, what you're looking for Bosif?
I think so.
Really?
I mean, when you're doing this research and then you're seeing some of these plays that he's making, like when I'm grabbing highlights, it's like, man, where has this been? It kind of reminds me like a small Julius Thomas type guy. Where I'm like, just forget blocking. Just go out and make plays.
Well, see, that's what I think people confuse about Julius, because he had a bigger body. He had no interest in blocking.
Zero.
Yeah, he got offended when they asked him to do it, kind of mode. That's what Julius was
And then he
about.
got 24 touchdowns in 2 years. Give us the number on Kyle Pitts. If you're on the fence with Kyle Pitts, wait till Kev comes off the top rope.
118 targets, 2 drop passes.
That's incredible.
Wow.
That's incredible.
Evan Ingram and Cortland Sutton together each had 8 drop passes.
Oh, my God.
8 drop passes for Evan Ingram. And then you want to complain about your role? You freaking! I don't know about Evan Ingram anymore,
I bet
dude.
Kyle Pitts knows how to catch with his thumbs together.
That's the interview for pass catchers.
Right.
Sean just like, come in here, show me your hands.
Let me see.
Throw up the rock, please.
Yeah,
Like, where you
they
at
pull
with
out
that?
the A.T. Perry jugs machine, honorable jugs machine.
And
send it at you.
really, Kyle Pitts really excelled more with Kirk Cousins.
Yeah.
Compared to Michael
Penix isn't good.
Yeah. But, I mean, he had tons of other quarterbacks, but once he really had Kirk Cousins, his numbers skyrocketed. So imagine what they look like with Bo Nix.
I really like the name Kyle Pitts. Like I said, we talked about David Njoku, but I think I might lean more towards Kyle Pitts. You said it beautifully, the seam rip. I'm watching him. I'm seeing it in my eyes. Him running up the seam, beating an inside linebacker for 6.
Do you want me to be crazy?
Oh, yeah.
They add Kyle Pitts. Bo Nix is getting 5,000 yards.
There it is. You sneaky son of a... You've been planning this for days.
I know it's like 4,500 yards, but you get a guy like Kyle Pitts, you're putting him over 5,000.
You motorboating son of a... I know what you've been doing around
I do
here.
love motorboating.
We're talking about fishing, guys. We have a
Of
fishing
course,
boat.
yes.
That's all we're talking about. All right, we love the name. Tribe, Broncos country, what say you? RamosLaw.com text line's open, 303-713-1043. Yay or nay to Kyle Pitts. Same deal over on the YouTube page. Find the Denver Sports YouTube, subscribe to it, click the Dover and Cecil stream, and tell us yes, no, when it comes to Kyle Pitts being on Bo's board. All right, what else is going on around the NFL? Well, another really bad idea for the Broncos in the draft that we're going to share. And now every team obviously gets the luxury of it, but the NFL salary cap, another major jump. And we'll tell you what it means for the Broncos next.
Jamal Murray is an all-star. For the first time in his 9-year career, the Nuggets guard has been named a Western Conference Reserve for the 2026 All-Star Game. Will the Blue Arrow continue his career best season all the way to the playoffs? Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan.
I lost 60 pounds with SodaWeightLoss.com, and the weight came off naturally. And I'll tell you, having my own nutritionist, someone who was always available by text, made all the difference. It's real support from a real person and what keeps you consistent. Whether that's questions at the grocery store, maybe I'm in a restaurant. Hey, here's the menu. What can I eat? What can I not eat? Sometimes it's just flat out encouragement. Hey, I'm really feeling like I need something bad for me. Can you tell me not to do it? Yes, that's sometimes what it is on your weight loss journey. And SodaWeightLoss.com. It's not a diet. This is real food. This is real results. No shots, no pills, mystery chemicals, none of that. And it lasts. This is a few years ago I lost 60 pounds, and I've kept it off. How? SodaWeightLoss.com. You join Soda for a short time to have results that last a lifetime. Call them up, 1-866-800-SODA. That's 1-866-800-SODA. Or go online, SodaWeightLoss.com. That's SOTA, weightloss.com. Soda Weight Loss is, say it with me, state of the art. State of the art.
Hey, Mom. It's me. Oh my gosh, you'll never believe what I just opened for Valentine's Day. A sapphire ring from Hellsberg. Just like the one I lost years ago. Remember how excited I was when you gave it to me? I cannot believe you remembered that story. I guess you were right. I really found the one.
This Valentine's Day, create a moment that means something with up to 40% off gifts at Hellsberg. Shop in store or at hellsberg.com.
I'm Rob Wilhite. For almost 50 years, Colorado has trusted the Wilhite Law Firm after serious car accidents. With over $1 billion recovered, we know how to win for our community. Injured? Call 303-GOOD-LAW or visit WilhiteWins.com. That's WilhiteWins.com.
Hey guys, it's Mark Schlereth. I just made one of the best decisions of my life. I got rid of my glasses. I went to Cutarelli Vision and had refractive lens exchange, RLE. I wore glasses for distance vision, but I got to that inevitable point in life where I was always needing those reading glasses just to do about anything, and half the time I couldn't find them. Seeing menus, texting, reading my computer, or studying film, it was a struggle. But now I see the world perfectly near and far without any glasses thanks to Cutarelli Vision RLE, the perfect permanent solution to spending your good active years not needing reading glasses. And here's the cherry on top. You'll never develop a cataract. Dr. Cutarelli is Colorado's most experienced with over 90,000 vision correction procedures. You can trust him to know if it's the right time for you and RLE. Schedule your free Zoom consultation at ColoradoRLE.com. Cutarelli Vision, RLE, no readers, glasses, or contacts, or cataracts. ColoradoRLE.com.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. There is nothing more important than your health.
This February, save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. Visit one of Fitness Gallery's 7 convenient locations from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now, during our President's Day sale, take 50% off our limited edition bed. Shop now for a limited time. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
Why'd I go to the doctor? Working on the farm, my heart kept skipping a beat. I didn't think much of it, but my daughters made me get checked out. Turns out I have atrial fibrillation, which increases the risk of stroke about 5 times.
Symptoms like irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness can come and go. But if it's AFib, the risk of stroke remains. If you have symptoms, contact a doctor.
I'm so glad I did.
Visit notimetowait.com. Sponsored by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Stay up to date on the Broncos and the latest news from around the league with our NFL insider James Palmer, exclusively on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Mondays on The Rundown with Richie Carney, Tuesday afternoons on The Drive, and Friday mornings on Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, all season long. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
All right, Cecil, I got we've turned the page to February, so I feel like I can start to ask you some more like draft type of questions.
Okay.
Right? If you've got any for Cecil.
It's so nice not talking about the draft in October.
Dude, this is going to be our first, like, me asking you a draft question all season.
Yeah.
And it's February 2nd.
That's awesome.
Right now. That's how it's supposed to feel in the Mile High City. So I'm doing a show prep, reading my sites and all the stuff where I like to go, and I get to CBS.com. I like what they do over there. Their NFL page is always really solid. And I see, one of their early mock drafts and some of the early these free agents you got to go get. And maybe the free agent stuff we can save because that's kind of what Bo's board is all about. But one of the mock drafts, I saw them select a safety at number 30. Okay. Now, they are picking in 30. Obviously, it's not going to be a first-round graded player. You've told us that, and I've learned that from you. But then I started to think about, okay, let me ask Cecil this. I'll have an idea of, like, position that you want to target. I'm going to lean towards the offense because they need the most help.
Yes.
Safety to me seems a little strange. Can they upgrade? Are they worried about Brandon Jones' body because he's a little bit of a smaller frame? Yeah, I understand that. But it wouldn't be my first decision at number 30 with the first-round overall pick. So is there a position, maybe you don't have to go player, but like a position group that you go, hey, this is where they need the most help?
Yeah, and I know that it's Bucky's first mock. Excuse me, or at least it's one of his top.
It was
his
first.
mocks,
It was his very first.
Okay, it was his very first. I'm not gonna blast. I like Bucky. I'm not gonna blast on it too much, but this is the stupidest pick ever in the history of mankind. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Did I do it right? If you're gonna take something, let's say you have a surplus, right? And at safety, depending on what happens with PJ Locke, like you'll have a surplus of safeties, even with your young safeties. If there's a position where you go, oh, it's not gonna be tight end. It's not going to be running back. It's not even maybe going to be receiver in the first round. If there is a position that you do that with, it's actually the defensive line. This is a great defensive line class. This is a great edge class. So I'm going to give you 2. So if Bucky Brooks' first mock had them taking a first-round defensive lineman, and I haven't studied the defensive lineman thoroughly enough to say that this is the guy they'll take, but I know that it's a thick class. I know that it's a full class. If they were to take an edge rusher there, I would say, okay, not what I want. I'm looking at wide receiver. I'm looking at tight end. I'm looking to move up for Kenyon Sadiq, actually. What's that what's that answer there? It's offense, but if it's not offense, get from one of those surplus where the class is so good that you just can't deny it. And that's defensive line and that's edge. It is not safety.
Okay.
Not at all. So, again, Bucky doing his thing, probably just, I had this guy in the first round, so when you do a mock, sometimes, especially at the end, you're just like, okay, give him that guy, whatever. That's why I only do one mock a year, because it's usually from what teams have told me they're going to do, so I'm going to put that one in. This one, there's going to be a million mocks. I actually kind of don't like that about mock draft season, but this is the first, and I think it's a bad swipe. I think it's a bad swipe at what could the Broncos do. I think they go offense, and if they don't, I look at the healthy surplus of defensive linemen and edge rushers.
I like that philosophy because you think about, you and I both like JFM. The writing's on the wall. He's not going to come back.
Yeah.
I know they're high. We learned this from Kliss last week on Savion Jones and Uwazurike. But what if they don't hit? Right? They're high on it, but that doesn't mean anything.
Right.
So if you are going, again, I want offense. But if you are going to, hey, what's the best position? How many players that are available in this pool? And you're picking at 30, and so your philosophy plays out. And we get through the first round, and you go, hey, the Broncos picked this defensive lineman at number 30. And I go, defensive lineman? What the bleep are we doing here? But then you go, wait, that's the best player that any team's going to get in the second round.
Yeah.
It makes it a little easier of a pill to swallow.
The nice thing is, as weird as it is to say, because we definitely want an upgrade at the running back position, and we got to see what they do in free agency. If they get Breece Hall, then Jonah Coleman in the first round is not going to be their plan. So we have to get past that. But as we look at this right now, this is almost kind of a luxury draft for George Payton. You know what I mean? And in the luxury draft, it is true BPA. In fact,
I mean, a luxury, you got like 9 picks they have? You got 9 luxury picks?
And in fact, sitting there at 30, someone's going to want to sneak in at the end of the first. Maybe it is for a quarterback.
Yeah.
Maybe it is for one of those pass rushers, right? Maybe they don't move Dondrea Tillman. I don't think they get rid of Jonah Ellis, but, there's an opportunity that to get Q Robinson more involved, they would trade one of their surplus of edges. And again, I don't think that's Benito, certainly, and I don't think it's Cooper either. I think it's one of those other guys, Jonah or Dondrea. So Q can get a little more. Maybe they like a pass rusher there too. Add more talent to the room. Add more competition with the first-round pick. But it's really a luxury draft for George Payton. And I could just see George in the big old fur coat like Mr. Bolin, right? Got the gold chains. Can George Payton be part of the chain gang?
He's wearing like a fedora hat too.
Exactly.
I think George could be in the chain gang.
Yeah, either a fedora or get him one of them Samuel L. Jackson, like the Kango hat or whatever, like turn it around like a golf hat.
You know how like the rappers will wear the same pendant?
Yeah.
Me, you, Kliss, and now George, as he's in on this.
Yes.
We all need to get a pendant that's like, the no smoking sign, the anti, and it just says NOLA in front of it. We're anti-New Orleans. That's what we should get, dude.
Yeah, that'll get George Payton on the good side of Sean Payton for sure. But yes, I think this is a luxury draft for George Payton. But because of that, I still believe this is the most important offseason for George. And what he's built and the way that he's worked with Sean Payton, it's the most important offseason because they're true Super Bowl contenders. George Payton's picks, both in the draft and free agency, can put him over the top.
I like that. I like that a lot. We'll see what that looks like. And yeah, I'm glad you agree with me.
Well,
when I read safety, I was like, is this guy drunk?
And let's put this out there as well. And I say this with great, sorrow. I don't need a first-round pick that plays 5 snaps in an AFC Championship game.
There you go.
Okay?
Yeah.
Jahdae Barron could be a Pro Bowler this year. He wasn't as a rookie. You needed an impact first-round player. George!
Hey, Georgie!
Hey, George! I'm telling you, you need a first-round impact player. Jahdae Barron may be the best corner of the Broncos drafted since Pat Surtain in 2 years. They're Super Bowl contenders right now. And because of that, they need first-round help right now, whether that's running back, wide receiver, tight end, whether it is one of those defensive players, which, again, if it is, then that means less of an impact. And that's why I kind of don't like that. I certainly don't like safety. Again, all due respect to Bucky. I know him a little bit. I respect him a lot. I think that's a dumb pick. That safety is just, it's wrong-headed. They wouldn't do it. Watch him totally draft a safety. Kev, don't save this audio.
We'll burn the tape.
Exactly. Burn the tape. Yeah. But either way, they got to get an impact first rounder, man. Impact first rounder to help put you in the Super Bowl.
I'm kind of putting you on the spot because I don't know. With the trade idea of Dondrea Tillman to make room for a dude like Q Robinson,
yeah.
Does his ERFA status follow him?
So if you trade for DeAndre Tillman, you get him at a league
sign him
minimum.
and then trade him. I believe that's the case. ERFAs are always weird because it's like you can play for this team or you can't play.
But I was saying that makes him more appealing as a trade because you're going to get a guy that can come and get you 5 sacks for a 1.2.
Yeah, exactly. I feel sorry for Dontre. He's not at his payday yet.
Yeah,
but it's close.
I feel
and
sorry
it's
for
coming.
him too. How's he going to live off $1.2 million? Man, tough break, kid.
Would you go Latrell Sprewell on me? Like,
I got a family to feed.
I got a family to feed sitting on a yacht.
The yacht had spinners. Like, how did that happen?
Patrick Ewing, we make a lot of money, but we spend a lot of money.
That's exactly right. The other thing that we didn't get into too deep, but we can mention it here and dive deep into it later. Tom Pelissaro had it over the weekend. The NFL informed clubs the salary cap projected to go up a healthy number in the range between $301 million and $305 million. This would represent another significant jump from the $279 this year and nearly $100 million difference from 4 years ago. This thing was at $208 million in 2022. It's going to be at $305 million in the next few weeks.
My God.
And people think football is going somewhere.
Yeah.
It's only going to get bigger.
Going overseas with 8 international games.
Shout out to our boy Ryan Harris. He wants the Broncos to trade that pick. You kind of had hinted at that as well.
Okay, yeah, and that's a nice thing at 30 because teams are going to want to get the 5th-year option, and they'll pay a little bit more for that 5th-year option. Now, unfortunately, there's not a quarterback that would be there. It's not a great quarterback draft at all. Watching Senior Bowl and Shrine Bowl footage, I was like, thank God. Thank you, Lord, baby Jesus. Thank you every day for this day.
Yeah.
I don't know what this day holds, but I know who holds this day. And thank you, Lord, baby Jesus, because the Broncos don't need a quarterback.
That's
of Bo
exactly
Nix.
right.
God bless Bo Nix.
God bless
We get back
Bo
to it
Nix
every day.
indeed. God bless Bo Nix. And by the way, Ryan, I know I still owe you that steak. We're doing it before Ramadan because I'm not going to be around you when you got those Ramadan farts going on. I've already told the audience about it.
You got to get this dinner done, man. You got stuff to plan.
Tracking that guy down is nearly impossible.
Just tackle him.
Good luck. All right, let's get into our fourth quarter. We like to call it that, as it is our fourth and final hour. The NBA trade deadline's coming up Thursday at 1 o'clock local time. I want to tell Cecil I want to kick it with the tribe and talk about why it's perfectly fine if the Nuggets are not major players in the trade market. I'll explain next.
Follow us on X at DEN Sports 1043 for up-to-the-minute information and opinions on all things Denver sports. Also, we can still call it Twitter, right? Denver Sports 1043 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app.
What's up, fellas? Josh Dover here. I got to talk to you about something serious, something personal here, but we're in the tribe. We're in the trust tree. We're homies, right? I got to ask you about your sex life. You having any sex? Is your relationship healthy, where you have a very healthy sex life? If you just yelled no, or your answer was no, you might not be in your relationship much longer if you don't go see my team over at Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic. I can promise you your partner's getting sick of the excuses, getting sick of the tummy ache or being tired. That doesn't work after a short amount of time. Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic has served the Front Range dealing with ED for nearly a decade, and they've treated guys just like you. Tens of thousands of men have found out that they have treatments with success rates well over 90%. They can fix you. They can get you right back on your way to having a healthy sex life. You might be even having sex as soon as the next day. Set up your first appointment. It's only going to cost you $99. If they can't help you, they don't want your money. They're going to draw your blood, tell you your results, suggest that you take a test dose there in the office, and if that test dose doesn't work, that's when they're not going to ask you to pay the tab. But it works in over 90% of men. So stop kicking the can down the road. You want a sex life? It starts at RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Snapshot from Progressive wasn't created for just anybody. Oh no, we made it for you. Smooth accelerators. When that light turns green, you're off. Like a warm knife through firm butter. Going from 0 to the speed limit in an appropriate amount of time. Sure, your car has horsepower, but your horses prance around as silky smooth as your right foot. Fancy Prancerton. With Snapshot, safe drivers like you get personalized rates based on your driving habits. Sign up today at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents.
Why choose a Sleep Number smart bed?
Can I make my site softer?
Can I make my site firmer?
Can we sleep cooler?
Sleep Number does that. Cools up to 8 times faster and lets you choose your ideal comfort on either side. Your Sleep Number setting. Enjoy personalized comfort for better sleep night after night. And now, during our President's Day sale, take 50% off our limited edition bed. Shop now for a limited time. Only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
Hey guys, it's Mark Schlereth, and home show season in February is when homeowners make the smartest improvement decision before the demand hits. If windows are in your future, Gravina's Window Center of Littleton offers Infinity by Marvin fiberglass windows built for strength, efficiency, and long-term value. And this February, you'll save 25%, plus enjoy 12 months zero-interest financing. Visit windowsforyourhome.com or call them at 303-794-0490.
Hi there, I'm Kim Rudell, owner of Wills and Wellness Estate Planning. Did you know that taking the time to create your estate plan isn't really for yourself, but it's for your loved ones? Show your family some love and give them the gift of peace of mind by creating a plan that outlines your wishes in case something unexpected happens. We can help you get organized by creating a new plan or by revising an old one. Find us at willsandwellness.com or give us a call at 720-266-8190.
This Valentine's, I want to make it really special. Kick it up a notch and tell her exactly how much I love her.
At Williams Jewelers, we've created our one-stop Valentine's package that makes telling your true love exactly how you feel. I'm Steve Williams.
And I'm Bruce Williams. You see, we're one of Colorado's largest fine jewelers with the designer brands she knows and loves, like Tacori and Hearts on Fire.
Thousands of quality, iconic, and yes, affordable pieces you won't find in any other store, starting at under $300.
And now, through Valentine's Day, with every purchase of $250 or more, you get a fresh cut rose and a bottle of wine as our gift.
Guys, it's one-stop shopping.
This year, more than ever, Williams Jewelers in Cherry Creek North.
And Williams Jewelers in Inglewood at Bellevue and Broadway.
We're Denver's first family of fine jewelers.
And your one-stop Valentine's store.
Williams Jewelers, we can make diamonds a part of your life.
Williams Jewelers, the official jeweler of the Colorado Avalanche.
KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. You're listening to Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents
of the trade deadline. Are you okay with that, Nuggets Nation? Let us know.
You know, I am. I'm okay with that. I'll explain why.
You're okay with that? You're okay with the team in a championship window just kind of sitting on their hands a little bit?
I am, man. I have a reason, and I'll share that reason. And I've told you, like, look, the Payton Watson situation, you brought it up, and you're right. Worst case scenario, they don't do anything. He's a Nugget for the rest of this year. They lose in the playoffs. God, I hate that I said that out loud. They don't win the championship, and then he ends up with a purple and yellow shirt next year that says Lakers on it. That stinks. But I've accepted this, that we'll talk about the trade situation. If the Nuggets go on to win a championship and lose Payton Watson post-championship, post-parade, and it's even to those guys, the damn Lakers, but you help this team win 2 championships, and you're kind of like, I mean, dude, Payton Watson would be looked at as a huge success story of development. A guy that wasn't a starter in college, averaged 4 points a game in college, got drafted to be a bench depth defensive piece, and then gets a $100 million contract. When Zach Bai said that, I was like, we got a dart in your neck, man. And now it's going to come true. Payton Watson's going to get that kind of money, either right at or just under $100 million. But I'm at the point where I really want this window to be extended, a Nuggets championship window. And if you make a minor move that allows that to happen and then go make a push, I'm all good with that. So what needs to happen to extend that window is the Nuggets have to get out of the luxury tax repeater era, right?
Okay.
They're about to be in the luxury tax window for 3 out of 4 seasons. And the new NBA CBA says that if you do that in 3 of 4 consecutive seasons, you have to pay a hefty fine. Another commercial right there.
I got it. Yes.
And
I feel like I need a pocket protector in this. Like
you probably do. I'm trying to make it as simple as possible.
Okay.
Basically, if you're in that repeater tax 3 out of 4 years, you have to pay a really big fine.
Okay.
And then north of $5 million, it gets even bigger after that. We know how KSE operates. They're not going to spend that dough. They are penny pitchers. That's how they've got to this position. So You can do one of three different things, really. Get rid of Zeke Naji. You're certainly going to get under that number.
Okay.
And open up some future trade picks, all that stuff.
That seems like a good move.
Way under it, and he's helped his case. So
Sure.
it's not out of the realm of possibilities.
Right.
Or you trade a minor contract like a Jalen Pickett, like a Tyson Hunter Tyson. We can never remember what his real name is, and it doesn't matter enough to memorize that. And get yourself about $400,000 off the books.
Okay.
Under that repeater tax, it restarts your clock, so you don't have to worry about it anymore. You now get the next 4 seasons to stay out of that 2 different times. You can be a player in the buyout market. You can trade future draft picks on non-draft nights. They can't do any of that right now because of how close they are. So I'm certainly okay with that. Put yourself in a position to be a player in the NBA championship conversation for the next 4 years. By the way, no coincidence that coincides with Nikola Jokic's prime and the window of his body starting to break down a little bit more. Jamal's not that far behind him if we're talking about a 4-year window. It just puts this team in a position to strike now and next year and the following year and then one more year after that.
Well, then that's smart basketball. And one thing we know about this front office, I have full-fledged trust in this front office. It's so amazing how we go a year ago, like, what's Calvin actually do? He doesn't know anybody around the league. He calls up people that don't know who he is. He doesn't communicate. He doesn't like Michael Malone. Like, think about a year ago.
It's a 303 number. Hello?
Who?
Calvin who? Calvin.
With the Nuggets? I didn't know you were there. So think about just a year ago, our faith in the front office for the Denver Nuggets. Now, they were cheap. They're always going to be cheap, right? That's just KSE. That's what they do. So whatever. But the faith that I have in the front office now, 180 degrees difference. And what you're saying is smart basketball. And so what they're going to do is smart basketball. At this time, you're just waiting for everybody to be healthy. So I don't think there's any sort of like blockbuster deal you could do. And I don't think trading away Payton Watson, now we did have that conversation because it's our jobs to have conversations. To the conversation of like, should they trade Payton Watson so they don't lose him to the Lakers? No, he's too much of an important piece and key cog in what he can be on your road to another championship ring. And even though it would suck to see him and get the video tribute because he's with the Lakers next year, it's that type of championship run that you need to make. You're in that window right now with Payton Watson. Keep it. So any sort of like blockbuster deal, nah, I don't think so. I think doing the smart things, the small deals, a Zeke deal, Hunter Tyson Hunter, like that, that's probably the best path to follow. It's not sexy, but we're talking about a ring. I don't need him to be sexy at the trade deadline. I need him to be sexy when they're hosting the LOB.
And for full disclosure, we had the Payton Watson conversation before I educated myself on what the Nuggets' financial situation was. And now I know what it looks like. And there's a very small move that can be made to set yourself up to be in a pretty position for the next 4 years.
Yeah.
And why wouldn't you do that? Who and now, again, no disrespect to the Tysons or the Hunters, but who cares about him being on the roster? No disrespect to the Picketts, but again, what you just said.
We like Jalen Pickett.
I like Jalen Pickett. You like Jalen Pickett. If I told you, hey, Jalen Pickett can't be on the roster for the Nuggets championship window to remain open for 4 years, what are you picking?
Yeah, well, I'm picking the championship
window
for 4
Pickett
years.
Is what we're doing.
Right, and especially when even though he's played his way into it, we don't even know if he'd play in the playoffs.
Probably not because of the size.
Right. So we appreciate his efforts, but this team needs to think about the future and the now. And the future and the now tells me they got to kind of stay put. Get rid of Zeke. Get rid of Jalen if they have to. Like, there's a couple of moves, but nothing big, nothing splashy, and you're going to have to take it if Golden State adds a Giannis. I know it's on the other side of the bracket, and it certainly looks different in the NBA Finals if you're facing the Detroit Pistons with Giannis. That's going to be different. So, let the big moves happen. Know what you are. Believe in your core, which now includes Payton Watson, but won't for much longer.
Right.
And then just go forth and get that ring.
Our boy Rodney from Northland. What's up, Rodney?
What's up, Rodney?
We always talk on the text line. He's writing in capitals, so I'll say it like that.
Uh-oh.
PY is here to stay. Come to terms with it. Look, Rodney.
How?
Yeah, that's the question.
Second apron?
The Nuggets will not go into the second apron. There's a way around this. I told you this a couple weeks ago. If you do trade Zeke, but your offer to Payton will be a low ball compared to what other teams are going to put in front of him.
Yeah.
And then at that point you go, you're going to take a hometown discount. Hometown discounts are for chumps. Don't take hometown discounts ever. Ever, ever, ever in your life.
Yeah. You think who's happier now? Malik Jackson or Derek Wolfe?
Right.
Malik got paid.
Mm-hmm. With a non-tax city. So he got even more money than Derek did in Colorado.
Yeah.
I don't really know what Malik's doing. I know what Derek's got going on.
Derek's unhappy all the time. So I was like, guess who's happy? Oh, wait, Derek. He's never happy. Never mind. Never mind. Don't take a hometown. And Payton Watson won't. He signs with Clutch Sports to make that money.
Dude, you're a professional athlete. You have if you're a good professional athlete, you have about an 8-year window to capitalize on your body.
Yeah.
Do it.
Yeah, do it. And we would wish him well. Now, even if it was the Lakers, you just say, hey, thanks for another ring. And you go forth. But you've got to get the ring. That's the main thing with the Nuggets moving forward. You got to get another one for Joker. Go get another one after that, even without Payton Watson.
This might be a conversation to have a little bit later because they certainly wouldn't do it right now because of his injuries. But Larry in Wichita asked about what if it's Brown they try to trade CB to keep P. Watt around.
And we've had a little bit of that conversation. We've danced around it a little bit. But, CB being hurt doesn't help.
No.
You know what I mean?
Does not.
Like, it's not like he's put out a bunch of good film this season, so someone would be hot about that. And at the end of the day, when they signed Christian, I personally believe they made their decision on P. Watt. P. Watt's changed. He's improved. He's got better. He showed him what he can do. I don't know how you go back on that money to Christian, though.
There'd be a team interested in Christian services.
Sure, yeah.
But, yeah, that's, again, a slippery slope. Can Christian score 20 points a game? Maybe not with the regularity that we've seen from Payton, but that's a skill set that he has in his bag. Just we'll see if that ever turns into consistency from him. But it's a fun conversation, man, and this week is going to heat up. The NBA does the trade deadline right. I'd imagine by tomorrow we start to see some action, and then Wednesday and Thursday, it is on, baby. We're going to see a bunch of stuff going down. All right, meantime, let's get back to the Broncos conversation. I was surprised at this number, Cecil. I think you were too. Sean Payton has fired or lost a total of 5 coaches on his staff, and they just won 14 games. But we believe 2 of the most important coaches are staying. They're not going nowhere and could have more responsibility. So, easy question here. Is the staff going to be better or worse next year than it was this last year? We'll answer that next.
The champ! Are you ready? Do you consider yourself a super fan? Well, now's your chance to prove it. It's Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan Super Fan Send-Off, presented by 303 Law 4040, sending you to Las Vegas for the biggest pro wrestling event in the world. A pair of 2-night event tickets, airfare, and hotel all included, plus a $500 Visa card. So get in the ring and enter now at DenverSports.com/superfan. That's DenverSports.com/superfan.
Men, the new year is here, and if you're like many of us, you're ready to improve your health. But if you're feeling low energy, not sleeping well, or not seeing results in the gym, keeping that resolution can be tough. This is Jeff for the Rocky Mountain Men's Clinic, and if those symptoms sound familiar, we can likely help. They often point to low testosterone, and treating low T is what we do. But this year, we're also helping men go further with 4 targeted body composition plans featuring growth hormone peptides, NAD+, GLP-1s, PDA, and more, designed to boost energy, support metabolism, enhance recovery, and accelerate fat loss. With our low T treatments combined with our body composition programs, most men notice real improvements. More energy, better focus, improved sleep, stronger workouts, and often a renewed sex drive as well. So call us. Your initial visit is just $99 and includes blood work and a medical consult. And if you start on treatment the same day, your visit is free. Call 720-440-7900 or visit RockyMountainMen'sClinic.com.
Feature therapies are compounded and have not been evaluated nor approved by the FDA. Provider prescription required. See website for details.
Still haven't filed your taxes? Hey, you're not the only one. A lot of good people fall behind. But here's the thing. The longer you wait, the harder the IRS can hit back. Penalties stack up. Interest piles on. The letters get more aggressive. None of it magically disappears. It's why I always tell folks, call my friends at Advanced Tax Solutions. These are not generalists. They don't dabble in tax problems. They live in this world. Resolving IRS issues is all they do. Maybe you're 1 year behind. Maybe you're 10. Maybe you've got unfiled returns, wage garnishments, bank levies, or you're just losing sleep wondering what the IRS is going to do next. Their licensed tax professionals can step in fast, talk to the IRS for you, stop the stress, and start putting a real plan in place. And listen, waiting never makes it better. Every day you delay is another day the IRS gets to tighten the screws. One quick call to Advanced Tax Solutions, that could be the start of a quick resolution. So take control of your tax situation before the IRS does. Reach out to Advanced Tax Solutions today. breathe again.
Most people don't think about their garage door until it stops working. Hi, I'm Tommy Mello, owner of Don's Garage Door Service. A noisy garage door is a cry for help. Most repairs are simple, but if left untreated, they can turn into costly repairs. Your garage door works hard every day, and a little maintenance goes a long way. We fix garage doors fast with quality parts designed to last a lifetime. There's never a good time for your garage door to break, whether you're rushing to work or you're trying to get the kids to school. We know how much you rely on your garage door. That's why we offer same-day repairs, because life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Over 90,000 five-star reviews don't happen by accident. They happen by putting people first. Fixing your garage door is what we do, but making your life easier and your home safer is why we do it. Families trust us because we deliver, and we'd be honored to earn your trust too. From repairs to upgrades, call Don's Garage Door Service today.
Dan Jacobs with 303 Law 4040 and Jacobs Law with another cool story to share. James called 303 Law 4040, and he's like a lot of our clients, not looking to get rich, but he just didn't want to get stuck with a bunch of medical bills. So we met with James like we do all of our 303 Law 4040 clients in person, and it's a good thing we did because we noticed James did not look so good. We sent him to the hospital to get checked out, and they did wind up admitting him. In the end, we got him feeling better and $125,000. He was over the moon. He came into the office to pick up his check and rang that victory bell. And the really cool part is James surprised us with a check of his own, a donation so we could keep the best free meal in Denver coming each and every first and third Thursday. If you've been injured, you may be like James, not looking to get rich, but not sure what to do. That's why we're here to help. Just give us a call at 303-LAW-4040. Go ahead, save that number in your phone. You never know when you're going to need it. That's 303-LAW-4040.
Ben Franklin here to talk to you about your water heater. A water heater is a vital part of your home's plumbing. When it doesn't work, it can really freeze up your routine. Call the pros at Benjamin Franklin Plumbing about water heater options for your home. Visit BenjaminFranklinPlumbing.com or call 877-BEN-1776 to request an appointment. Call for details. Independently owned and operated. Licensed in their respective state or county.
Stay up to date on the Broncos with our 9 News Broncos insider, Mike Kliss. Presented by Fitness Gallery. Hear the latest from every practice and every game every single week during football season. Denver Sports 104.3. The Fan. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan presents Dover and Cecil.
All right, Steve, so when I said that number about what's been lost on Sean Payton's staff, does it, I guess it's like a two-part question.
5 guys.
1, does it surprise you that it's 5 guys?
Yeah.
And 2, are we worried that it's not a mass exodus, but you were the number 1 seed. You had 14 wins. You're 3 points away from a Super Bowl, and guys are leaving.
Well, the guys that were fired, I would say it's good not to just rest on your laurels if you're the Denver Broncos. And if Kerry Colbert wasn't coaching your wide receivers to catch the ball, and obviously it was a problem, then, yeah, you make a switch from Kerry Colbert. As far as losing Jim Leonard, that sucks. I don't think you're better without Jim Leonard. Now, he was always going to leave eventually. He's going to be a head coach. I say this with sorrow, like legitimate sorrow. He might be a head coach before Vance Joseph is a head coach again.
Damn.
And that's just the nature of the world of the NFL, unfortunately. When Vic Fangio talks about football's a meritocracy, not at the coaching level, Coach Fangio, not at the coaching level. And, is Vance Joseph seen as a legitimate head coach, or all these teams interviewing him to, kind of placate or fill the Rooney Rule? I hope they see him as a real head coaching candidate, because it's unfortunate that the Rooney Rule has turned into that of like, let's just interview a coach, African-American coach, black coach, whatever.
It has.
Yeah, and that's what it has, and that's why you see coaches out there not necessarily liking that fake interview. So was VJ getting real interest? I believe yes. He was. I believe that VJ will be a head coach. But when Jim Leonard's like the hottest name out there, one of the hottest names out there, he's on a fast track, and he might be a head coach next year. We don't know if Vance Joseph is going to be a head coach next year, but I like the idea of, keeping Vance Joseph was more important to me than keeping Jim Leonard. If you had to have one or the other, I'd rather keep Vance Joseph.
Well, he's the one doing it right now.
Yeah, exactly. And it's unfortunate that he didn't get an opportunity to be a head coach again, because I believe Vance Joseph will be a good head coach when he gets that opportunity again. But right now, he's still the Broncos DC, and I say, okay, that's a win. Getting rid of Kerry Colbert, that's a win. Losing Jim Leonard, that sucks. That's an L.
Kevin gave us a little piece of information that I thought's very interesting. You go look at what Steve Spagnuolo has done in Kansas City, and you and I were trying to remember, you haven't really heard his name around the last couple of years of these hiring cycles.
Yeah.
But up to the last couple of years, like he was, we're interviewing Spags. That team's interviewing Spags. Every opening was going to interview Spagnuolo. Spagnuolo is going to go into his 8th season as the DC. He's won 3 Super Bowls. He's been to 2 others, and then lost in another AFC championship. So 6 out of his 7 years completed, he's either gone to the Super Bowl and minimum gone to the AFC championship in 6 out of those years. And now I know history is not going to necessarily remember coordinators that were great across the league unless you're really inside baseball, right? But could VJ be in a position like this where, all right, I know it sucks, and of course he wants to be a head coach. You get a pay raise. The only reason we go to work is because we want money, right? Really cool what we do for a living, but if there weren't money attached, I'm not showing up. So if VJ's never going to be a real shot at getting a head coach, could he follow suit? And look, Spags in his last 7 years, the worst he's ever been was 16th in total defense back in 2022. Everything else has been in the top 10. Can VJ be that version here in Denver?
Yeah, but I believe that while Spagnuolo is a great defensive coordinator, I don't think he'd have the same head coaching success that Vance Joseph would.
Oh, so you think he'd be good at it second time?
Yeah, and that's the thing is he's got to get a real shot. He didn't have a real shot. John would change the plans. They would do a whole week of preparation, and Elway'd come in on Saturday and tell VJ, this is who's playing. This is what you're doing. He had no power, and the trust was just... I'm sorry, just such a joke. I mean, an absolute joke of a situation.
I'm sure there'll be some folks that get mad about this. The trusts were criminals. They were robbing the Denver Broncos for money.
Allegedly, or whatever you have to say.
Let me say that.
Yes, you're right.
My personal opinion.
My personal opinion is that allegedly they didn't set up Vance Joseph for success. And they almost replaced him after 1 year. 1 year. And then somebody, probably Joe Ellis, said you can't hire Mike Shanahan back. Mike Shanahan and Kirk Cousins were coming here.
I think you know that's not
Elway had that set up after 1 year of Vance Joseph. So give me a real opportunity for Vance Joseph. Watch him run with it.
And look, I would say this to the question I asked you. What do we feel? And now they got to fill the spots. But do we think Sean's staff will be better in 26 than it was in 25? I will say this, and we're going to talk about George Payton, and I'll kind of echo these statements.
Okay.
I do not want, the last thing I want in the Mile High City is Sean getting the old crew back together, and it's all guys on the staff that have ties to him in New Orleans. I do not want that. Sean needs somebody, and I wish more people had the balls to do it. Sean needs not somebody, multiple bodies that are willing to go up to him and say, no, you cannot do that. Stop, please. And I don't know who does that right now.
Who is that?
Right.
Who says that? Who does that to Sean Payton? So I look at this, and we have to know who they hire before I could make a proclamation. But right now, losing Jim Leonard, you're not as good. You're not as good. How do you replace him? I'm not sure. I'm glad that Vance Joseph is here, and it was more important that Vance Joseph stays than that Jim Leonard stays. Even though I want VJ to get that opportunity, I think he's going to be – a lot of coaches are better their second time around. Pete Carroll was better his second time around. Bill Belichick was better his second time around. And I'm not saying that VJ will be exactly like those guys.
Right.
But, once you get a crack at it, and then you understand what it takes and what he didn't get, it's almost like they didn't even give him the shot. That's how bad it was here with Vance Joseph.
Because of that, and you're right, it's exactly what it was. If I were VJ, I would be telling my agent, hey, your phone rings and they want to interview me as a head coach. One, in the back of your mind, you're like, you're just using me. And then two, I'm telling him, hey, here's my stipulations. You want me to be your head coach? This, and this are happening, or I don't want your job. Because I got a pretty good thing going on here in Denver.
Yeah.
Obviously, the money would be elevated, but if I'm Vance and I've been in that situation with my hands tied behind my back, the last thing I'm ever doing is signing up to get my hands tied behind my back again.
Well, and I believe that in football and in life, there's levels to everything, right? And I've always said, Dick LeBeau was a Hall of Fame player. I think is a Hall of Fame defensive coordinator. He was a terrible head coach. You know, you could say that about Marvin Lewis. You could say that about other coaches out there that are, and usually it's defensive guys. Dom Capers was a great defensive coordinator. He was a terrible head coach. And I can't say that about VJ. I can say that about Spags. Like, I don't see Spags as being, like, revolutionary. Like, I can't say it about VJ, but at the end of the day, maybe that's the case. You know, Wade Phillips was a great defensive coordinator. Was he a great head coach? Not really.
Right.
So where's Vance Joseph at? He's not at the point where we can say he's only just Jim Schwartz, right? Jim Schwartz. Jim Schwartz, a great defensive coordinator. I don't want him as a head coach.
Nobody does.
Nobody does. And so with Vance Joseph, I can't say that about VJ. I can't say, no. He's not a head coach, but he's a great defense coordinator. I already know he's a great defense coordinator. I'm not yet ready to give up on him as a head coaching candidate.
Okay. So TBD on if the staff's going to be better, but the fact that New Orleans guys are leaving and maybe, just maybe, won't be New Orleans guys replacing everything, because I still look at Davis as not that. I know he's Sean's guy, but he's not that. So you're getting a little bit more of the, hey, you're not just a yes man doing what the boss says kind of guy.
Right. You're not just, hey, remember New Orleans when we were at that party? No. The less we hear about the Saints, the better.
Exactly.
I know it's part of his history, but everyone out there, you want to hear about the X all the time? Huh?
No.
Do you want to talk about the X in front of your lady all the time? Like, no. Nobody wants to hear that.
No. She's going to slap you in the face. You keep bringing that nonsense.
Exactly. I don't care about New Orleans. I care about the Denver Broncos in the Super Bowl window with Bo Nix. Let's go.
Let's go indeed. I got to read this text. So remember Friday we gave the keys to the weekend, right? What you can do to impress the lady and get basically what we were doing is building good credit to cash in for golf during the summer.
I call those, well, you call them golf points. I call them booty brownie points.
Yeah, that's better too. That's probably better than my name. And when we said that.
Booty's better than golf. Sorry. I know you're a golf guy. You better say yes.
Can I get both? Can I get both? But one of our texters during that segment wrote, LOL, you guys are killing me. Remember, I'm headed to Vegas right now. I'm leaving the lady at home with our 5 kids.
Yeah.
We've got an update.
An update from Vegas.
Tribe roll call update, as they write. Made it back from Vegas, and the wife and kids are still home. My stuff was not thrown all over the front lawn. Winning.
Update.
Right.
Yes.
So you've come home to a bed. Your stuff has not been thrown out, and hopefully you, won something, or, they say what happens in Vegas stays in Vegas. So hopefully you had that situation as well.
Yeah.
So good job on this guy. Now, how much do you owe the wife? You watched football for 6 months, ignored your family, and the first free weekend, you loaded up the car and went to Las Vegas. You're in trouble.
Whoa.
Kevin loves it.
Whoa.
If you can get away with it.
It's time for a special lady day. Again, take her out, farmer's market, shopping, whatever. I didn't know Roma tomatoes are different from regular tomatoes. I'm going to use that line every time. A special lady day for your lady.
Whenever Kelsey's just rambling on about something, I always do the Cartman. I said, wow, that is so interesting. Please tell me more. And then she gets mad about it and stops talking.
Why do they put up with us?
I don't know.
We're terrible, terrible creatures.
Thank God they do. All right, I want to keep the Broncos conversation going. I mentioned 1:30 every day. We're going to start talking about positions and holes that need to be filled on the Broncos roster. We have a list, and we'll get into today's position group and what we're wondering about our backup quarterback coming up next.
Stream Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, Dover and Cecil, The Drive, and all your favorite shows on the Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan app. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app.
Hey, what's up? It's Zach here. And if you're looking for your new go-to spot in Centennial, the Basketball Social House is it. Award-winning food and drinks, an incredible weekend brunch, and a brand new sports bar entertainment space where you can catch every Colorado game. Even if you're not playing, it's a great hang. But if you are, their private basketball suites are unreal. Full court, lounge, music, TVs, the whole setup. And because you're hearing this from me, get half off your first private basketball suite rental. Just use code HALFOFFHOOPS. Trust me, you're going to love this place.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to to explore, and every Viking voyage is all-inclusive with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
Febreze. New Febreze Air Mist has 50% more odor fighters and up to 30% more fragrance than the old formula. So now you can take on 100% more stinky odors, like sweaty gym bags, greasy cooking smells, and the after effects of the dog rolling around in something. Just spray, and new Febreze Air instantly restores just clean freshness. Smell you later, odor. Breathe happy, Febreze. La, 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 la.
How about a simple New Year's resolution, one that even I could achieve? Reverse the clock on hair loss with Advanced Hair's simple one-day FUE treatment. You will feel more confident and more youthful when you witness your own natural hair growing into those places that have been balding or thinning for years. From Advanced Hair's breakthrough technology to their highly experienced team, there is no one I trust more in hair restoration. Their simple FUE treatment begins to regrow your own natural hair the very next day, and your new hair is backed by the Advanced Hair Guarantee. I know from personal experience, Advanced Hair's exceptional standard of care makes your comfort and your results their top priority. Celebrate this new year with a fuller head of hair and get a free consultation, $250 off, and 250 free hair grafts. Call 720-459-HAIR. That's 720-459-HAIR. Discover what meeting your resolution could look like with the before and after pictures at advancedhair.com.
I'm Rob Wilhite of the Wilhite Law Firm. A lot of new firms aren't even from Colorado, but we are. For 47 years, we've known Colorado law, we've fought for our neighbors, and we won for our community. If you've been injured, call 303-GOOD-LAW.
Texting privacy policy and terms and conditions posted at textingterms.us. Texting enrolls you for recurring automated text marketing messages. Message and data rates may apply or play. Stop, opt out. Terms and conditions apply to the earnings promotion.
Do you have caregiving experience as a parent, teacher, nanny, coach, or in another similar role? Hop Skip Drive is looking for experienced caregivers who want to help students in their community by driving them to and from school. Earn up to $50 per ride with Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion, all while helping your community. If you have your own vehicle that is no more than 10 years old, a clean driving record, and at least 5 years of caregiving experience, you could become a Hop Skip Drive care driver. Just text ROAD to 323232 to get started right now. Hop Skip Drive gives you the flexibility to set your own schedule and earn competitive pay. It's simple. Drive in your free time and make a real difference for students right in your neighborhood. Don't wait. Text ROAD to 323232 right now. Text ROAD to 323232 and start earning up to $50 per ride during Hop Skip Drive's welcome promotion period. That's ROAD to 323232. Text ROAD to 323232 now.
Hey guys, your boy Mark Schlereth here for my friends at Xfinity. Now, when Team USA is on, you can almost see the moment when the kid starts believing, hey, I could be next. Now, while Xfinity can't guarantee that, they can guarantee something super important. That's your internet price won't change for 5 years. No contracts, no commitments. So, while your kid's ordering online or streaming highlight reels, your Xfinity internet price won't change. It will not budge. And who knows, by the time the next Winter Olympics roll around, your kid could be getting fitted for their very own Team USA uniform. And guess what? You'll be paying the same price for reliable Wi-Fi. And there's even more to enjoy with Xfinity Gold Medal Celebration. Now through February 22nd, get our best price on gig Wi-Fi for 5 years guaranteed, just $50 a month. Plus, get Peacock Premium included for 10 years. That's a $10.99 value each month. Xfinity, imagine that. Proud partner of Team USA. Restrictions apply. Requires paperless billing and auto-paid with stored bank account. Taxes, fees, extras. Actual speeds may vary.
Hi, I'm Terrell Davis, two-time world champion and Pro Football Hall of Famer. There is nothing more important than your health.
This February, save up to 50% off on select premium equipment. Visit one of Fitness Gallery's 7 convenient locations from Colorado Springs to Fort Collins.
We're all at risk when you don't give space to vehicles on the side of the road. Move over or slow down. Put yourself in their shoes. This could be you someday. Brought to you by the Colorado State Patrol.
You're listening to Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
If you're to break down offensive, defensive position groups, you get to a healthy number of 10. And so we're going to take those 10 position groups over the next 2 weeks and pick one to highlight, talk about, break down every single day. on the show. Maybe we'll go back and forth like offense, defense. We'll figure out what that looks like tomorrow. But Cease, up first, based on some comments that you made last week and me having some time to think about where you are with Jarrett Stidham and then where I am now with Jarrett Stidham, I wanted to start with the quarterback room. Obviously, Bo's QB1, and that's not going to change or go anywhere in the foreseeable future. But your statements about Jarrett and, hey, they can get rid of him. Why do they need him on this team? We know he can't fill the shoes of Bo Nix when called upon because he didn't do that in the one chance that he got. And I'm kind of with you. It's wild to me that people go, no, he'll be fine. You remember he took a test last weekend and failed it, and we're just going to let him retake these tests over and over again?
He gave the Patriots their only touchdown of the game. Like, seriously, I don't understand the Jarrett Stidham fascination. Nicest guy ever, great hair, Bo's best friend. None of that matters. If I can't trust you, I'm not going to keep you. And the point blank period is you can't trust Jarrett Stidham. He didn't change. He didn't grow. He didn't develop. He's the same old Jarrett Stidham that wasn't good enough to start for New England, that wasn't good enough for the Raiders to keep around, that wasn't good enough for the Broncos to make a change earlier from Russell Wilson. Like, he's not that guy. And I'm not saying you need a guy that's a future starter, but you need someone that doesn't wet the bed, someone that doesn't hold on to the ball too long, have mind-numbing turnovers. Like, everything that Jarrett Stidham did in the AFC Championship game is everything that he's done his entire career. So I don't need he's been in 3 years and now 4 years with so it's the fourth year?
That's what it all comes together.
Is it the fifth year then?
Yeah.
And then the sixth year? Like, how ridiculous are we going to get here of like, he knows the system. Someone else can learn the system.
And put that in the relationship test. Look, I know our first 3 years of marriage have been complete dog crap.
Yeah.
But this fourth year, I'm going to figure it out, girl.
Exactly.
I'm going to be the best man you've ever had.
Exactly. Like, now he's not going to do chest passes that are turned over. Like, I don't understand it. He's a super nice guy, and the locker room loves him, but you can't trust him, and you can't win with him. And in that game, when you could have won, you could have been in the Super Bowl with Jarrett Stidham. And the fact that you're not means that I don't need him around anymore. The Broncos need to look for an option, at least competition at backup quarterback. It's not Sam Ehlinger.
Mm-mm.
Sam Ehlinger is a bad version of Taysom Hill. Okay? That's what he is.
Who's a bad quarterback.
So, like, and by the way, Sean Payton still won with that bad quarterback in Taysom Hill. So what's that say about Jarrett Stidham?
Yeah, very good point. And here's what I would say. Now, I'm not going to give you a ton of pushback of fighting for Jarrett Stidham on the roster because I'm not a crazy person. And second, I would say, hey, okay, we're looking for a backup quarterback that makes you feel confident and comfortable if said backup quarterback has to play anywhere between 2 and 5 games. I think it's a fair conversation to have of, does that person really exist? You know what I'm saying? At the NFL level, where there aren't very many good starting quarterbacks anyway. And now you say, oh, I got to find the backup that can actually come in here and keep this team's head above water. I'd probably argue you're not going to find that guy. And even if you do, I think the sample size is like 2 games that you keep your head above water, and then they start to fall back down to earth for whatever remaining games they have in front of them, depending on what the starter is dealing with. So I try to keep that in mind when I was coming up with this topic and names I could throw out at you. And I didn't have to go far because I watched it, late November this year with the Denver Broncos. The name that popped into my head was Marcus Mariota. And again, I'm not the biggest Marcus Mariota guy. I think he's fine for a backup quarterback. He's got a ton of starts. He was the focal point of building a roster and building an offense at one point.
Right.
And I think he does a really good job. I know it because I saw it this year of saying, here's the game plan. Here's what I'm being asked to do. Don't try to be the hero. Don't try to be a Superman and do things that I know I can't do. Stay within myself, stick to the game plan, and I'll give myself and my team a chance to win. I saw him do that against the Broncos. It took an overtime game, and actually Evan Ingram made a play in that overtime that allowed the Broncos to go on and win. So I look at a guy like Marcus Mariota that I say, all right, he's now the Broncos quarterback. We'll play this hypothetical game. Am I confident that he carries the Broncos to the Super Bowl if Bo were to go down? Again, I'll knock on wood every time I say that. No, I'm not overwhelmed with confidence that that's the case, but do I feel 10 times better about Mariota than Stidham? Hell yeah, I do.
Yeah, and with Mariota, you get the athletic ability that Bo Nix has, and you get someone that can get rid of the ball quickly. Basically, what you're looking for here is you take what Jarrett Stidham is, holds on to the ball too long, gets sacked too much because of that. Give me the opposite of that. Who's someone that gets rid of the ball quickly and doesn't take a lot of sacks? Oh, Marcus Mariota. Perfect.
And he's not even going to take a chance to force a turnover.
And he can run. Yeah, he's not going to take too many chances, so he's going to run the system as designed. Okay, I like that. He's not going to freewheel. He's not going to be a gunslinger. Okay, I like that. Why isn't Marcus Mariota here? Like, why isn't Marcus Mariota a top target for the Denver Broncos?
You want me to make it sweeter for you? Costs $2 million less than Jarrett Stidham. You're saving money by getting a better backup quarterback.
Yeah, Stidham's full then.
Yeah.
Stidham's full.
See you later, Jarrett.
Yeah, and you get an upgrade, and you get a guy that you can at least trust to run the system, to not choke when you have the biggest opportunity in front of you. And Marcus Mariota would provide that. And he's not Bo Nix. Nobody is. But he would be able to provide the rushing ability, the quick passing, the lack of sacks, the lack of turnovers. Like, he would be kind of a copy, lesser so, of Bo Nix, but you'd still be able to do Bo Nix type things with your offense. Yeah. So I like that idea. What about the guy that was drafted one spot in front of Marcus Mariota? What about Jameis?
Jameis. Oh, that's right. He was one. He was two, right?
I don't think you can win with Jameis. That's a problem, but he knows the system. If you're stuck on that, if you're a Jarrett Stidham fan, and I know some people on YouTube are like, you guys are hard on Jarrett Stidham. I don't care. He's the backup quarterback who choked in the AFC Championship game that lost him the chance to go to the Super Bowl. You're really hard on that guy that cost us everything. Sorry. That kind of is kind of a big deal to me. So I'm going to go, if you're stuck on the knows the system, but Mariota doesn't know the system. Jameis does. Why don't you go get Jameis?
You'd have to trade for him, but I'm not opposed to having a conversation like that.
Yeah, especially you got 9 picks.
Yeah.
And you're not giving up much for Jameis Winston.
Yeah, what are we talking about, like a 5th or a 6th round draft pick?
Yeah, but if you want a guy that knows the system, his teammates would love him, obviously, because they love him everywhere. We'd love it. Love to talk to Jameis every week.
Well, you know one thing he'd be prepared.
Well, I just think we were prepared. You know, one thing my trainer, he told me, he said, what did he say? He just told us to be prepared.
And they were.
I like the idea of Marcus Mariota better than my ideas of Zach Wilson or even Drew Lock. I like the idea of Mariota. I think that's the top one, but you need to look at other guys like a Jameis. Okay, because I think of, the Panthers when you look at, okay, they can go to an Andy Dalton. Well, that makes you feel pretty good, right? You can go to an Andy Dalton, the guy that can win you some games. I look at a Green Bay that could have gone to a Malik Willis. Now Willis, maybe one of the top targets in free agency to get a starting opportunity. Okay, but who's the Malik Willis out there that was kind of drafted and then whatever, stuck around? And I don't think there's a Malik Willis out there. And by the way, you're not getting Malik Willis as a backup. He's going to be a starter somewhere. If Pittsburgh hadn't hired Mike McCarthy, because they're going to get Aaron Rodgers back, then Pittsburgh would have been in line for Malik Willis. But either way, there's nobody like that out there. So who is there? Give me that starter that was a top draft pick that can run your system. That's Marcus Mariota, and that's Jameis Winston.
Yeah. Creaky's for it on the RamosLaw.com text line. Creaky wrote 2 words for you. Jameis Winston. Chris in Lakewood. I want Jameis Winston. Yeah, I'm not opposed to it at all. 1, he'd be a better backup than Stiddy. And 2, as Cecil mentioned, man, would it be fun for you and Mason to get to talk to that guy on a regular basis.
Every single week.
Oh, man, I just want to hang out with Jameis and go places that are fun in Colorado. And just see what he's all about. That would be interesting. Broncos Country Tribe members, you let us know. A lot of you like the name, Jameis Winston. Marcus Mariota, does that fit the bill? You tell us who's an upgrade at Jarrett Stidham. Or if you don't think they need one, please, for the love of the football gods, tell us why.
Yeah, don't tell us that we hate Jarrett Stidham. Tell me why you want to keep him around. Why do you trust Jarrett Stidham when he has been untrustworthy?
Let's have a conversation about it.
Exactly.
You guys have a voice? We'd love to give you that platform. All right, we have one of the cooler contests going on that could have you on an airplane, going somewhere not in Colorado, having the time of your life. Details next.
Follow us on YouTube, Instagram, and TikTok at Denver Sports 1043 to stay up to date on all your local teams. Denver Sports 1043. The Fan.
Is your heat running way more than it should be right now? Chances are it's not your furnace, it's your windows. When window insulation fails, all that warm air you're paying for escapes, and the cold rushes right in. And that's where the pros at windownation.com come in. They'll help you replace those old or builder-grade windows with custom-built, energy-efficient windows at a great price. And with Window Nation's Buy 4, Get 4 free sale happening right now, it's the perfect time to upgrade every window in your home. You can even get your new windows with 0 down, 0 monthly payments, and 0 interest for 2 years. And if you act now, you'll get an extra 10% off for Valentine's Day. That is sweet. WindowNation.com measures every window 3 times to ensure a perfect fit. And their installation crews, they finish the job in 1 day or less. Choose from over 1,500 styles and colors, all backed by a lifetime warranty. You got to check out Window Nation. Proud to be a part of Team Dave Logan, a corporate supporter of the Wounded Warrior Project. And when you schedule a quote, you can even score a pair of Icon Pass 2-day sessions. Don't wait. Sail in soon. Schedule your fast free estimate now at windownation.com.
Chick-fil-A's new Frosted Sodas and Floats, it's a 10 out of 10. Hey, this is Lizzie, a team member at my local Chick-fil-A, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and new Frosted Sodas and Floats is how well they go together. You will love having your favorite soda blended with our creamy ice stream to make a new Frosted Soda or Float. With the mix of the ice stream and soda fizz, it's so delicious, I call it Fizzalicious.
Order a Chick-fil-A chicken sandwich and a new Frosted Soda and Float at your local Chick-fil-A restaurant. Real team member paid for their testimonial.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Taxes was feeling unwelcome. Now Taxes is an open door, literally, to new TurboTax stores. Meet our experts in person.
Hi, welcome in.
They're powered by smart tech and ready to do your taxes for you. Get real-time updates while you go about your day. Confident your taxes are done right. Now this is Taxes. Intuit TurboTax. TurboTax stores opening soon. Real-time updates only in iOS mobile app.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone.
Where a friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets a Duralast battery.
Have fun and stay warm.
And he makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Hey, Mom. It's me. Oh my gosh, you'll never believe what I just opened for Valentine's Day. A sapphire ring from Helzberg. Just like the one I lost years ago. Remember how excited I was when you gave it to me? I cannot believe you remembered that story. I guess you were right. I really found the one.
This Valentine's Day, create a moment that means something with up to 40% off gifts at Helzberg. Shop in store or at Helzberg.com.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Stay up to date on the Broncos and the latest news from around the league with our NFL insider James Palmer, exclusively on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan. Mondays on The Rundown with Richie Carney, Tuesday afternoons on The Drive, and Friday mornings on Stokely and Evans with Mark Schlereth, all season long. Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan, DenverSports.com, and the Denver Sports app. It's Dover and Cecil on Denver Sports 104.3 The Fan.
We got some breaking news to share.
Breaking Broncos news, everybody.
It is about your Denver Broncos, and we're going to get to that in about 20 seconds. I got to call all wrestling super fans first. Our latest contest, this thing is sweet. If you're a wrestling fan, listen up. And even if you're not, man, this would be a fun trip to go on, right? We've got your chance to go to Las Vegas for the biggest pro wrestling event in the world. It's the Super Fan Send-Off presented by 303 Law 4040. You win this bad boy, here's what you're going to get. A pair of 2-night tickets. You're going to double dip, folks, to the event. Round-trip airfare for you and a guest from Denver to Las Vegas. 2 nights hotel stay. And how about a little walking around money? $500 on a Visa gift card. It could all be yours if you participate. To participate, you go to DenverSports.com/superfan. Again, that's DenverSports.com/superfan. We would love for a tribe member to be on their way to Vegas for the biggest event in pro wrestling. We'd love to take care of that tab for you. So get to our website, DenverSports.com, type in /superfan, get registered, and then sit back, listen to the fan, and perhaps it will be you winning this sweet contest. All right, Cecil, we do have some breaking news to share. I wanted to get into a Minnesota conversation, some things with them flirting with George Payton. We can save that because Ian Rappaport has the tweet. We told you about 2 hours ago on the show that they completed all their interviews over the weekend.
Right.
They could hire an offensive coordinator today. We thought this is the route it was going to go, and we were correct. Rappaport says the Broncos are promoting quarterbacks coach Davis Webb to offensive coordinator. Per the insiders, that's just his crew at the NFL Network, a former NFL quarterback and candidate for the Raiders head coaching job, Webb recently withdrew. With eyes on staying in Denver, he also received several offensive coordinator requests. This is why the Broncos are elevating, so he gets a new title. He gets a big pay raise that comes with said title and for his services. So it's working out how it is, man. VJ's not going anywhere. Arizona's got their guy. The Raiders have their guy. Davis isn't going anywhere. He's going to have more responsibility. I'd imagine there's some folks doing some real digging right now. Maybe we know by the end of the day, perhaps by the time we're cracking these mics tomorrow,
right,
we'll know what that responsibility actually looks like.
And while it stinks that this team loses Jim Leonard, it was more important that they keep Davis Webb than Jim Leonard.
Yeah.
In my opinion. Because the work that the Broncos need is all on the offense. Defense is pretty good. You want to keep that up. We'll talk about inside linebacker or whatever. They're not drafting a safety in the first round. Ridiculous. But, we know the defense is set. With Vance Joseph and company, we'll see who they get to replace Jim Leonard. But, they're ready to rock and roll. The offense needs a little tune-up, right? A little tune-up. And that's what Davis Webb is there for. We don't know yet if he's going to call plays. I'd imagine he does.
I would imagine the same.
And we'll get that information as soon as we possibly can. But this is great news for the Denver Broncos because it's great news for Bo Nix. And that's why we're doing Bo's Board every single day at 10:30 on our show, because it's all about Bo. This entire offseason is a fantasy football draft. What do you want for Bo Nix? Do you know the number one thing on my list for Bo Nix on Bo's Board? It would have been Davis Webb.
Really?
We didn't do coaches on Bo's Board. We've done players. And we'll continue to do players, both free agency and in the draft. You're going to hear them right here first on this show. But Davis Webb, keeping him for Bo Nix, goes a long way to that young man's success.
I don't know if either of you remember, but when we found out that Davis was going to come back for just the second year, was it not the first time in Bo's career where he had coach, coordinator, play caller all be the same guy?
All be the same, yes.
For consecutive seasons.
Yeah,
first
for consecutive
time
seasons.
ever happened in his football life.
And now he's got that guy a promotion. And a promotion where he can actually do something. Like Davis Webb as OC is going to do more than Joe Lombardi as an OC. And I'm not taking a shot at Joe, but it's just like he wasn't involved as much as Davis Webb is going to be involved. And right there with the finger on the pulse of the team.
And you know what else goes into that? This kind of goes back to I don't want a bunch of yes men around Sean because he'll take advantage of that. Now is Davis a Sean guy? Right now he is. But Joe Lombardi, Pete Carmichael, these names that have been, even a Ronald Curry that was floated around with this and still might be on the staff. They're these lifers of Sean, and they know how it goes and how it has to be, and you do have to walk on eggshells when he's in a certain mood. Remember Joe's statement? Like he's like, I could read the tea leaves. I knew someone was getting got. I know Sean. I like the idea. Now, this is going to sound weird. I like the idea that Davis Webb isn't going to be a Broncos coach forever because he doesn't have to put up with Sean's stuff.
Careful.
He doesn't have to put up with the BS that comes with Sean Payton. And then some of it you have to because he's going to be your boss, right? But like Davis Webb's football life will have so many non-ties to Sean Payton that he doesn't have to cater to everything that guy's going to say. So now you have a guy like George, who's not a Sean guy. You have a guy like VJ, not a Sean guy. And I don't think VJ's causing too much turmoil in coaches' meetings.
All right.
But you have a guy like Davis Webb and Bo in their third year. It can almost be like it's Davis and Bo, I'm going to say this, but it's not that, versus Sean when it comes to different ideas or ideology behind gameplay.
Well, you just need different ideas. You need people that you respect. Sean Payton certainly respects Davis Webb.
Oh, yeah,
and you need ideas that you can bounce off of. Do I get a little bit crazy here?
It's a radio show.
Okay. You want Bo Nix to get to 5,000 yards in 2026? Having Davis Webb, now you got to add, go get your Kyle Pitts, whatever we talk about at Bo's board. Everybody listen. But that's how you do that. You have a Davis Webb in charge, and calling plays would be great. I can't wait till we hear that news because I do believe it should be calling plays for the Denver Broncos. That's what's best for Bo Nix. And with Davis Webb, not only that, let's take it a step further. Sean Payton's not going to coach forever. If you told me Davis Webb was the future head coach of the Denver Broncos, I would applaud it all day. I would stand on the table. I would say, this is the direction. I would tell Greg Penner, Greg, this is the guy that you need to peg as the next guy behind Sean. Like, Sean is the guy. Sean's the man. And when you win a Super Bowl or two with Sean Payton, then Davis Webb can step right in as your head coach. Because that's the future of the Denver Broncos and the future of Bo Nix. We're just getting started with this thing with Bo Nix. Look how glorious it's been.
Yeah.
The last 2 seasons, you have a playoff run that ends in a wild card with Buffalo. You have a playoff run in the second year that ends in the AFC Championship. And it only ended there because you had Jarrett Stidham as your backup. So I love the fact that Davis Webb is here, not only for the now, not only for the play calling, not only for 2026 Bo Nix, which could be a 5,000-yard passer, but also for the future of Bo Nix, because there's an opportunity. Davis Webb going to get more head coaching interest next year.
Oh, yeah.
Especially when the Broncos go win a Super Bowl. If there's a way you could convince him to be the guy behind the guy, you're the guy in waiting. I really love that. Now, it rarely happens like that in the NFL, so I'm not going to put my heart too much into that, but I just like that idea, especially with the work that we've seen. Davis Webb and Bo Nix get along great. Mm-hmm. So that chemistry, I'd love to see that be like a future head coach. It's like when Mike Shanahan was kind of the buffer for John Elway and Dan Reeves. And you knew, and of course Mike had to leave and then come back.
Yeah.
But it's like, okay, maybe that's the story with Davis. Is you're the buffer. You've got great chemistry with your quarterback. You leave as a head coach. Hopefully it's not the Raiders. They still owe you money, Mike. Sorry about that. And then you come back as the head coach.
Yeah.
I would love to see that.
Dude, you and one of our RamosLaw.com texters are literally in line. They sent this as you said it. I think we got ourselves an Elway Mike Shanahan situation going on.
I love that. It's exactly what this team needs.
That's exactly right. It's a great hire, great move. It's the common sense move. You had to do this. Mm-hmm. I don't know this, again, and I'll lean on you for it. If you don't know, it's okay. We can find out. So they offer him the OC job. We don't know about play calling duties. Could they have stopped him if another team was like, hey, we'll give you that same job title but let you call plays? Could they have blocked that move?
I don't know.
Because, it's like an elevated.
Right.
But it's a different role.
It depends on the title and all that kind of stuff, because calling plays, OCs usually call plays. Not everybody, but that's just kind of a given right there. Now, here's what I go back to, and I said it when they interviewed Ronald Curry. I wouldn't mind Curry on this staff. And you've got an open spot now that Davis Webb has been promoted.
So he becomes the passing game coordinator?
Yes, you have an open spot for a Ronald Curry to come in, and I like what he can do as a coach. I like his history as a player. Kid's a baller. I call him a kid, but still, I think the Broncos could still hire a Ronald Curry and now have Davis Webb as the OC.
You know what the tweet from Rappaport didn't mention is the assistant head coach title, which comes with a fat paycheck.
Yeah.
So that's still out there and available.
Well,
to give this
do you save that so that next year you can win a Super Bowl?
Oh, then you give Davis another promotion.
Now you're the assistant head coach. Yeah,
Look at you playing the long game.
You don't need to go whole hog just yet. You're going to have a full court press on Davis Webb, and if you can give him that assistant head coach title, and if somehow you can say, hey, Sean said he's going to coach 5 more, but you're the guy, maybe. I don't think it happens, but maybe. And I would love for it to happen. But this is great news for Broncos country, and it's great news for Bo Nix. He's scooting around somewhere on a scooter.
Yeah.
And he's excited that Davis Webb stays as his OC. And if this is play calling as well, it's just cherry on top.
He's at the facility right now just doing laps above George's office. He's like, is this kid ever going to go home? Go home, go! He's banging on the roof.
Right.
You ever have annoying upstairs neighbors? Have to bang on the roof with your broom handle?
Had annoying side neighbors. And then I had one neighbor, she had a lot of guys over at her house. Let's just say that.
Okay.
Yeah. So
she was on the dirty. Remember? We talk about that all the time.
She probably was. If you know someone on the dirty, well, you're one of us.
Yeah, and Kevin's saying it was Jim Leonard was the assistant, so they gave him that role. But you're kind of saying of Davis, they did that to Jim this last year.
Yeah.
Please don't leave. Please don't leave. Here's a cool title with some money. Stay around.
Yeah. Yeah. So that's what they could do with Davis Webb now, and I think it's a great move for the Denver Broncos.
All right, we do have some Avs action tonight. It is KKFN and KKFN HD1 Longmont, Denver. Cease, before you get out of here, the Red Wings bring it this evening?
Yeah, but the Avs bring more.
Okay.
I want to see that response. And Nathan McKinnon, take it serious, man. When he's not thinking about Italy, he plays great hockey. So you beat him down 5-0 last time out. This time, they're going to be coming for you.
Yeah.
And it's your place. You're going to be in-house. So
yeah,
enjoy.
I'll be in the building tonight.
Enjoy yourself.
We're sitting in the company suite, so I will enjoy myself. All right, that's it for Cease. He's out of here. Back tomorrow. We're back at this Building Bows board, going over position groups and, of course, reacting to the Colorado Avalanche. I think they can do it. Hey, you look at what's in front of them 2 games before the Olympic break. Cecil said this going back to last week. It's the same in the NBA that it is in the NHL. You can steal some points, some standings in the playoff race by winning these last couple of games. It's like this for the All-Star break and the end of season for teams. Just not checking out, not looking ahead, and putting yourself in a position to steal a couple of points before this is all said and done. And if it's 2 beatdowns on the Red Wings that get the Avalanche back on track, I don't know that it can get much better than that, Kistner. You beat up on one of your old rivals to get back in line. That's exactly how it's supposed to be done.
Well, you end the road trip on a high. Let your little homestand start on a high,
Yeah.
Let's get these 2 easy wins out of the way, and let's just go. You're supposed to win these games. Get them out of the way. Move on forward. Then you get to the Olympics.
That's right. Excited for it tonight. Philip will be in the building as well. We're crewing up.
Yes,
we're going to the Avs
sir.
game tonight.
Yes, sir. Did we just become best friends?
I think so.
Yeah,
We're going to practice karate in the suite. I can't wait for tonight. Like I said, anytime you beat Detroit, it still matters to me because I hate those guys. But I got to ask you about the news that just went down that Davis Webb is officially named the Broncos offensive coordinator. He was promoted just about 16 minutes ago to that spot. If you're just joining us, we don't know whether or not he'll call plays or not. He's just getting the title, which is obviously a step in the right direction.
Now, is that considered breaking news?